precise damage thing, which really, as far as I can tell, just is whatever other kind of damage you're doing anyway.
So, Ancestry, I wanted to look through them because I know you asked a question, and I remember I'd already picked one out, kind of. I think I'm going to play an orc.
What are you thinking you're going to play an orc?
An orc in the dwarven homeworld, that should be exciting. Doable, just exciting.
Absolutely.
I love that you can't be a dwarf, but you have to be in the dwarven homeworld. First time in my years of gaming that I have a miniature made for my character. How weird is that?
Oh, I don't have minis for you guys.
What? No minis for us?
I know, I have minis for enemies, but I didn't have like, I don't have enough minis where any of them would have made sense for any of the characters, so.
Like I said, this is literally the first time in my life it's one specifically made for me, so, you know,
I'm glad I picked mine.
Like a champion?
that's what you say.
I think I'm a dwarf. Am I a dwarf? What am I?
That I don't know.
He's just a human with a sword and
human,
shield.
yeah.
I am a human half-orc.
Yeah, well, that's right. Human half-orc. Oh, that's right. That's how human or half-orcs work.
Yeah,
They're-
yeah.
They're humans with an old half-orc ancestry.
Yep.
Does anybody else need a mini?
Yeah, I do.
What do you need?
Just a human. Sword and shield human. Simple, yeah.
Human smacker. The person I tend to hide behind. I mean, I could play my goblin barbarian, and then we would just have an entire party of charge and kill it.
So did you know that Pathfinder made a first edition one-shot called Weeby Goblins?
It's actually a pretty good one too.
Is it?
They have a
Is it
follow-up.
good?
It is good. They have a follow-up to it too, that for second edition.
Do they really?
But it was actually the second edition playtest.
I would love
Which
to
had different
play
rules.
that. Oh my gosh.
So I knew it existed. I've never played it, but I've heard it was quite good.
They have a kobold one too for second edition.
Nice.
Oh, hell,
A kobold. I think I saw the kobold one.
That's yours.
Cobalt Tape on it. Classic.
Cobalt, take my baby.
Yep, classic game.
When
that-
some of you decided
is that
you
what it's
wanted
called?
to,
No, that's a
No,
different.
it's a game.
Oh,
It's
that's
a
a
whole
game.
different
Yeah,
role-playing
that's
system.
yeah.
Did you? So these are the minis that I'm slowly starting to paint.
Nice.
They're hilarious.
I think,
The Modrons.
you needed a mini too.
Yeah. The.
Wait, did you need a mini?
Sure. Yeah, monk, please. Sorry.
I think we all need minis, right? Except for
You know that get out of death
Except for
pre-card I
you.
gave you? In the furniture? Yeah, you just use
Is
it.
Joe not gonna be here?
No.
Oh crap!
No, he's studying
I didn't
for
check my email,
midterms. He
so-
said.
Neither did I.
I brought gluten-free brownies for him. Have to stay until next time.
Yeah, so I don't know if you were going to make it to Torg or not, but sorry it didn't happen.
That's all.
So I hope you got the email at least. And I called Evo too, and I said, if anyone shows up looking for me, tell them I'm not coming.
Yep, no, I saw
Because I'm
some.
down in my basement sweeping water. So we're trying again on the 18th if you're still interested.
Okay.
Same time, Evo it in the 18th.
What are you guys doing?
I'm running Torg.
Tor, what is that?
It's a multi-reality role-playing system.
Multi-reality? What is
Yeah,
that?
the idea is that on our Earth at one point suddenly gets invaded by seven
okay.
other realities, and you guys are the heroes who come to fight, who are created basically by reality to fight them off.
That's fun.
It's a very cinematic game system. I've always loved it. It's been a few years now, but they put out a new edition a few years ago that's been very solid. And I haven't got much of a chance to play it, so I'm trying to, I mean, if all goes well, I'm gonna start a campaign in it, but I'm doing some one-shots first to see how that goes. Because part of what they did with the starter set is a module that's a bunch of one-shot adventures set in the different realities. To kind of, here's how the reality works. So you get a feel for how the game system and the reality.
I imagine I would like the variant, not the mega, personally.
I think that's what it was
Yeah.
for me, but.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you thinking it personally you might not like the system, or what?
Oh no, I love Torg. I want to make sure the players like it.
Oh, before you get commit to doing it?
Yeah, before anybody sits down and tries to do a long campaign, and it introduces a system because my youngest is playing and they've never played. They've played it before.
Weather
but
race?
most people
Weather race,
haven't.
yeah.
So,
Do you want
I
some
may not be available on the 18th,
finer
but I'm still interested.
tipped ones?
and I'll let you
I have
know. I
some.
mean, like I said, the first,
No, they're pretty
the
fun.
Living Land, which
Okay.
is the first one, is 3 sessions. So, hoping to at least get those 3
They're
in,
like
and
the
then
same
we'll
as
go
a
from
pen,
there.
basically.
Whether we jump to
Yeah.
the campaign or do the other one shots,
Right,
depending on
right.
people's opinions. But,
These are the ones I like. Are the
and I'd love to fill the
Staglers.
table. We'll see.
Well, like I said, I don't think I'm available. It doesn't mean cross my name off. I'm still interested.
Awesome.
I'm just just not available for this
It's
one.
funny, is I read the rules and how much you can see the Savage Worlds influence. So it's not Savage Worlds, but you can see the little things that
Right.
borrow
I
from it.
mean, Shane started there, so it's not shocking.
Yeah, he loves Torg, I know. So.
Yep.
Did you paint this, Luke?
What? Yep.
Nice.
Every mini of mine you get in your hands, I probably painted.
Are these all Reapers?
Yes, almost all of them are. Some of them are from Wizard of the Coast made these board games that had minis in them. I've never played the board. I actually did play one at a convention, but I've literally bought them for the minis. So
Have
some
you-
of them are
pretty
for
awesome
those.
too.
Have you seen the Broken Anvil minis?
Those are the ones based on 4th edition, right?
The
These
Broken
I'm sure
Anvil?
that's ones he's talking about. They're the 4th edition.
Their minis
Legends of
are,
Drizzt and those
are
guys.
the detail from what it looks like. It looks like it's pretty nice. And they're doing a deal with Joe Manganiello for his Archon the Cruel. He has a 33 millimeter and a 90 millimeter that you can get of it and paint it. But it's his Dragonborn
He's so over the top. I love him.
with the hand
Yeah.
of Vecna reaching out like this.
I mean, it's funny. Joe Manganiello doesn't look like the guy, but he is the guy that what happens when you take an ultra nerd and you make him a millionaire. Like that's because he just spent.
I don't even.
Well,
Who is
Cra-
this guy?
crazy amount of
Joe
money.
Manganiello, really?
You would recognize him if you saw him. He's an actor.
Like I said, I kind of
He's in
know
Magic
who he
Mike,
is, but-
so you know.
He was in many movies, yes, including Magic.
Did you ever
Mike.
see True Blood?
He was in True Blood. One of the main characters in
I'm
that.
very select about the movies I see.
And that's fine,
I stay
but-
in a very narrow lane.
But the point is, he's a he's very famous. Like, he's got a lot of movies.
He's a very, very good-looking, successful dude, and
Right.
is a major rich nerd.
Just a huge nerd. Like the biggest. He dumps hundreds of thousands of dollars into his D&D habit.
Yeah.
He's just crazy. Like
Yeah.
he has a fully fleshed out dungeon with a beholder and like where he plays D&D.
He did an interview that when they moved into their house that they built, they were originally going to use that room as his wife's gym. His wife is
Sofia
Ava
Vergara,
Longoria.
by the way.
And
Sofia Vergara.
Yeah.
thank you, Sofia Vergara.
But yeah.
And he saw the size of the room and he's like, sorry, I need this room.
Yeah.
Wait, it was gonna be what?
His
It was
wife's
going to be
gym.
his wife's gym.
Yeah.
Oh, and then he's like,
He
"This is
claimed
my
it for
game room."
D&D.
Yeah, and he's like, no, this is my game room. You can have every other room in the house. This is
Dude,
mine.
that's
God.
what I told my wife. I'm like, listen, you can have every room in the house. This basement is mine. Everything else is yours. I don't care. Just give me a bed to sleep in.
I'll sleep on a cot in a corner.
All right, you guys ready?
Yep.
So
Yeah.
real quick, just a plug. Don't forget. Come on.
Yeah, and please help yourself to the beer. I no longer drink beer, so like, please drink all you want.
How about cream puffs?
Is it a health
Chocolate
thing,
cream
or-
puffs.
It's mainly a health thing. Yeah, I would say it's 100% health. Absolutely.
Nice. Yes.
Beer has a lot of carbs in it.
It also like raises your blood pressure, which is a problem for me. So I'm just like, if I just stop drinking alcohol, I think I'm just gonna be better off.
I was looking at going, was it keto? Keto? I don't remember how you say it.
Keto, yeah.
And then I was looking at like, okay, what are high carb foods? What are low carb foods? Because that's all keto cares about. And I was like, every food I eat is high carb.
High carb.
Like,
Breads,
Yeah.
pasta.
yeah, it's like, oh shit, that's gonna be a hard
I've
one
done
for
it,
me.
but it's rough.
Yeah.
And I'm not into like meat and fatty foods much, so I couldn't stay to it. Just
I definitely-
I
Like the meat
accepted a
aspect
long
of it.
time ago that I'm just built to be a barrel-chested individual. And
No, I eat pretty good during the week. When I come here, I don't. That's
Right.
my.
It's a cheat day.
So, yeah.
we try to eat well.
Yeah.
When I'm at work, because I'm in a vehicle all day, I tend to just go with the easy, simple.
It's so hard to do that when you're traveling. Because it's hard to get the food. It's hard to find time to eat it.
You know what? I've actually thought about. I have this little microwave that's like this deep or this wide and this tall and about that deep. And I thought about just throwing it in the back of my van because I do have an inverter. So,
Okay.
but I don't know if I really want to do that.
I want to finish eating so I can move my plate, and I'm good to go.
I just have to remember my character. Nice. He's the other one, like I said, I considered for Luke's campaign would be this wizard. But probably because I'd love to see how a wizard levels up.
Right.
Well, my
One thing
kids
I noticed is
really
the
wanna
fireball
play
is 6d6, not 8d6.
that. Yes.
I loved it. I saw the fireball on Pathfinder 2, and I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It made me like the system even more.
What, then it's less dice?
It does
Yeah.
less damage, but they have a way when you upcast it. like upcasting Fireball in 5th edition is pretty stupid most of the
terrible.
time.
Yeah.
But in Pathfinder, I mean I could be wrong, but it seemed like upcasting wasn't that bad. You know.
It's 2d6 per level, so it goes
Yeah,
up.
that's
pretty
much
fast.
better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, so scales.
Much
I love the magic missile. 1 action, you get 1 missile. 2 actions, you get 2. 3 actions, you get 3.
Oh, that's cool.
How much of your actions do you take?
Uh-huh.
And given that it's still a spell slot,
Yeah.
most of the time, if at all possible, you want to use 3 because
Yep.
you're only going to cast it.
Yeah, more bang for
It's
your
the
buck.
same way with Cure Wounds.
Yes,
If you
you
cast
heal,
it
yeah.
as 1 action, it's a touch. 2 actions, you
Your
can do it from
range,
range.
and
3,
3 is a
it
boost.
heals. It's a burst of everybody around you, but
Whoa.
it's all creatures, even
2
enemies.
gets a
I
bonus
think, I
to
think,
the
I think it's
healing.
even enemies.
Yeah, 2 gets a bonus to the healing.
Yeah,
too.
but it was cool. I was playing Pathfinder in my game I play in, and I was like, okay, I want to do the burst, but I'm too far away, and it takes 3 actions. I need to. So I was like, should I run up this turn and do nothing, and then burst heal next round, or like it was hard to decide what to do exactly.
Yeah, you do get 8 more hit points if you go at least with 2 actions. And the material component, or the 3 actions, is everything. Living, everyone around you.
Yeah.
So you hit your friends too. Or your enemies too.
Do you harm undead?
Yes.
Automatons
positive
have
energy,
this
so-
thing. It's their top level ancestry feat where it basically makes you a porcupine and you can shoot the quills in either a 15-foot cone or a 10-foot 360-degree radius
Just hits everything.
for 13d6.
But that's at top level? you
Yeah,
said?
that's level 20.
Yeah, that's nice.
Well, yeah.
All right, let's do it.
All right. Disclaimer: still learning the system. I think we all are.
Yep.
For anyone who watches this video, my performance does not reflect on the views or standards of the DM Lair. I learned nothing from him. Anything good is his fault. Anything bad is my fault.
Nice.
He's watched all his videos.
Reverse, right?
No. The only good things I do are things I learned from you, but everything else is all me. This takes place in Absalom, which is a major city. Think of Waterdeep, basically. It's a major city in the world. I'm not going to get too big into the lore, especially since we're not going to be playing in this realm. You know, because we're doing Eberron, right? So I'm not going to get into the lore much. It doesn't matter a whole lot, but just know you're in a very major city. You know, for context, think of Waterdeep. Very similar. You are members of the Pathfinder Society, which is essentially your sanctioned adventurers. It's an organization in the world. It's sort of unaffiliated from nations. It's kind of its own thing. But you kind of have jurisdiction wherever you go to a certain extent. So you're officially sanctioned adventurers.
Now, are you an officially sanctioned Pathfinder Society game master?
Technically, but I haven't looked at that in like 10 years since I was
Really?
playing Pathfinder 1.
Oh,
so.
very nice. Okay, cool.
But I have run Pathfinder
Yeah.
Society games.
Cool.
Been a long time. And we are not doing this as an officially sanctioned one, because the thing with Pathfinder Society, if you're doing a real game, is you have to follow, you can't house rule anything. Like, you have to follow the rules to a T. I mean, no one's who's checking, but like,
Right.
but you're not allowed to change anything. So like at conventions, the main thing is you're consistent because it's designed for convention.
Right,
Anyone
whoever
can jump
walks
in
in.
with a character, and
Yeah.
and you have a one shot. Everyone's on the same page. So, you guys are currently standing outside of what appears to be an old theater, like a place where you would see plays. You're in a rundown part of town. You have been sent here, and I'm going to give you a handout in a second. Who's got the best eyes? Because it printed out pretty small.
Not me anymore. With
I
my
can read
glasses
it if
on, I can
needed.
do it.
I can read.
Except with my glasses on, I
Very
can probably
small.
do it, but it's been a few years now with that.
So you can
Go
go ahead
ahead
and
now.
take it away. Yep.
All right. Greetings, fellow seekers of knowledge. The Society has been presented with a unique opportunity, and I think you are just the ones to help out. As you have likely heard, Absalom has recently become the home of a group of goblin refugees, displaced by the Whispering Tyrant's 5 armies. They have settled in the puddles, quite content to live in some of the abandoned buildings there. We've also learned from Zyara, all name incomprehensible muckrucker in the puddles, that the goblins have been digging, there was no fantasy apostrophe in there though, There might have been. There might have been. It's hard to tell. The
Pathfinder.
The goblins have been digging around in the basement of the old Playhouse that belonged to the Greater Absalon Performing Arts Guild. They'd claimed this building as their own. In the process, they've stumbled across some manner of beasts they could not defeat, but instead managed to seal away. With the local guards, the muck runners, unwilling to help, we have a perfect opportunity to step in and learn something new about the history of Absalon. Several of our more experienced goblin pathfinders have been working hard to build inroads into the goblin community, and this has led to an offer by King Zuzgut to hear our plea. Your job is to meet Zuzgut, explain that we wish his permission to explore beneath his playhouse, and then perform an initial exploration and assessment. You'll likely not have much time for exploration given the tides probably flood the chambers below each day, but do your best. Sincerely, Drandel Dreng. P.S. I almost forgot. Andra Klein of the Vigilant Seal is watching this mission closely. He's worried about ancient evils being released into the world by Pathfinders and what that will do to the public's impression of us. While I know such things can't always be avoided, it would be best if you either destroyed anything dangerous that you find down there, or if you must bring it back to the lodge, be very discreet. So destroy or bring it back. So the goblins found something down there, they couldn't kill it, they sealed it away. We're supposed to go explore and figure things out, but a tide will come in at some point and flood the lower area, so we can't dilly-dally, nor take too many long rests, I presume.
So the area, he mentioned the puddles in there. The area you are in is a region of Absalom called the Puddles.
Actually, if that's for us, I'll just I'll hang on to it in case we want to refer to it.
And what you know about that area, all of you would know this as part of the mission introduction or whatever, is that an earthquake hit this city about 20 years ago. And as part of that, there is some intermittent flooding that occurs in this region of the city called the Puddles. And you're aware that roughly every 6 hours, basically, the area begins to fill with water. And so you have timed your arrival to sort of be right as the water has receded. You basically have a 6-hour clock from now, and it's not exact, but basically a 6-hour clock from now before you would expect to see water levels start to rise. You can, any of you who have a lower skill or maybe like diplomacy, society, anyone who's proficient in those can.
I'm proficient in. I have a warfare lore, which I don't know if that's gonna.
So it'd be more like a history or something along those lines. But academia would be fine.
I have a diplomacy one.
I literally have a lore for a city that I have visited. And I didn't fill it in because I didn't know what city it was.
It could be Absalom.
So yeah, I'll just fill it in for Absalom and then perfect.
So if you want to do like a recall or lore or a recall knowledge or something, you can make a roll and potentially have some additional information.
21.
21. Okay.
6.
So you know what I have told you, Alex.
I happily tell my companions recall knowledge.
What skill did you do?
Recall knowledge? Yeah.
Recall knowledge is what you did, or
Yes.
Okay.
For academia lore.
Okay.
What is that?
It's society.
What is recall knowledge?
It's society.
Society would be the same. I have +8 for society, so it's the same roll.
Well, I think doesn't recall knowledge fall under society?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know. You're using the term recall knowledge as though that's a specific term
So
for Haskell.
It's a skill, general skill you can take. Your general.
So recall knowledge
General action.
is an action you can take, but it might use different skills. A lot of the actions you can take might use different types of skills.
Gotcha.
Which could be dependent. Like if you want to recall knowledge about Absalom, I could use my lore thing.
Right.
But if you wanted to recall knowledge about, I'm just saying, Arcana or something as a spell, you might use Arcana.
Right.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Yeah.
So recall knowledge is a generic check that uses a specific skill.
General skill action is what's officially called.
So
It's under
with the
skills on
3
the
action
super
economy that Pathfinder 2nd edition
beginning of the skill set.
is raising your shield considered an action?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so because in 5th edition, raising a shield isn't part of your action
always
economy,
just
right?
add the bonus,
Yeah. Okay, so you actually have to raise your shield in order to get that bonus.
Yeah. So theoretically, I don't know if you
All
have a
lowers can recall
shield.
knowledge. as can
No, I don't. I'm
You
just
know,
asking in general because I'm looking
In this
over
case,
some of
So
the.
Kevin,
Gotcha.
Kevin has a shield, but
Yes.
your AC does not account for it. You have
Right,
if you take
so I
the
have to
action,
raise it.
your AC
Yeah,
goes up by 2.
exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
something to know.
So
So
let me give you your success real quick.
Okay.
before I
Yeah,
forget.
yeah, yeah.
So you did recall knowledge, and you have some additional information on this goblin tribe that is in Puddles right now in this playhouse. They are the Crooked Toe Goblins. They're led by Zuzgut, which you already know. You know he is obsessed with performance and acting. His tribe has taken over the playhouse because no one wanted it. Because of the area, it's pretty run down. You can tell it's like the area you're in. It reeks of mildew. Like it's a pretty gross area. It's hard to maintain because it fills with water and recedes constantly. But you know that him specifically, he's obsessed with performance and acting. Like that's a big thing for him, and it might be a way to kind of impress him.
Sadly, the goblin is a weak-minded person who considers inferior things like art and performance important. Do any of you also share that weakness?
Well, I can do a little bit of performance.
Outstanding. Then I suspect you're exactly on the level needed to speak to the goblin.
Well, I'm not
I-
trained with it, but I'm happy to give it a shot.
Outstanding.
I mean, I could like go through some of my like basic like fighting stances and make it more like flourished and demonstrable.
So you don't understand the concept of acting, I take it.
No.
We could break some stuff.
Yeah, we can break it.
Mama used to whip me when I acted
Yeah.
up. Is that what you mean?
So
Yeah, I'm real good at breaking
you're all
stuff.
outside, out of character. You're all humans, right?
I'm
I'm
versatile
I'm
heritage.
I'm a
not sure
human
what the-
half orc.
Right. You're technically half orc, but
I'm
And acrobatics is my martial
Oh, I mean,
disciple, so I'm
Then
guessing
you're
I'm
just-
Your
very
acrobatics
nimble.
is very good, yeah.
how am I? By the way,
What
mage
are you?
armor, an elf.
Elf?
Yes.
Oh.
Mage armor or something. It's a like all day thing. I haven't cast.
Okay.
Unless something weird happens that I can't.
I gotta tell you
Is
guys
it
something
anything more than an AC
that I
boost?
found
It's +1 AC.
really
I
interesting.
believe is all it is at my level. I'll confirm because I'm still learning all this stuff.
So
Yep.
you guys are standing outside this playhouse. It's a pretty large structure actually, and it's in compared to a lot of the buildings in the area. It's actually an okay shape, given, in comparison. It's still not great, but it's got a pretty solid stone foundation. It's tall wooden walls, and they're pretty intact. The paint's all sort of chipped away, and sort of, there's green like algae and moss and stuff kind of grown up on the side. But structurally, it's in pretty good shape. It's not bad. And there's sort of like 2 big swinging doors to go in, like the main front entrance, and you have that you are expected. The goblins know you're coming, so it's up to you. You guys want to go in? You want to do a little exploring around the building?
I have never seen harm in learning more information before we rush into anything.
Oh.
After all, if we miss this 6 hours, we can just wait for the next one. So I would say 5 or 6 hours of exploration around to ensure that everything is as we expect it would be appropriate before entering.
That's a long time.
I don't believe so.
There we go.
It's less than a
It's about
decade.
5 or 6 hours. What do you get?
It's less than a decade.
Oh,
How old are
humans.
you?
163, I believe.
6
it
hours.
was.
That's not necessary.
So
We must be on our
when
Are you
with
slow,
a monk,
son?
do I have to declare I'm going into my tiger stance in order
I mean,
to get
it's
that
okay.
D8
I don't need to
slashing?
be
I'm
mean
pretty
or
sure it
nothing.
takes an action to go into a stance.
Okay.
I don't
All
mean
right.
to be mean. I had a cousin.
We
you know,
had there was a monk in a different game that
The
had
last
had it
page
do it.
should have an icon that tells you if it's an action. or
Yeah.
not. The last.
It's
Okay.
okay. So yes, it is an action then.
to
go into
very
a
good at
stance.
showing you this is exactly what it would be.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very, very few things in this game are free.
Yeah.
Well, if they are, they're marked
Right.
with the free
The little
option.
free
You know
Here's
what?
the
Though?
free action thing.
That's
Where-
okay. I don't.
Yeah. But you get
I'm
3,
mad.
so you have more options.
I do have the reactive shield trigger, which is nice.
Also, you get the auto raise, but then you can't.
As
shield
long as
block.
it's a melee strike. Yeah.
And you can't shield block. Because you use your reaction up to raise your shield.
This is cool. I like this.
I think it's still good, but yeah,
Yep.
it's kind of reason when you look at it and go,
This is
if
gonna solve a lot
that's
of
really
But
good.
you'd want to use it in a situation where you had to, not in
Right.
a situation
You
where.
also have,
Typically,
I don't
it's
remember
better to
exactly what
raise
it is.
it,
It's an
but-
attachment that allows you to like shield bash too.
Yeah, I saw that. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, typically it's better to raise it with an action.
Okay.
If for any reason you couldn't,
Cool.
Right.
you still get it to raise
Like
it.
ambushed or something.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm playing right now in another game, and it's amazing how many times I can't use an action to raise it
Yeah.
because there's so many better
Yeah.
things to do.
Yeah,
Especially as a spellcaster.
Yeah, especially as a spellcaster.
As a spellcaster
Sure, yeah.
going, but I
Yeah,
wanna.
you don't have that. Like,
heal,
oh,
I
I'm taking
wanna-
one level of clearance,
Yeah.
so I'm a wizard with a
Yeah,
shield.
exactly.
Yeah.
You can do
Which
that,
I
but
kinda
you're not getting
like.
the benefit of it.
Not
Well,
getting
and
the
there
benefit,
isn't
yeah.
that because it means you just took a bunch of the
Yeah.
archetype feats, which isn't bad, but isn't the same thing as the multi-class.
Correct.
Right.
Oh look, I'm pure fighter. Oh no, I also am.
What I love about the archetype feats is that once you take an archetype feat, it literally tells you before you can take another one, you got to take 2 more feats there. They're preventing
There's
you
a
from
lot
doing
of-
the stupid splashing.
Yeah,
of
it's a
every
lot
fight.
of
Right,
things
yeah.
you've
They are.
got to do.
Yeah. So a quick lap around the building shows you that there is a rear entrance. It's sort of like a stage door kind of thing, just not for public use necessarily. It would have been something actors or crew would have been going in and out of, sort of like backstage. Other than that, the building looks kind of the same all around. It's all in pretty good shape.
What you want to do with the other 5 hours, 45 minutes?
Nope.
Yeah, we don't got a lot of time. Why are we walking around the building?
No, that's not. Well, he said we should take about 6 hours to do.
I was
You want
just
to walk
gonna-
around the building for 6
It was
hours?
just a brief look.
Uh-huh.
It seems like an awful long time.
He's 160 years old. It's 6 hours.
Humans. All right, let's go in.
I'm not-
I didn't know elves did things so slow.
Hate to have you so impatient.
All right. Front door? Front door.
Since we're invited, it would seem most appropriate, and I know if someone came in my back door when I expected them in the front, it would be a problem.
All right, I'm going to go up to the front door, bang on it. Pathfinder Society here.
You bang on it. You can hear sound. It's pretty loud in there. It's sort of raucous. You hear shouting and cheering but you wait a minute and no one comes and opens the door.
All right, taking my longsword out. All right, boys. Something's going on in here. Get ready for battle.
Yes, there's no chance that it's a
And
play.
I'm opening the door.
Okay. You open the door.
You know,
And
guess he's prepared.
it's daytime
For
outside,
something.
but inside, there's not like electricity. So inside, you open the door. You see flickering torches that sort of fail to fully illuminate the auditorium that you have sort of revealed here. You can see hints of the former beauty and majesty of the building, but they're marred. There's puddles. There's kind of water everywhere. There's the scent of just like. It's very damp. It's mildewy. It's pretty gross in here. The northern end, you see sort of a raised stage. On that stage, you see a very large chair that must have been maybe used as a throne in a theatrical production a long time ago. You see goblins everywhere. Some of them are gathered in small clusters, like roasting food. You see some sleeping. You see, a corner where there's a bunch of them just kind of having a brawl. Just kind of wild activity. There's a crumbling balcony up in like the northeast corner, sort of overlooking the stage, and there's a goblin choir rehearsing. Each member of that choir is singing a different song, or maybe it's the same song, but they're singing different words. It is not a good sound. You see goblin children run around. They've got leashes dangling from their necks, but they're pretty unattended. They're screaming and shouting. Occasionally you'll see one of those leashes catch on like a piece of rubble of furniture, and the kid kind of gets yanked back and falls on their butt, and all the goblins cheer and laugh.
I understand so much that was a mystery to me before.
As I'm observing this, I'm putting this away. This is clearly not a problem.
Right. You see on the stage, on top of the throne, sort of sitting on the back of it, a small figure, and this voice rings out. Cutting across the chaos, it's very clear and enunciated, although it's clearly a goblin speaking. And he says, "Oh ho, what's this? Another group looking to throw their hats into the ring, as it were. Probably the Pathfinders I was expecting. And you see down below him a group of humans, and there's sort of some like angry yelling that comes from that direction. And you can see they've got sheathed weapons. They look like mercenaries or something along those lines. Like they're clearly armed, well taken care of. The goblin up top, when he hears the shouting, kind of turns and looks down to them and says, Now, I never said anything about exclusive rights, did I? Ha! So, Pathfinders, I'm sure you've heard about our trouble with the creature in the basement. What is it your organization is willing to do for my kingdom? And why should I let you go instead of these fine folks?
I believe our intention is to learn more about this creature and then remove it from any concern of yours, either through force or guile, depending on what seems most appropriate at the time.
Would you want us to compete for the honor of getting this creature and receiving glory?
You see him think about that, and he's like, Yes, a competition, yes!
I step forward. I will take on the most powerful of them one-on-one and show you that the Paladin of Imode is all-powerful.
Wouldn't that make more sense to conserve our energies and our skills for, say, the later fights, rather than
I
wasting
never
it?
back down from a one-on-one challenge. Never.
Then I challenge you not to fight.
That is a dishonorable request that I shall refuse.
So you do back down.
So
When
you
you want
see who you presume to be King Zuzgut. He kind of folds his arms, and you see him get a little frustrated for a second, and he shakes his head and he says, No, not fighting. That's so boring.
I agree.
He's like, you see him. He kind of stops and he thinks for a minute, and then he says, I know. We should have a contest. You can read the lines from my play. And you see all the goblins around cheer. They're very excited. And he looks at the mercenaries and says, Since you got here first, you can go first. Show starts in 2 minutes. And then another cheer goes up. And you see the mercenaries all, like looking at each other like, what are we going to do? A goblin who is kind of standing next to the king, it's like an attendant of some sort, pulls out a piece of paper, and it's crumpled and in terrible condition. And he hands it over to the mercenaries, and then they come over and they hand one to you as well. And I got it here somewhere.
Alright, guys. This is
Oh wait, I don't have it here.
much easier to just fight them. Any of you guys can do this performance crap?
I mean, I can read.
I mean,
And
not
I'm
really,
trained in the...
I mean, I'm very good at diplomacy and intimidation.
Any of you are welcome to approach the king and try to reason with him, have a conversation with him, and try to convince him to do something different.
Your Majesty, if we might. We were brought here obviously for our skill at arms and at exploration, not at artistry. I'm not sure this is the best measure of who would be the best choice to find and eliminate this creature for you.
Because that creature down there, if we just walk down there and read poetry to it and do a performance, it's just gonna eat us.
you know, Mama always said that you can put perfume on a pig, call it Betsy Sue, but you ain't gonna want to kiss it.
Yeah.
I feel there's been many pig kissings. Humans are unique.
You've never kissed a pig?
Have you eaten?
Do that too!
If that pig said otherwise, it's lying.
Okay. One of you give me. What do we? Persuasion's not its own thing, right? Is it all just
Diplomacy is
diplomacy?
typically persuasion.
Yeah. Whoever feels like giving me a diplomacy.
I'm excellent at diplomacy.
Good.
Can I get advantage on this?
No such thing.
Oh, there's one of those like hero points or whatever.
Yeah,
it's called?
yeah.
So each of you does have one of
Yeah,
those.
let's
Oh, yeah.
We're in a building,
Two.
right?
You're in a building. Yeah.
What does the building look like?
Do we have one?
It's
Oh, that's level 2.
it's
level
a
two.
theater.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, there's
That's
stage, there's
I'll just-
seats.
I'll just say I have
Pretty
one.
much
It's
always
like an
start with
auditorium
one,
thing,
and then you can
like
get
a high school
more.
theater or
Okay.
Wharton Center or something like that.
all right. So that's going to be a 19.
Nice.
Do they have like ropes that are coming down from?
Like rigging in the back of the stage. Kind
Yeah.
Of thing? There's some you wouldn't. They're old. They're pretty frayed and not. You don't know if the like the pulleys and things are necessarily fully functional.
Okay.
Well, there's some ropes hanging there, certainly. They're kind of off to the side. Like you can't see them on a straight-on view, but on either wing of sort of backstage, you'd be able to see those.
By the way, when I go forward to try to convince him, I'm going to speak to him in Goblin, which is a language I know.
Okay. Yeah, so you talk to him, and you get the impression that it's going to be difficult to convince him to not read his play. But you get the impression that he is going to look more favorably on you than he would have prior to your conversation.
All right, give me the play.
So I had the handout, but it might be covering part of the map right now. It doesn't really matter. We're not gonna make you perform the play, even though that is technically part of it.
I mean, I'll do it.
I don't think it would take too long, but what I do need is a couple of checks. Actually, I need a check from each of you, and you can use whatever skill you want, but you have to sort of validate it. So what this play is it's written by King Zuzgut, and the basic premise is it's a retelling of an adventure that he led, a very successful adventure. It's actually the story of, and the reason we're not going to do the play is because we wouldn't get the Easter egg, essentially, but it is like the Goblin adventure that they wrote.
Okay.
That was part of the playtest. It's the story of that adventure. And they're the goblins who took part in that. And so it's a heroic retelling of the events written by a goblin who's not a good writer. And you just need to each do one thing as part of the performance to kind of gain his favor. The mercenaries are going first, and they go up, excuse me, and they just like stand there and they read it very monotone, and no one's doing any acting, and they clearly have done a terrible job. So the bar is pretty low. However, he does want to be impressed, and so
Just kill it like Chaucer from A Knight's Tale.
so each of you can choose one
Wrong
skill that you
character,
think
I could
applies.
do it.
Sort of give me a reason why you think it applies, and then give me a roll. I don't care what order you go in.
What, for what exactly?
Just what do you think you could do that would enhance that story?
Right, you're enhancing the play in some way.
A story of a grand goblin adventure where they've slain some evil.
So I'm gonna.
Okay, while they're kind of preparing, I'm gonna find, like, a piece of wood, round, maybe a prop
Yeah,
shield,
you can find.
and some paint. I'm gonna make a red circle, red circle, and a big black bullseye in the middle. And I'm just gonna start going around asking people for their knives, collecting their knives and stuff. And I'm gonna set this up at one end, and whenever there's like a scene where it like requires like an arrow, I'm gonna throw it and have that be the arrow flying through the air and hitting the enemy.
Okay. So you can either, if there's like acrobatics would maybe work for that.
Yeah.
But if you've got I think you've got like a dart or something.
I have a dart, yep.
So if you want to do a roll just with your dart attack,
Okay.
and just let me know what you get.
Yeah, definitely playing the wrong character. Should have been
I
dead.
promise it's not all this.
No, I know. Just screwed on. Like Cat Hardwood, like, this is heaven! I'll stage this!
14.
Okay. Whoops. Anyone else? What's your next one?
Well, my intention was to use my arcana and magical abilities with my prestidigitation and light cantrips to basically be special effects.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Nice.
You're the light guy.
I got noise, I got lights, I got ghost sounds.
Yeah, absolutely.
running the
So yeah,
board
give me
back
Arcana
arcana.
was what I figured. 27!
Hey, do you want to?
Which is a critical success.
And
Yeah.
I'll play the goblins that are triumphant.
Okay.
Mage
Uh,
hand,
sure.
you know, things
I can
floating
do that.
around the room.
Whoever's next.
My rat flying around.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
he has a rat. that flies.
So, who's the enemy that they fought against?
They describe it as being like a lich.
Okay.
It wasn't a lich. It was maybe a zombie.
Okay.
But they
Today it's a lich!
All right, so I'm gonna put on some like rags and stuff and be like, "Aha! I have you pinned with my magical abilities, wooba wooba!" And he is gonna play the goblin part and like, come at me. So that's what we're gonna do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll whatever skill you think applies to that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Occultism.
I'm fine with that. I'm sure. Why not?
I'm gonna start chanting weird stuff.
yeah.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
You said that wrong.
That's a 19.
All right.
All right, cool.
Not
And
too
then
wrong.
I'm
you
going to
mispronounced the last
use
Yeah.
I'm going to use my intimidation on him
Yeah.
to make him cower before me because I'm a mighty goblin.
All right.
Oh! Oh dear. 12.
Okay.
Terrible.
Can we
So-
get some like fake ears to add to his already long ears to make them even longer and floppier?
So we had fail, double success, success, fail.
14 was a fail.
But then you had a
15
fail.
is
Fail.
standard
Oh.
on first level.
Or then you had a success though for convincing him early. So you guys, all right.
Goblins love magic.
So-
what can you say? Simple mind, simple
That's why I just.
You guys finish your performance.
I don't really know what they mean.
Zuska, the goblins are cheering the whole time. They love it. Except for King Zuska, who kind of sits there the whole time. He just kind of sits there and he's watching. He doesn't act out the way the rest of them are. He's not mad. He's just very passive. And you end. The goblins are cheering, and you see him sort of raise his hand to for silence.
Yeah.
Most of them quiet down and wander off. No group of 30 goblins is ever silent, but they calm down a little. Well, that was exciting, he says. But now it's time for a tough decision. He pauses dramatically, like a very long pause. You see him sort of pondering. There's a goblin who in the background is sort of dramatically beating a drum, just to add to the suspense. It's a difficult choice, he continues, drawing out the moment. I have to say that one performance rose above the other, and the winner is... And there's another silence, and the drum stops, and it's this big dramatic pause. And he goes, "The Pathfinders!" And all the goblins cheer, and they lose their minds.
We're honored by your wisdom, Your Majesty.
Yeah.
And so he says, excellent job. It was amazing. I mean, you were a little still. You could have done a little more with the performance, but it was good. And
Your Majesty, I was trained as an emissary, not a performer. You'll
yeah,
have to
well,
forgive
I mean,
me.
work on it. And then he says, okay, this way, and he kind of leads you backstage and down through a back tunnel there. There's some stairs that go down. And he says, this leads to the basement. I don't know. I wasn't down there when they found the monster. I don't know a whole lot about it. It's very, very big. Has a giant mouth, sharp teeth, and it's green. And he says, good luck! And he points down the stairs and he runs off.
What race was the other mercenaries? Were the other mercenaries humans or mix?
They were human. And they were told essentially, I forgot, sorry, they were told basically to stay there and wait. That you guys get to go first. And that if/when you guys all die terribly, then they can go try to finish the monster.
Given the
off.
nature of humans, I suspect we must be careful on the way back up, as they tend to be a vengeful and short-sighted race.
Maybe a really big goblin or something.
It is entirely possible,
I mean, it was green, it had
snake.
sharp teeth.
perhaps. Let us just say that large to a goblin is not necessarily large to the rest of us,
Well,
but we'll have to
exactly.
see.
It's very, very big, he says. But
Three
like
times
you
as
said,
long
it's a
as
goblin,
that.
so...
Question of outside of the light cantrip. Can you do like you can do in D&D, where once you cast light on something, you can stick it in a pouch and it goes out and basically covers the light?
I honestly
It doesn't
don't.
say in the spell one way or the other.
Is it on an object? Or
Is it a permanent?
It's all day. It goes until your next preparation.
Oh, but you mean to hide it?
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that. I don't know how it works, but...
Reading the thing, I don't remember being anything that was too specific. And
Right, it doesn't say that you can't obscure it.
right, it doesn't say either way. But yeah, it's one object of one bulk or
Yeah,
less.
and you're typical in any given fantasy setting. You're
Well, you
typical.
can
That's
light
the
is-
standard. I just wanted to
Exactly.
make sure that it fit what we were doing here.
Yeah.
Because if it is, then I will have done light before this.
no problem. And the area you were up and above was torchlit, so
Right.
kind of flickery light.
Which is
like
why you
front
would have,
lit.
tucked it away then.
Yeah.
But
It even says you're casting it on an object.
I know. That's why it made sense to me. But
Yeah, I
didn't
agree.
wanna-
I agree asking, but yeah, it makes sense. It
I
would
want
not
to
make
point
sense
out
otherwise.
the lightning bolt spell in Pathfinder 2nd Edition uses 4d12.
Oh,
It uses d12s. That's
Wow.
cool.
Somebody had to use D12.
Yeah, they're just like, you know what, these are underutilized.
Nobody ever uses them.
No, but it's 4d12, which is the same as kind of 8d6. So lightning bolt actually does more damage than fireball.
But it's
which-
harder to get more targets.
Exactly.
Yeah, I
so
think
that,
it
it actually
should.
makes sense. Yeah, that's cool.
usually.
But it's more swingy because you got 1d12.
1d12, which
Yeah.
is very swingy.
Yeah.
So you can tell. I mean, going down these stairs, they're fine. They don't look particularly rickety or anything. I mean, they're wet wood, so it's a little slick. But there's no light down there. You can tell that. So if you do want to bring
I
the light
will
out, that would be-
bring that out. I also am going to send Oust, my rat familiar, out ahead to just kind of keep an eye. He has dark vision as well as flight. So this little rat crawls on his shoulder, then just launches and flies down the hallway.
Wow.
It's a little gray
Flying rat.
Here's what I found.
Thanks, Alexis.
Apparently Siri wants to help with flying rat.
My cereal.
So you guys
Change wheels and be
are at the basement stairs. So twisted and bloated, the wooden stairs connecting the main floor and basement are slick and saturated with water. The walls are covered in algae, the ceiling is coated with black mold, while old furniture and props from the theater are piled in the corners in soggy, crumbling heaps. Small crustaceans and numerous insects occasionally peek from the debris or scramble into cracks or into the shallow pools of water on the floor. The smell of rot and salt water hangs damply in the air. So you're down. I'm going to start uncovering the map here. You are down here, basically coming down this way is where the stairs are.
I would actually prefer to be middle or back if I cannot be middle. I do not want to be anywhere near the front.
Kevin,
Where are you, Kevin?
you're a fighter. He's probably.
I'm probably in the front, yeah, or near the front.
If there's someone who can take the back, just in case, fine. If not, I will take the back. It's just I don't want to be anywhere near the front.
In the back.
I lack the hit points for that sort of a thing.
So at the bottom of the
I got
stairs,
you covered.
there is very clearly, so like in this area here, there's what is it looks to be a very hastily made barricade of just everything they could find that they could throw down there. It's old chairs, it's furniture, stage furniture stuff, old dressers, whatever. And it's all just piled up at the bottom of the stairs. And they did tell you, I think in the letter you got, that they were able to, like there was a creature down here and they barricaded it off, but that it is still down here. So you would believe this to be the barricade that they constructed that is holding back a creature.
Does it look like it in any way is going to hold back anything substantial?
It's tall. You would be able to take it apart in minutes with, hands and whatever else. Tools. It would, if it were a dog or something like that, they wouldn't be able to jump over it and they don't have the dexterity to pull things out of it necessarily. So
It's not going to stop anything huge, but it would stop some creatures at least.
Yeah.
Any of us have any talent in the detection of traps or other
Oh, I didn't
unpleasantries?
take that character.
Oh. Hold on 1 second.
Break this barrier down.
So, and in the light, you've got the light out. So in the light, you can kind of see around. You can't. There's a room here that you can see. You can't necessarily see where the edges are, but you can see there's a little path that goes that way, and then into a bigger space to the right there.
And again, I will send Oust, assuming the barricade can be flown over, to fly up and over the barricade and at least look into that room. He's not going very far from me.
Oh, familiar?
By familiar.
Okay. Can you see through its eyes or anything? Or?
No, it's
Okay.
empathic. All he has is empathic communication. He can talk, so if there's anything serious, he knows to yell back at me. But otherwise, no.
So
he
it
can just,
it
send me
flies
a,
around the corner, and there's an immediate spike of fear, and however it can communicate that to
Yeah,
you, if it's
it would
words
be,
or
I would
whatever
feel
else.
fear, and then he might yell.
And it kind of swings right back around.
What
with-
happened, my young
with-
friend?
With a lore of warfare, would that give me would it give me the ability to know what I'm looking for as possibly trigger mechanisms for traps?
God, I hope not. That would get rid of the ability to find traps.
Right. Yeah, probably not.
Thievery is perception usually to find him. I would assume.
But there is no
Yeah,
perception.
well, I think
in
there's.
this.
I don't have my.
Everybody has perception. It's not a skill, it's a inherent.
Oh,
Yeah,
gotcha.
it's also a useful initiative, I think.
It's always initiative unless you're
Which is weird.
hiding and have used stealth like before the fight.
Yeah.
Or you think there's some other skill that would be appropriate.
Well, I don't know if I asked that right.
I don't think warfare helps you find traps.
Okay,
That's
that'd
the
be more
question.
like tactics and.
You might be able to like maybe predict an ambush or something.
Right.
But
Okay.
I think that's a little different.
Thievery will allow, if you're trained in, it allows you to disable, but I assume perception is what finds things. But I will have him come back and,
Perception is used to find almost anything.
Yeah.
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 So technically, I'm trained in perception.
everybody is at
Everybody.
least trained.
Anyone
Yeah.
can roll in it.
A few people might be experts depending
Okay,
on your
well,
class.
well, I'm gonna try to find traps since you guys are all asking about it, looking around at each other.
I will be talking to Oust about what he saw.
Whee! I got a 14. No, yes, 14.
Okay. He tells you. I mean, he tells you basically the same thing. Big green with teeth. I don't know what its knowledge of like creature names would be.
Yeah, that's probably.
Probably.
Shares my knowledge, so. pretty
Oh,
darn
does it?
good.
Wow.
Not all my skills, but.
Right.
It wouldn't necessarily be able to identify it, but it could describe way bigger than me and lots of teeth and big mouth.
Yeah.
Can you see through
No.
your chameleon?
It essentially,
Yeah,
the
it's
description you are getting
not like
gives
fit,
you the impression that it's like a large lizard or something.
Okay. I will then pass that on because he speaks Elven. Unless you speak Elven, you won't know what he said. So passing on that, yes, apparently our quarry is right around the corner. On the other side. So if we pass through this barricade,
Yeah,
we
and
will
so
be facing our quarry
I mean,
immediately.
You are
So
told
traps are.
basically
hazards.
there's something right here.
And that's more than enough that he would be able to tell. Again, he's not.
Oh yeah, sorry, I put it so you can't see it at all.
Minimum proficiency. That's how it works. So traps, you in order to be able to detect one, you have to have a minimum proficiency rank.
Depending on how tough the trap is, right?
But that's what I'm saying. Like the trap might require a certain proficiency.
You might
rank.
have to be an expert or master. Hopefully not in the first level or
Does
second
it say
level
it's
dungeon.
perception,
but-
though?
It does say perception.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
But it's disable devices, which is trained thievery to pull off. So I don't know that it'll matter.
Well, you can finding it. It looks like isn't the hard
Right,
part.
finding it isn't
Finding
the-
it. I think anybody could probably do. It's the after part.
The-
Oh, hey, there's a trap. Okay, what do we do
Since it
about
sounds
it?
like none of us are trained in thievery, that will be interesting.
I mean, I have a
That's it.
plus
You
4.
gave me a
But are you
14,
trained
you
in
said?
it?
Yes, 14.
No.
Because disable device is a trained skill of thievery.
Did anyone else roll perception?
I have not yet, but I was talking to Alice. So
Yeah, sorry, we were sorting. I was trying to figure out hazards. No,
Say, I was talking. I'm assuming I haven't examined it because I don't want to get close to it in case it explodes.
I'll roll a perception.
Humans only live a few more years anyway, a few decades anyway. So
17.
Okay. You don't see any traps.
it's unlikely.
You
that they are
can
goblins.
definitely hear the shuffling of a creature. I mean, it is not an intelligent creature. It's not
sneaking.
It's not sneaking. It is. There's some shuffling. You hear the sound of something heavy scraping against the floor. Essentially, this is a lizard mini, but it's a crocodile is what you guys see back
That would be my guess.
And so this isn't necessarily perfectly adequate, but it's
It
you know
does
you
the
hear like a belly and tail.
you saw my
pushing out of
minis,
the floor.
right? It does the job.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
I don't think I've ever had a mini that was correct.
Oh.
And
It was
so,
always close
you guys, through perception, you can hear that creature. You don't see any traps. You've got a barricade that, in a few minutes, you could get enough pieces off that you'd be able to get over it pretty quickly.
Just be aware.
But you know something's waiting for you on the other side.
I feel like if we can leave the barricade intact and get over there and fight this thing, right? It cuts off our escape.
Yeah.
But just in case we all die, the innocents above wouldn't be harmed because this
And it's
thing
not
would
like
still
to
be
the
trapped.
ceiling. You can do some climbing over it and stuff. You might be a little vulnerable trying to like climb down to the other side or whatever. But
How would we feel about throwing some lightning into that corner?
What?
We don't even know what the thing is. Hold on a second. We really should talk to this thing. This might not be a bad guy.
I have.
you were with him for half a second and immediately
Yeah.
were like, nope.
I have to comment that
He said lightning, and I was like, "No, wait a minute." And then you said that. Now I'm back on the lightning side.
I will say that it does not appear to be. It appears to be a beast rather than an intelligent creature.
Well, then not all beasts are just evil, right? Like, it might just be a natural occurring creature that lives down here.
How would
Doesn't
it
mean
have
we should
gotten
just
down
go in
here?
there and kill it. That's not right.
How would it have gotten down here?
It's been. I know I should
don't-
remember, but
I
our
don't-
job was to either kill it or get it out of here, right?
Well, we don't know if that's the thing.
I'm just confirming because I
Yeah, that was
your
the
job. Yeah, I don't remember the letter exactly, but there. If you find anything unusual, I would say you don't think a crocodile is what he was talking about
Okay.
when he said.
I am going to
find
start
something and bring it
deconstructing
back.
part of this. I feel like we can't get through it safely. So,
Wait, it's a crocodile?
Something similar to that. I
Oh.
was not positive.
Well, that just probably lives down here because this place floods all the
probably,
time.
right, but that's not probably
Then
what
I
they're talking about.
would certainly say it would be great for you to go forward and speak to it, but we'll need to remove some of the barricade to do so.
Well, I can't speak to a crocodile.
Well, you were the one who suggested it.
I suggested that we shouldn't just kill it for no reason.
Yeah.
I would never kill it for no reason. I would kill it because it wants to eat me.
Well, and that's self-defense.
Make
But
a
you have
nice,
to let it try to eat you first.
make a nice belt. Some
So
good
what you're saying is if it
boots.
hasn't
Make some
attempted
good
to eat me, I
boots.
should not fight it? Because I would think I should defend my companions as well.
Well, yeah, of course.
Well, I'm trying
Meat's
to
not too
understand your
good, though.
ethos here. I don't wish to offend.
But you know, well, skin's alright.
I found the tail.
Are you
to be
okay?
quite-
Oh,
I
I'm
found the
just-
tail, to be honest, to be quite tasty. if
Oh, I don't know.
I have a
care
question
meat,
for you.
Make some good boots and a belt. Sorry.
Hide armor.
Oh.
Be pretty hide armor.
Is that 15 feet there? Like, so that's 5 there.
Yeah, and then it'd be 15 for the second, yes.
15. Okay.
Oh, for diagonal movement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's
Oh, yeah.
theoretically
That's a
like,
good question. Yeah, diagonal movement, does it cut through corners?
like
It
this.
does, but it's the second square is 10 feet.
Okay,
Five,
so it's
10,
the
This
same
section
as-
here would be
five,
difficult
Okay,
terrain.
that makes sense.
Oh, that's the barrier.
Yeah, we'll just say it's
So it really,
barriers
it really
there,
does
okay.
even it out as
Now,
a
what
half
if-
a square between it.
What if I threw
Basically.
one of you guys over there so you could, see if it...
Can you hand me my spray? I don't know.
I would prefer that we remain together as much as possible. I believe we'll be more effective as a group than separating ourselves by a barrier.
I'm still taking this part.
So
I'm
you already did
gonna
your
help
part.
take it apart
So
too.
you want it to be? Are you just taking some off the top?
Yeah,
so
so
you
off the
climb
top.
over?
Yeah, I want it
Okay.
to be like,
Maybe about that tall or so. so
yeah,
you can
exactly.
kinda
Like
hop over it.
difficult terrain, right? But not like.
Yeah, this is a creature that you don't think can probably climb very well. It's
Right.
very powerful. It might be able to burst through as you remove weight from it, but not doing a lot of climbing. So you take a few minutes and just sort of take some pieces off.
Yep.
No real issues there.
Okay.
You do on the other side, like because the creature can like full on see you after a certain point.
Yep.
There's sort of like it kind of rushes forward, it snaps a little bit. It clearly can't get to you. Like you still feel pretty safe. You can also tell that it can't fit through here. It's having some issues, and it's sort of like cornered in this room.
But this is likely the creature the goblins are worried about, but not the one we were sent down here, or the thing we were sent to find.
You would be surprised if
Right.
the Pathfinder Society was like
Sent us out
really
for a
anxious to
crocodile.
find a crocodile.
I was pretty sure of, but this is what the goblins probably want us to get rid of.
I don't remember what he said at the very beginning, but essentially, you would have this knowledge. There are portions of this city that there are sort of rumors of like ancient structures below ground, and the Pathfinder Society is hoping that in your exploration of this area, now that you have an in through these goblins, you might come across something like
Something
that.
better, right. That's what I was thinking, I was making sure I was understanding the way it was supposed to be. So I would say, if we can bypass it, the problem is we really do need to eliminate it. What is going to be our best
Well,
options tactically to
Do
fight
we
this
need
thing?
to eliminate it? Because do the goblins really need to come down here? What do they need to be down here for?
Part of our job here is to befriend them.
Absolutely.
Should
And
we fail to kill it, I suspect
Well,
that will
but-
not befriending them.
I don't know about that. I mean, you know what? They no reason they need to be down here, right? When are they going to wander down? What if there's stuff down here that they should be putting their hands on? And I don't mean that in a negative way. I ain't against them. But what if we're supposed to have, some kind of magical stuff they get their hands on that could hurt them even worse than this crocodile,
We'll deal with that when we find it.
right?
Wait,
But
what are we talking about?
Well,
saying-
our
he's
plan
saying
for
we got to
the
eliminate
crocodile.
this thing, which I don't really care if we do, but I just don't know how it's absolutely necessary. But I don't care.
I just know that's what the goblins want us to do, and our job is to befriend them. If we fail to eliminate it, we have not befriended the goblins. They obviously want it gone.
No. Look we can subdue this thing, tie its mouth shut, all right, clear out, find this other thing and stuff, and then we just take it back to the sewers and we let it go. We don't gotta kill an innocent beast here. Look, it's cornered here, it can't get out, it's probably really hungry, which is why it was snapping at you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This is not a bad creature.
He's kind
Excellent.
of
So
big
do
to
it,
carry
please. I
back
will
to
be
you.
fast.
All right, let's go. Get this barrier going around.
Oh boy. This thing is pretty big, right? Like it's not small.
It's a large size creature.
Yeah.
I'm working on the barrier too.
Carrying
Fascinated.
it's gonna be interesting.
Well, come on, we got beefy people. How beefy are you?
So, did you ever pick up a baby cow before? Did you ever pick one of those up?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So picking up a big cow, they kick it straight, right? Except they ain't big and snapping jaws and whipping tails.
I wanna point something out at you. It says strength 18.
It can't
yeah,
snap
no,
at you if it's
I ain't doubting.
unconscious.
Okay, but I ain't doubting you can carry it. I'm sure you can.
Well.
But it is not going to be easy. You're going to be walking through the streets with an alligator.
Let's subdue it first and then determine from
Yeah,
there.
it can't kill you if it's unconscious.
Well,
Or we could just wait for it to starve to death.
How much progress have I made on this barrier?
I mean, you guys
Slow.
can get over it. It'd be difficult terrain at this point,
all right, let's go, boys.
or whatever that's called in Pathfinder.
I'm leaping over it.
Okay. Give me
What was that stat?
initiative, perception, whatever rolls. For
Okay, all right.
It's perceptions for initiative because none of us are hiding or anything. Unless I can talk you into letting me use Arcana.
Could I possibly, because I was leaping over this thing and landing ready to go just in case, could I use athletics for my initiative?
Is that how that works?
Well, like hiding, you can use sneak,
The
but I don't
GM
know if there are
theoretically
other.
Technically, you can allow any skill that you
Yeah.
believe is appropriate.
Yeah,
It's
in
on
this
you.
particular
Yeah,
circumstance.
I'm fine with it
Because
you're
what I
doing
was
like an
doing-
athletic leap over to try to get a jump on the crowd.
I mean, every
Yeah.
argument you give in to him gives us ammo.
Gives us
Yeah,
ammo.
and I was
His
like,
game,
well, remember when
exactly.
I did it?
Right.
Was- yeah.
I let you use
But
athletics.
I'm
using Arcana.
only using athletics because I literally just declared I was doing that thing. You
I'm
know what I
using
mean?
That's it.
deception because I'm doing it sneakily.
Woo!
What's the monk's name? Why can't I remember?
Where am I at?
Sajin?
Oh yeah. Okay. Luke, what'd you get?
24. And I'm Mobash. Mobash.
Mobash.
Don't bash it. You Mobash it.
All right.
You're messing up the map, man.
Sorry.
Kevin?
17.
And your Valorous? Right?
Yes.
Actually, Valeros is funny.
Alex?
It's 16 and it's my list.
You know what it says in the initiative section. Speaking of what you said.
Yeah, what page is it on?
Page 499. 498. Sorry.
It's the D20
It
plus
says-
your dex, right?
Plus-
Next most common
perception.
skills. That
Plus
says the most
perception?
common
Plus
perception.
perception.
Plus
So-
perception.
That's the
D20.
standard.
It says but it says the next most common skills to use are stealth and deception.
Yes.
So,
I know.
well, my point is what you said.
Yes. It all comes. It would
Actually
be terrible.
adds
for
up.
My A-list
Well, you're
deception would be
right.
horrible, but
But
for,
yeah.
for,
What, Alex, what was your character's
Six,
name?
my A-list. M-A-E-L-L-A-S.
So that's not unheard of.
Yeah. It really is any skill that you can
Right,
convince the
Sage
GM
in?
would work.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
It really is. Yeah.
26, not 20.
Alright.
That low.
Cool. Well,
So you decolor
you
the
are
20
first.
so it's more likely to come up.
What'd you say?
You decolor the 20 to make it more likely to come up.
Yeah, there's even an example of somebody using acrobatics.
yeah.
Acrobatics. for it.
Yeah. So it really is.
It's
really is a
what-
matter of like
it's what the GM
what.
believes
Well,
fits.
not just what the GM, but also what you do
Yeah,
to
as
set
a
it
player
up too.
that you can set it up,
So if you
right.
set it up correctly as
It
a player,
encourages a
then it
creative
makes
ways
sense.
to start the fight.
Right. Right.
I'm swinging on a chandelier. well, that's
Creative
acrobatics.
initiatives. Yeah.
I sneak in, that's stealth.
Yeah.
So you are first.
I leap
What'd
up
you
with a
get?
giant roar.
Nat 20.
26.
26?
Yeah. Makes sense.
You know, and I like that.
Because
because-
you.
All right, so I
You have 3 actions.
do.
And in Pathfinder 2, you cannot split up your movement.
Right.
It's got to be in one
A
day.
stride,
So
unless
it-
you stride more than once.
That's correct.
But each stride, you have to finish that before you start the next action.
All right.
You can't come around the corner, blast, and then leave.
Correct.
I haven't really know spells, John. I would say that. I know the basics, but the Jews on them are still.
Tax opportunity work different too. For the
Almost
things that
nobody
even have
gets
them.
it. Yeah. Anytime you move and their reach, they get one.
Yeah,
if
regardless
they
of if
get
you're
one.
leaving. the reach.
You don't have to leave. You just have
So-
to move within it.
Yeah.
jumping.
It's difficult terrain at this point. It's not that big. It's not that tall, so.
You can get around it
You're gonna be
easily
able to
without
jump
having
over
to
it
jump.
very
Basically.
Yeah, I want to use my quick jump, which allows me to use it as a single action instead of 2 actions.
What, because you can do height and distance at the same time? Yeah.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, difficult terrain is 5 extra feet of movement normally.
Yeah, you can use high jump and long jump as a single action instead of 2 actions.
Right.
You don't perform the initial stride, nor do you fail if you don't stride 10 feet.
Right, you don't have to stride jump, you just jump.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, but you also don't have to run.
I mean, I don't remember what the check. I would assume just give me an acrobatics, and it's going to be a very
I don't
easy
know,
check.
man.
Yes,
Acrobatics?
the check is the distance you jump horizontally, if I remember right.
Okay, so
I'll check it. and make
There's
sure.
literally a jump action you can take.
Right.
That includes moving and jumping.
Right, but
His-
he can do it.
His is a special monk one. That
Yeah.
Special
He
one
doesn't have to
without
move at all. He
moving and
just
jumping.
literally jumps.
yeah, so that well, I was here. So 5, 10. I'm gonna jump.
So that's 2 actions then right there.
Is 1.
One.
Quick jump for a monk is 1 action
Right,
instead of 2.
but you're striding too.
But you're striding. You're moving.
You don't have to stride.
Yeah, I don't have
well,
to.
he does from where
To
he's
get around
From
the
where he
corner, you
gets.
do. As you're
well,
jumping.
Oh,
through
I
the
see.
wall.
Because he's going over to one side.
Yeah, you can't jump through a corner.
No, I was. I was. You
So
said
what
I
he's
was
saying
right
is
here,
striding is your first action.
Yeah.
Getting to the point where you can jump.
Right?
Is your second action.
Your second action will be the jump.
Okay, I see that. Because he had to
Okay.
move to the side. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it didn't really save you much. The special cool monk thing didn't save you much this time because
Because
you
you
weren't
were
in a
in a
position to
good spot.
immediately
Yeah.
jump.
So I guess it's gonna put me here, right?
Yeah, long jump. So
Well,
athletics check.
you can theoretically probably jump all the way over.
Okay.
Total
Then-
distance
then
10 feet.
a total distance of 10
So whatever your athletics check was, that's how many feet you jump.
feet. Okay. Well. Athletics. It's an 18.
So you can jump 18 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, so
And you
can
could
get
have
to
done it from a standing
You can get
start.
to it with your second action.
Okay.
But sadly, because you had to
So
move
now you
around
have
the
one
corner.
more action
So it
available.
took 2
Yeah,
actions.
so for
Still.
my last action, I'm going to attack and I'm going to use Flurry of Blows,
Okay.
which is 2 attacks.
2 attacks for 1 action. It's
Correct.
It's a cool monk thing.
Alright, so first attack.
First attack normal, second at -4.
Oh, shoot, no, I can't. I'm sorry.
Oh wait, might.
I'm going to stay where I'm at and I'm going to use my action to get into my Tiger Claw stance.
Oh, okay.
I have to do that first, so.
That lasts to the end of the encounter, probably, right? I'm pretty sure it does.
Yeah, I believe so.
Or
I'm
unless
gonna double check real quick. I have it
I
pulled
would
up.
imagine. That's
All right, cool.
Luke,
All right, I'm up.
was it
Yeah,
no
officially
bash?
didn't say anything about it, so unless there's something special about stances.
I'm gonna step right to there. Oh, that's 1 action. And I'm gonna use my second action to raise my shield.
Lasts until you're knocked out, until its requirements are
Okay.
violated, until the encounter ends or you enter a new stance.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna start beating this
So
thing
yeah,
down.
it basically lasts for the
We're
fight,
gonna have to
unless you
subdue
get
it.
knocked out or
Okay.
So,
do something it says you can't do.
Okay.
longsword. Shoot. Can you
Usually with the longsword.
draw a longsword when you attack with it?
No, it's an action to draw.
You
a
took
weapon.
it out, didn't you?
Yeah, but I sheathed it.
Yeah, but you knew you were jumping across the fight.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
mean,
I would've-
obviously you could have taken it out before the fight, but in a fight it is an action to
Yeah.
interact and draw. a
But if I
longsword.
was, yeah, it makes sense.
You
it
that-
knew
makes
you
perfect
would've
sense
had
you
it.
had it.
All right,
out.
cool. Then I'm just swinging my longsword.
But yes, interacting is an action.
Oh dear. 14.
You miss.
Jeez, dude.
Valeros.
Well, is that your third? I wasn't
That was
counting.
his third. He raised his shield.
Raise your shield. That's what I missed.
All right, so
I
move
was
me.
assuming,
Let's see,
but-
what do I got? 25, right? So move me over the.
1, 2, 3, 4 is 20.
Okay. That's probably all I got for root. Or is there? There's a corner. there.
Yeah, there's a corner here that you technically have access to it.
Swinging past the monk who's
I know, right?
Oh, looking like a tiger.
What do I have for weapons? I have my shield, so I'm going to. I guess I'll use my first action to raise my shield, right?
Okay.
And then my second action. I
No,
will,
first was the stride.
oh, sorry, second action to raise the shield. And then my third action would be to hit it with the shield, right? That's I can do that, right?
The shield or the sword.
Yeah. We're trying to knock it out. I understand. So I'm
Okay, so
trying
you're
to
using the shield on
Yep.
its head.
Okay.
I don't know, who's trying to knock it out. That was his idea. I'm
all right.
just warning you, there's no knock it out in my.
It's fine.
I don't have a knock it
I
out spell.
really don't care.
I don't have a knock it out spell.
I'm not gonna be like, how dare you? It's like, I don't give a crap.
Just warning you in advance. None of
I'm
my
trying to
spells-
follow his.
It's a
I don't
half-starved,
care.
crazed crocodile.
Right, I just.
it's,
He's like, let's knock it out. I'm like, okay, and then if we don't, oh well. It's like, I don't care.
I'm humoring you is the term.
Right. So what do I add my proficiency?
You add plus 10.
Oh, plus 10. Okay, so 24.
okay, roll damage.
Okay, that's right, because you're an expert. Because you're a fighter.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got one
You've
skill.
got
He's an expert. in.
Expert proficiency.
Oh, right there.
with the-
Yes,
the
okay.
Well, if me, they would.
Oh, and the weapons. Yeah.
With
yeah.
weapons, he's an expert.
That's
Because he's a
6.
fighter.
So 6 plus just the strength bonus, yeah?
Yep.
So 4, so 10.
Pong.
Yep.
All
Back
right.
up for 10.
Was it Malus?
Maelis, but yes.
Malus.
I will stride down the corridor. I am not crossing the barricade.
1, 2, 3. I don't know. What do you have? 30.
That's perfect. I have 30, but that's more than far enough.
That's 25 there.
Perfect. I will keep the last 5 feet or not use the last 5 feet. And then chanting in words, waving my hands, I fire an electric arc at it.
Okay.
Which I have to look up again, even though I just looked it up because my brain doesn't always remember things. Too many things. I don't need an app.
I'm so glad it's not me this time. It's
Reflex
always
save.
me.
Why does it keep doing
Reflex.
it?
It's
I
just
don't
like
know.
it's
She does it all
because
the
I know
freaking
why.
time.
It's because when you're doing stuff, when you're talking, you bump it with
I
your
bumped
wrist.
something
Yep.
and it
That's what it does to me all the time. I'm just
What's
having
the
my
DC?
level at
18.
home today.
Okay, I failed.
failed. So fail means it's normal damage.
Oh yeah, I have to worry about critical failures, right?
You do?
What did you
So
said?
if you-
18.
Yes.
11. No, I'm good.
Okay. So I think it's just
Normal
regular
failure.
damage. 6 points. As lightning
I'll be
suddenly
there.
bursts out of it, it could arc to one of you, but I assume that'd
Okay.
be naughty. So,
Alright, thank you.
All right.
so lightning explodes out of the creature and just arcs around it.
Yep.
Was that 1 or 2 actions?
It's 2.
Okay.
It's a verbal and somatic, so it takes the
That
other
makes
2.
sense. It is its turn.
Oh, baby.
It's got 3 pretty juicy targets in front of it. I'm gonna just roll for it. It's kind of
One
short.
person was saying, I'm on the other side.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
He has no armor on. He's probably a lot juicier looking.
It's a little like it's sort of.
I see he's pretty groovy.
I'm
you
like
think so.
I'm a wall of steel.
Kevin is coming at
Aren't,
you.
but you
21,
look
sir.
more like it.
21 AC.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I have my shield up.
Yep.
Say, you aren't, but you do
What
probably
is
look
my-
more like a tasty meat snack.
That's fair.
16.
It doesn't understand the concept of martial arts training allowing
That
people to be hard to
hits.
hit.
I'm gonna use my reaction
Okay.
to put my shield in front of him.
Okay.
I have a thing called retributive strike. You gain a resistance to the triggering damage of 2 plus my level, so you're gonna get 4 damage reduction
Okay.
off of
Okay.
whatever he rolls,
Awesome.
and then I get to make a strike too once that's resolved.
Okay.
Cool.
So it is. Where's this one? Oof. 13 minus whatever he
Minus
said.
That's 4,
Minus
so
4.
9.
Yeah.
And then.
And then I'm gonna make my strike.
Okay.
Might not have pencil.
Foul creature eating my friend.
You are also grabbed currently
D2?
in his jaw.
Oh, dude, you're grabbed, man.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Whoa! Oh, baby, that's not too bad. 21.
That'll hit.
Yeah.
For 9 points of slashing damage.
Foul creature.
Did you say 11 or 13 you did to me?
I think it was 13 minus 4.
Minus,
so
right, that was minus 4.
Yep.
Okay, so.
I need to scan.
Creatures get the same 3 action thing, right?
Yes.
But it's penalties to each additional if you're
Minus
it's an
5
attack
for
or
extra
Yep.
attack.
something.
Say, unless they're a minion, they do.
So you're grabbed. It means you're flat-footed. That's a -2 to your armor class. 620, and you have immobilized.
I'm gonna check
It means
that
you
out.
probably can't move.
So it's going to what it's going to try to do here, and you don't roll. It's an attack roll, but if it fails, then you will no longer be grabbed.
Can't use it actually with any move trait.
It's going to try to basically. It's called death roll. It's going to try to it's got you in its grip, and it's going to try to
Nice.
spin.
Nice.
It is probably going to miss because I get -4 on this.
But he has a -2 to his armor class because he's flat-footed now.
So basically lost your shield.
Right.
So mine is a 14.
So an AC?
Yes.
Against my AC? 19, yeah.
So it tries to roll, and it rolls, but you it loses its grip on you. So you take no damage, and you are no longer grabbed.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Um,
Cool.
That was fun.
and it'll, as it's doing that, it's going to use its third action. It's going to try to swing its tail your way at a pretty big
So
penalty.
that'll be -10. Yeah.
Or, oh yeah, because it's not
Unless it has
-4,
a,
it's -5.
unless it has an
Negative
agile
5.
weapon,
So
it's
-10
minus
for
5.
yeah, so it's probably gonna miss, but we might as well use all 3 actions. 13.
No.
Okay. And it is done. So Seijin, your turn again.
I am going to. Now I'm going to attack using Flurry of Blows.
Okay.
Alright, so.
I think yours gives you, your strikes are the,
So flat-footed pretty much is a -2 to AC. That's pretty much it. Okay.
Yeah, my
just
my
type.
attacks are.
Other editions, it was take away your dexterity modifier.
Yeah, it was a little bit more harsh actually.
Yeah.
than other
Where
editions.
are they at? Tiger
Depend.
stance.
Oh, my -1. Okay, I'll take that one.
Okay, D8.
Oh,
It's just whether they're agile weapons in that stance would be one thing for the second strike.
It says here they're agile, finesse, non-lethal, and unarmed.
Yes, I know some stances they aren't agile, but I don't know which ones.
So first attack. It's a 15 on the die, plus 8, so 23.
That'll hit.
All right.
It has a surprisingly high AC, but
All that.
So this says here, it says 1d8, and it says STR next to it for 2. Is that plus, or can I use my dexterity instead?
You cannot use dex for damage in this unless you have a special feat that does it.
yeah.
Cool.
Even with finesse weapons, you still do damage based on your
Okay,
strength.
so then what is the 2 for the
Rogue, or one type of rogue.
strength?
Is your
Can
strength
I-
+2?
Yeah, is
usually
that,
most
is that
of
the
these-
plus 2?
Most of these numbers are.
Is your strength a +2 mod? I mean, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just saying +2
So it's a
here.
D8
Okay.
+2.
Oh, yeah, I'm not super familiar with the Pathfinder character sheet yet, so
Yep.
there's some things in weak spots.
So that's 5 damage for the first hit.
Okay.
And I would like to. I'm going to do my second one.
Okay, this one's -4 because it's a second strike.
That's just the multi-attack rule.
Multi-attack rule.
Well,
Every
you
sec-
get a better.
Instead of
subtraction than
-5,
everyone
it's
else.
-4.
why does he get that?
Just better.
Everybody does. If you take a second strike in the same
No,
round,
why does he get a -4?
because it's an agile weapon. All agile weapons are -4s instead of -5s.
19.
And then
It's gonna
-8
hit.
for the
If
second.
it's not a negative modifier.
Or the third
Okay.
attack if you use all
So,
three.
and then. That's another 6 points of damage, and I'm going to attempt to do Stunning Strike
That takes like an action, probably.
or
right?
Stunning Fist.
Yeah.
That's got to be an action, right?
Well, he's only used one so far.
Has
so-
he? Okay.
Yeah, it's because of the flurry of blows, 2 shots, 1 action.
Right.
He's a monk, you know.
Yep. monks and
Yeah.
Many
So when you hit the creature with 2 strikes from your flurry of blows, you can try to stun the creature. If either strike hits and deals damage, the target must succeed a Fortitude save against your class DC or be stunned 1 or stunned 3 on a critical failure.
Okay, I don't.
And
What's
that
your
is
DC?
not an action.
18.
I failed.
All right.
I'm rolling terribly. He's got a plus 11 fortitude and I failed.
And that's not an action.
So I have
It's just you have to hit with your stunning strike.
so I have one
it's
more
not an
action. Can I could attack
You have 2 more actions.
You have 2
That
more.
doesn't count as an action.
Stunning strike, fist
What
is
is
not an
what is the
action.
stunned condition? So I'm stunned 1.
You lose
Yeah.
1 action.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then it goes. I think it goes with in each turns.
I think so.
Stun. You can't act.
The total actions you lose.
Each time you regain actions, reduce the number you regain of your stun by your stun value. This is stun value 1, so you would lose 1 action.
And you regain your actions at the start of your turn. So at the start of your turn, your stun goes down by 1.
But I'll only have 2 actions for that turn.
No, no, no. It says that each time you regain actions such as the start of your turn. So at the start of your turn, it goes
Reduce
down by
the
1.
No, it's reduce the number you regain. So normally you would regain 3. You reduce that by the stunned 1. You regain 2.
Alright, and
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
Yep.
the hell, I'll try a regular attack.
It's a little bit.
I can't do another
fine.
flurry of blows. I can only do that once
Right.
per turn.
So
So
this
this
is a
will be-
-8.
Yeah.
so this is a -8.
Yes. And if you
That's a nat 1.
then you say, oopsie.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Now you do have a third action.
You could. One of the things you can do is a 5-foot step, which takes you out of its range and doesn't provoke. Although.
Sure,
That
let's
may
do
be
that.
Yeah, and then the stun is gone because you've used it up. to
Because you
reduce
used
your
it up,
actions.
right. Because you give up an action, it pays for the
yeah,
stun.
Basically, you're giving up the actions is how many stuns you pay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Does it bite him?
Mobash.
Does it bite him?
He used the step action.
I want to know if it bites. I have no idea how many monsters get that because almost no characters do.
Yeah.
It's like fighters are the only ones I've seen that really get it.
Okay.
They can easily get it. I think
They
anyone,
get it automatically.
Yeah, anyone.
Anyone else, I think, could probably find a way. I haven't looked into it that much, but because none of the two characters I wrote are big on fighting, so none were carrying it. Not that I care.
I swear I had some sort of power attack.
See, that's
thing.
why I'm
I can't
debating on the
remember what
Lair,
it
because
was.
I can.
Your shield stays raised, right?
No, you have
Oh,
to.
it doesn't?
Raise it
Every
every
round
turn.
you have to do
You
it?
have to have an action to raise it if you want to use it.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna swing my sword at it.
Okay.
Oh,
It's
baby!
looking, by the way, it is looking pretty beat up.
Yeah,
It's-
until the
it's a
beginning
rough
of your
fight.
next turn.
Oh!
Oh, that's 24,
Okay, that
I
hits.
think. Hold on. 17 plus 8, man. That's
25.
25. All right.
Still hits.
Cool. 7 points of slashing damage.
Ooh!
Bring my
That's
sword
slashing.
around again.
So this is -5.
Are you going? Are you going non-lethal, or are you trying to kill it?
I'm trying to not kill it. I don't
Okay.
want to kill it.
Okay.
I did roll a nat 1, so I'm gonna. That's gonna be a
yes.
critical failure. Probably. Yeah, absolutely a critical failure.
Which, again, as far as I
Which
can
it
tell,
doesn't
just
miss
means
from everything I can see. There's no.
Yeah. All right.
there's
And
no
then,
football rules.
and then I am going to raise my shield,
Okay.
and that's my turn.
Valeros.
Okay. So I will start by raising my shield. And I'll do the same thing as last time. 19 plus a bunch.
Okay. Yep. Its AC is 20. So.
Yep. That's 4 plus 4 is 8.
Do you want to describe it? Because
Yeah.
you're bashing it, right? Trying
I
to
am, yeah,
mark it
exactly. So that's what I'm trying to do. So what I'll do is, my shield has like the thing on it, right? So I literally want to wait until it like snaps at me. I kind of step back, and then I lean forward and just like sort of like elbow with my shield, cling right on top of its head. It goes unconscious.
Not that it matters for this, I think, but normally when doing non-lethal, you have a -2.
Oh, okay. You still would.
I still
don't think it mattered for any of the rolls, but
Yeah.
for future.
Well, and like in the old edition,
hit a
I don't know how it might be tracked. Because non-lethal was its own. You had to do like 45 non-lethal damage to.
Oh,
And it
to
does not
equal.
seem to be that in this.
Okay.
It just seems to be that.
That you got a -2.
They were separate numbers.
Which in my case they both would have hit, but yes.
I don't think it would matter other than that. It's just it's good
But
to know.
it's good to know, yes.
All right.
Cool. So as it goes down, I want to get out my rope and start tying its snout so it can't open its jaws.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're knocked out rather than dying.
That's it. And tie that bad whip nice and
Yeah,
tight.
absolutely.
Make sure that I'm not covering its nostrils or anything. I want to make sure it can breathe, all that kind of good stuff. Since its eyes are on its snout too, I'd like to get the rope over its eyes as much as possible to obscure its vision a little bit. That way,
You
I
don't
have
get
a
the
harder
-2
time
if you have a
getting
non-lethal
getting
weapon.
around or
What is
something.
that?
Yeah.
I wonder what's it
Yeah.
Just
I mean,
like the
that's-
sap is.
It's not resisting in any way. It's clearly unconscious. You're able to do that.
Okay. And then once I
Like most blunt
I
weapons
probably
are
it's
not.
50 foot of rope, so I probably have some length of
Yes,
rope left
yeah.
over. I'd like to tie the
I guess
other
the
end
hammer
to
not being
something
better shield seems a little
that
bit
might hold it in
not
place. Is there
I'm not
anything
concerned.
that would be suitable for that I could find?
Let's see. So I mean, there's some relatively large things in this room in terms of like furniture that was stacked up.
Okay.
There's not
Sap,
anything
yeah.
really in the room that it would be like a stone pillar or
Okay,
like an iron
so-
sconce on the wall, that kind of stuff.
So what I'm
but-
going to do is I'm going to tie the rope to as many of these different pieces of furniture as possible, so that if it does wake up and start moving around, it's going to make a ruckus. And
It'll
possibly
make a lot of
alerts.
noise. It'll probably slow it down a decent amount.
Yeah, so that's what I'll do.
Yeah. It'll certainly prevent it from getting over, the barricade or,
All right.
or anything. So,
Friend, you look injured. It got you in its jaws.
Yeah, it stings.
Very well then.
you do find, as you are kind of looking around, you do find a couple other things of note in this room.
All right.
You find a hat It's wine red, like very bright red, and it's in the shape
Wait a
of
minute.
like a beret. You find that, and when you're sort of like you shift it to the side, so you're trying to find big pieces of furniture. As you sort of brush it to the side, you feel it tingle with some magical energy. So you're welcome to pick that up if you would like.
Magical hat!
I look around at my companions. Who doesn't wear armor?
Well, you know, he was a lot more useful, and you were back there mouthing off a lot.
I toss it to the monk.
I will point out I can identify.
I was going to say I have no concept of how identify works in this game.
It's
so
a
I don't-
skill check,
Okay.
but it does take a while.
You also find a little like looks like a jewelry box almost.
Jewelry box.
Maybe some like stage jewelry or something. And in you think the box itself, the stuff that's in it is all fake. You think. I mean, it was for shows. But the box itself looks like it would be maybe worth a decent amount. It's like made out of ivory or some valuable material.
I will detect magic just to see if there's magic around. It does not identify specifically, but it says yes, there's magic within 30 feet of you.
Well, you're holding a magical item right now.
Well, but I didn't know if I would know for sure that
Okay,
it was.
it is definitely magical. Well, you can sense
And
that
I
there
can
is certain
ignore
magic.
that to look for other magic
Okay.
as well.
Anything else within 30 feet of you, you do not detect any magic.
So what I
It will
was
take me
laughing
10
about
minutes to identify the magic.
was this idea that you're like, friend, you look hurt, but there's something shiny over there. That's what happened. Because friend, you look hurt, and then he said, you find a thing. You're like,
Okay. Forget that.
Well, I did want to interrupt the game master.
No, it was just hilarious. It was a
think-
hilarious way. That's why it made me laugh. I was thinking of the interaction of how that worked.
I do think all of my pre-gens at least had at least one minor elixir. of
I
healing.
do, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I have land hands,
Okay.
which in this Pathfinder 2nd Edition, it's a focus spell, and as we continue to explore and stuff, it only takes me 10 minutes
Right.
of prayer to get my focus point back. So I can give you a land hands, and then basically we spend about 10 minutes exploring
Which
and
will
stuff.
10
and I-
minutes for me to identify the item, so we
Exactly,
spend it here.
and so I got it back, so
Perfect.
I can patch you up.
So what is that?
I have to look it up. Give me.
Yeah, okay.
It is nice about focus spells, they're easy to get back. But yes, then I will use my Arcana ability to attempt to determine the magic of the item. Or any of the others, because I'm equally trained in all of the magic skills.
What is it? Does it? You can identify the item itself, or you can identify like square magic, that kind of stuff.
Once you discover an item, you can spend 10 minutes to identify the particulars. If you get a critical success, you learn all the attributes of the magic, including its name, what it does, any means of activating it, and whether it's cursed. Successes, you get a sense of what it
Alright.
does and the means of activating
In the
it.
name of Iomade, I heal you.
Failures, you don't do anything, and I can't do it for a day. Critical failure, I completely misidentified.
Thank you.
It's
Does
generally
it tell you what the DC is, or is it just?
It
com-
is
basic
set by the
15?
GM, generally based on the level of the magic item.
Okay.
And you make it, usually it's your secret roll. So I don't know if I just crit fumbled and,
I roll your.
yeah, it's called a secret roll, so you would make it
Right.
What's your modifier?
+8.
I don't know where my D20 went. Here's
Yeah,
the
I'm
21.
trained in Arcana, Occultism, Nature,
Um,
and Religion.
So you succeed. You identify. I'm trying to look up. I don't have a stat block. Right? It's a head of disguise, which it allows you to cloak yourself in illusions, activate 1 minute, once per day, cast level 1 illusory disguise spell on you, and you can alter the hat as part of it.
Oh, it's a head of disguise.
Basically.
And I will
yeah.
explain that out with absolutely no concern for who should have it. Just, it appears to be a hat with the basic spell of illusionary disguise upon it. Who is wearing it once a day, you'll be able to then change your outer appearance, including the appearance of the hat, in effectively what ways you wish, although you cannot modify yourself in any great
Alright.
manner.
I think we should destroy this immediately.
That will not be happening.
Well, no. I need to explain something here. Alright. Hold on a second. It is important in the eyes of Imode that we act honorably, never taking advantage of others, lying, cheating, deceiving, or anything like that. This hat here is clearly made for one purpose: deceiving others, lying about your own identity.
I would disagree
And what else is
completely.
more horrible than lying about your own identity, except for perhaps lying about deities and sacred things?
I will disagree completely. It's very useful so that you're appropriately dressed for whatever social situation you find yourself in. The fact that you immediately go to a deceptive and vicious way means you probably need to spend more time speaking to your deity about your personality and your choices in life. I never considered using it in a deceptive manner. I considered enhancing the appearance of the wearer so that they would be more socially adept and better able to fit in, and thus not be ashamed and embarrassed by themselves. I'm sorry that you have such a limited scope of knowledge and understanding. Would you like the hat, or should I have it?
As someone who does theater, it'd also be an incredible thing to have in a theater.
But yeah, but I don't do theater. Theater means nothing to me,
Right,
so
right.
he wouldn't even think
I'm
about
gonna
it.
walk to the side now and start praying to my
just gonna
deity
give it
for
to you.
greater
Ah, you
understanding.
You've just been lectured and found wanting.
It's good to be trained in religion and diplomacy and fast talk.
Yeah,
Those are real
I'm
things.
good at diplomacy too.
Yes, I know. So I will take the hat of disguise.
And religion.
So you do see this room. There's nothing else in this room. There's a little pathway that
Would
leads
be
out.
ashamed.
There's light kind of going out there. It appears to definitely be sort of like a sewer
Oh, thanks.
area. However, the prominent scent is salt water. It's not like feces. It's not like what you would normally think of in a sewer. Mostly you smell salt water. Kind of hints at the daily flooding of these sewers from the nearby sea.
Right.
You see the occasional stranded fish, crustaceans. There's a walkway alongside the sewer. So basically what we're looking at here is this middle is water. And then on both sides there's sort of a 5-foot path.
Right. So I say we go left.
It took you 10 minutes to identify that, right?
Right, same time as it would take you.
Everybody agree? We go left,
Yeah.
right? We
Well, I
Yeah, I don't even know why they drew that as an option in this map when it's like...
I
to
think
frustrate the GM.
Absolutely.
So this also had like a path right here, like a 5-foot square that is a door that way. That
Oh, that's
literally
awesome.
isn't referenced. I'm like, who drew that?
Wait, can we go that way?
Yeah.
I just said we need to go left.
I think we should go this way.
That's what I'm saying.
You travel for 5 hours and 45 minutes, and then you die
of exhaustion.
of drowning because you get flooded into.
you get
an
flooded
endless
Well,
in.
this was a great one shot.
Yeah.
I loved it.
That's funny.
As I'm taking up the rear, I don't know that there's official coup de grace rules,
I forgot a second.
but could I ensure that the alligator is not around for later? After the paladin
He
is,
tied it up and stuff. Oh, but
after they've
You
all
wanna kill it?
left the room, shoot, dagger into the eye to make sure that it's quite dead, or into the cutting its throat.
yeah, and it's in rough shape regardless of it
What-
being
what
not
are
equal,
you?
so.
Thorough.
There's also,
Efficient.
Heartless.
I don't know how I missed it, but across on this side too, there's a door. Closed door.
Efficient. Is
It's
what
an alligator.
Exactly.
I'm gonna take my dog out.
Champions in Pathfinder don't have oaths, do they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
they
yeah.
don't
Oh,
have
do
an
they?
oath per se, but they have a
I have edicts.
dedication, basically.
Okay.
I have edicts I have to follow.
Right. They have very strict edicts
Well,
depending on their alignment.
While he's doing that, quick break, real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
Do any of you watch Critical Role up to date?
No.
Not up to date on it. I'm in somewhere in season 2.
Come here.
I'm
No.
struggling with season 2, so
I noticed something very funny about this last episode that they just aired on Monday. They specifically went out of their way not to mention mage armor when casting it. They just said generic shield, and they were like, "Well, what's the plus on the AC for that? +2." And I was like, "Oh, I see what they're doing there."
That's what shield does. +2.
Well, but shield
Oh,
in D&D
plus
Shield's
shield in
plus
D&D
5.
is just an auto +5. It's
Yeah.
not a long-term casting. I
Yeah.
got my new tattoo, my first and probably only one. I wouldn't have had it, but my daughter gave it to me.
I'm going to get it finished here in a few weeks.
Well, if anybody wants one, my daughter is now tattooing people, and currently on a discount because she's new.
Cool.
And she did that, which looks it's actually based on a wood carving, so all of the extras are what was carved into the wood when it was carved.
Nice.
My grandpa carved that on my table when we were on a table he made for us when we were married. And then, but yeah, so if anybody wants it, I can hook you up.
It's weird. The other Alex I know is also married. That said Heidi.
Yes.
Is also married to a Heidi.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
It's not that common, but that's funny.
I know Heidi, but she's married to a Steve. So.
She's doing it wrong.
She married the wrong person. Tell her to divorce now.
Yeah, that's right.
Find an Alex.
You are married to the wrong
You
guy.
gotta find another Alex. We're forming a club.
That's right. You are out of line.
It is interesting because it's one of those where it's like trying to figure out, okay, what is a good use for all of your actions, you know? Like, would aid for that fourth action, or third attack that's -10, if you know
Yeah.
you're not gonna hit, would be better to aid the next guy to swing.
Well, it's like usually large creatures, I feel like, have a lower AC. They just have more hit points. That thing had a 20 AC.
Because of the heavy scales, I'm assuming. Yeah, this paladin are gonna have issues. I did want to play another game.
So he left his rope tied around that. Do you?
Oh no, I just do that and then leave.
Okay, so the rope's still there.
Yeah, I'm not messing. I'm sure he will discover it at some point, but I'm hoping that he won't. Try to stab it inside the mouth or something that's not as obvious.
That's
He hasn't impressed me with his perceptive abilities at this
Just
point.
hasn't
so.
woken up yet. I don't know.
Well, goblins came down and got it. I don't know. It's okay, little one. Sorry, I didn't mean to be in your way.
The furniture's all different. She can't.
Yeah.
Now she doesn't know where she's
Because
going.
I'm used to everything being in certain spots, and now it's not. Yeah, she's right here.
Come on, over here. Come here. Come here.
There is a beer one. Okay.
When she's been trained, that couch is right here, so she'll come in,
Right.
immediately go
Go
this
around,
way,
'cause
and
she
then
knows
start
where it
going that
is.
way. Now she's like ping pong.
But yeah, looking at the, it's like trying to get used to the fact that there are things to do besides just attack with your actions. Especially if you're hitting something that's hard to hit and that -10 is, or -8 or 10 is wasted. Pretty sure 8 is as bad as it gets. So if you swing 4 times in one round, it's like normal 4, 8, 8 are your penalties on it. That it doesn't go to 12.
Oh, it does cap.
It caps at 8. I'm 90% sure. Guess I should make sure I'm 100%. Because I know one of the things I looked up online was confirming that the all subsequent are 10 or 8, confirming that the monk's flurry is considered 2 attacks for that purpose. That's the first and the second. I'm pretty sure it was, but I wanted to make sure. And I'm like, oh yeah, because even though I ran Varus, I was kind of looking at a monk, but I'm like, I don't want to be a monk again. Play an evil monk, that'd be more fun.
Yeah. All right, Path Builder.
I love Path Builder, that's what I use. And it printed out in the official character sheet, which is even better.
Does it?
That's what that is.
That's where this came from. It's just a printout of Path Builder.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It does inventory's weird. It'll lose some items.
Inventory's weird. Wizard spell lists are bad.
Yeah.
It loses like half my spells until
Yeah.
spellbook.
Yeah, I'm glad
So where do you go to print it out? Because I'm using my phone.
The 3 lines, and there's
There's like a printed PDF option.
Yeah, it's like
Are we talking about the
PDF.
Pathfinder character creator?
Yeah.
Oh, no shit. Okay.
Yeah, there's
So it
something
doesn't
about
do good with
character sheet
spells, is that what I'm
It
PDF.
doesn't do good with inventory. It doesn't do good
I
with
know on my
spells.
computer it is. I
It
don't know.
doesn't give me that option here.
Try
Too
character.
bad.
That's what yours
I'll
is
try
printed
export
on.
character. I bet it's export
Is it?
character.
And like you're missing 4 or 5 items from your inventory. because
Yeah.
of it. But I didn't have time to fix it. I didn't notice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would bet.
But it's
I don't
like
know,
grappling
'cause I
hook,
do it
you
on
know,
my
I mean, it's
computer
like
because
you
it's
might
like
use
my
it, but-
phone. Export character sheet. That's what'll bring up the character sheet.
Yep.
And this is standard. The standard one that Luke wants us to use is the one it prints out on, which is really handy. Because then I don't have to
The
write
fillable one.
it. Yeah, it's the same
Yeah,
sheet.
I wonder
but-
if it would be better just to just to use a fillable character sheet.
Probably,
Yeah.
but then I have to type.
Yeah.
And it hasn't messed up my bard, had messed up Senadol very much,
Okay.
so I was content with it. But yeah,
Sure.
like with the wizard, I had to do, not had to, but I wanted to anyway. I wanted a separate spell book because
Yeah.
because it didn't do my spell book with the darn.
Right.
Whereas with him, because his spells are repertoire, it's not so bad.
Yep.
It might at some point where I have to do like a fillable and more spell sheets as we go up in level, but just because it's it's going to get more spells and there's not that many.
Right.
Brownies too. Who brought the brownies?
Yeah, I brought those. Those are they're gluten free because I thought Joe might be around and so.
Jeez, Joe.
Screwed us all up, man.
Yeah.
What a jerk.
What a jerk. I brought gluten free brownies and everything.
It's because I missed one of his sessions. so
Yeah.
he's-
Yeah.
Oh, that's why he's like, I'm gonna miss this session.
Yeah.
We'll do this just to get Trevor back, because he wasn't here to finish off the AI. That's living in my computer's house now.
Sigh. AI.
All right, so
So you have stepped out theoretically, all of you have,
Yeah.
except for
And I will follow
the
right
wizard.
after.
You see, off to the left, you see endless,
metal
endless
cylinder.
sewer tunnel.
Big metal grate slam.
Yeah, yeah.
No possible way you can get through it. Too small to squeeze through. No
Requires
locks visible.
DC 70 strength check to open.
Right.
Exactly.
Um,
You see, don't go this way. No, that's not player. You put that on all the player
you
characters
see a
as
door
well.
across. As the light gets kind of closer, you can see this water here. It's certainly not as dirty as you would expect in a normal sewer, but it does get sort of washed out every day, multiple times a day. And it doesn't look very deep, maybe 2 feet, 3 feet. It's hard to tell without, jumping in or using a pole or something, but certainly not very deep. There's a door across the way, and then there's, down that way, it sort of opens up into a bigger space that is still sewer, but it kind of opens up into a pretty large area, maybe a junction or something.
I mean, I kind of think we should go look at that door over there. You know? It's just right there.
I'm not up there, so.
All right, no. I'm gonna jump across, so I can only jump 10 feet, which will put me here. So as I come down into the water, I want to try to grab the edge, and then hoist myself
So
up.
you think, the water's, it's only down a couple feet.
Oh, it's not
So
that deep?
literally, at most, it's waist high for you.
Oh,
To
now I'm just gonna wade through the crap.
Okay.
Pull myself up over here.
I assume
Yep.
that,
All right, boys.
There's a little bit of a current to it. It's not flat, sort of stationary, but it's not any. You don't have to do like a strength check, and it's pretty mild. But there's clearly some water flow. You get here, you see a door. It's just a pretty normal, sort of like wooden door. It's kind of soggy and gross, but
Excuse
I
me,
assume we're all down
companions.
I
Yeah,
assume we
we're,
are. We just won't really.
Say-
yeah, I haven't been moving yet.
everybody's up there except for the wizard who's in the back.
And I would be fairly quickly because I'm faster than everybody else. So.
Are you?
Except maybe you. I don't know.
What's your
Monk's
speed?
30 feet. Most people have 25.
Mine's 25 right now.
Say unless the monk speeds up. Everything but but elves and dwarves have 25 feet. Dwarves have 20.
If I
elves
go
have
into my
15.
tiger stance and just use that as my static, I'm in the stance all the time, then I can do 2 movement actions basically for free.
Except Tiger Stance is an encounter power. You can't use it during
Yeah.
exploration.
Yeah. Yep.
Did you say you're trying to open it? Sorry.
I'm waiting for everybody. If everybody's ready.
I mean, I will want to move up to at least be able to see in. I don't know that I want to wade through sewage until we
guys-
know if there's a reason.
You
But,
guys want to stack up on the door here?
I mean, there'd be no point to me stacking up on the door, but I will certainly support you.
Yeah, I'll come to the side of the door.
Guys, stack up. Come on.
Yeah.
Say, I mean, I'm assuming those who wish to, and immediately, and I'll be right on the other side of the thing. I'm not afraid to go across. I just see no reason
Keep a little
to
distance.
climb through sewage if I don't have to.
All right. I'm gonna try the door. Whoa, oh, baby! I'm gonna look for hazards on this door.
All right.
I was thinking of meditative trance, thus using Arcana for initiative.
13.
It's not much better.
Nothing of particular. It's a very simple wooden door.
Okay. I'm gonna see if the door is unlocked, and if it is, I'm gonna slowly open it so there's like a little crack, and I can kind of peek inside.
Okay. So you push it open, you kind of peek inside, a little bit of his light kind of filters through, and you see, so you're kind of looking this way into a room. I'm just going to draw the room real quick. But,
Should have thought that before. Hopefully I will after this. There's not one ship going here.
so you see a large rectangular room, and in the center here, like every other, sure, you see tall stone cylinders. They're not really pillars, they're bigger than that. They stand in a line in the center of this chamber. There's broken pipes that protrude from the ceiling above the cylinders. They're rusty, they're covered in algae. Every few moments you hear sort of like a grinding sound come from one of them, and a dribble of water kind of flows down from the top and drips into one of the cylinders.
So the cylinders don't look like pipes, though.
No, they sort of look like giant vats.
Okay. All right.
And it essentially looks like this was, well, let's see. If anyone is proficient in like crafting,
I gotta get over there still, I assume.
crafting or thievery, it says, which is a weird mix of things, but
Not
Crafting.
crafting, but crafting.
you could try to make a determination of
You're
what that
there,
is.
I'm not over there.
That's
yet.
fine. I made a 16 crafting.
Okay. Yeah, basically it looks like what these used to be, they actually used to be for water management, like trying to get water, prevent flooding, essentially. They're like sump pumps, giant sump pumps.
Okay.
And they are clearly non-functional now. It looks like maybe the earthquake damaged them in some way, and they no longer function the way they should. So.
But they were meant to drain the water
Explains periodic floods.
from the flooding. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, this city is right on the ocean, basically.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
water
yeah.
has always been an issue. The earthquake has made it so it's a much bigger issue. But it was always a problem. And this looks like pre the flood. This was one of the things that was used to sort of maintain it.
I mean, once it's clear we're continuing into this room, I'll come over, but.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if I were designing this adventure, I'd put an ooze in one of those vats. That's all I'm saying.
I'm wondering, my large noble companion, would you like to carry the light rather than myself? As you're more out
Absolutely.
in front.
I'll just have you for you.
I pull out.
Looks heavy. It's like a
heavy.
pebble or
It's
something.
a necklace, actually.
Okay.
I'll put it
Slow
on my neck
down,
then. I'm wearing it.
I will, of course, require it back at the end of our adventure.
Absolutely.
I have no
So-
doubt that you will return it, and I appreciate your honesty.
It seems like this is
Even
something
with your occasional lapses.
that
I
should
never
be
have a
fixed.
lapse of honesty.
I imagine we should try and see about somebody fixing this.
I would be very interested in seeing if we can.
It's certainly, like looking at it, it is like you understand it in theory.
Sure. I'm not saying yeah exactly. I could
But it
fix
is certainly an undertaking. It
Yeah.
is not. It would not be a one-person
No.
project.
Right.
Even like an
Not even
incredibly
suggesting
skilled,
that I can fix it right
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
I'm thinking though that we should, in the long term,
Certainly something to bring back. to
get
the
something
Pathfinder
exactly, get somebody
Society.
down here exactly. Not us. So yeah, not looking to fix it here, but definitely think that long term that'd be something we should do. Okay.
This
And
is
then you do
something
see, as I'm assuming you've opened the door fully at this point, with your light, you do see there's another tunnel leading to a door.
Oh, baby.
And I will wade across, and as soon as I get to the other side, I will use prestidigitation to clean my robes. Or not robes, actually.
I'm assuming you're
robes.
technically still in back.
Yeah, I will be staying behind everyone else. I'm assuming we're all going in, but I don't know.
I'm gonna use one of my javelins, the wooden haft part of it, to just probe around in these cylinders one by one, just to make sure there's nothing in there that's gonna jump out and surprise my companions or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, there's really gross water, and there seems to be some sort of underneath, like they drain somewhere, but it's kind of they're not fully functioning, and so there's just kind of mucky, gross water in them. But you don't feel anything solid
All right, I'll clean my haft
or
off
any like
a little
resistance if you're talking about like an ooze or something.
bit. Yeah. All right, so this seems pretty clear. Onward.
Assuming these guys are going.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna start moving down that way.
So I can assume we're all keeping up with him.
Yeah, of course.
So you guys run through. I'll just for now until it matters.
Yeah.
I'll assume this is sort of order. We can have one mini kind of.
Right.
lead,
That's
but-
fine.
Okay.
Tease you.
So you see a door at the end, it's very similar to the one you saw on the other side.
I'm gonna check it for traps and stuff. Yeah, baby. 23.
You don't find any traps.
All right, I'm gonna open it a little bit and see what I see.
Okay. Opening that door, you see basically the same thing, except I forgot to draw blue lines. But it looks identical to this. So
Okay.
Another
you've
sewer.
got a big sewer with 5 feet on either side and water in the middle.
Alrighty.
We've
And
totally
then
confused the dungeon now. We're set.
you've got.
We changed to another sewer tunnel, then nobody will expect this.
I don't know where that ends. Whatever, we'll say it's here. So roughly there, you've got a bunch of water. And it goes on for a while. I don't know how far light goes, but I'm assuming it's not like 100 feet.
No, it's like 20.
20 and 20 or so.
20,
All right.
normal 20.
I'm going to try to stealthily, quietly sneak up to here.
While glowing.
Well, good. Okay, give
At
me,
least I'm not making noise, maybe.
give me stealth, I guess.
What armor do
That
you wear
light's
again?
moving really quietly.
What armor do you wear again?
It doesn't actually matter because I meet my requirements, so I don't have a check penalty to it. I rolled a 10.
This is chainmail, right?
Okay. I mean, nothing jumps out and attacks.
And then I'm gonna really cautiously peer into the pool here to see if I can see anything.
Okay.
I got a 9 on my perception.
Yeah, I mean, so you don't see anything. It doesn't look to be really any deeper there. It's kind of about the same. It's just a bigger pool, but it's about waist high, knee high. Depending on
This is chain.
Gonna look back to my companions.
Yeah, move us up.
you
Say move
see,
us up. Yeah.
well, yeah, if it's only 20 feet or whatever.
Yeah, the presumption is we're all behind you.
Yeah.
Well, I also want to give you guys an opportunity to do something in the game, since I'm just moving forward and doing stuff.
You're just doing what the rogue would do if the rogue was here.
Yeah.
It's really the same thing.
So basically,
Um,
it's a big pool of
You
water.
can. There is a way to. I think you. There's a lot of different. I think this
Yeah.
thing has an exploration mode. Actually.
There are. No, I already
Yeah.
thought of it too. When he was
you could be
sneaking.
moving forward with your shield. you
Exactly,
can do
yeah.
some other stuff.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah,
No,
so
exploration modes. Yep.
Yeah, so generally speaking, when we're not in an encounter, it goes to exploration mode.
Yep.
And everybody declares what they're doing while we're
Yep.
exploring.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah,
So
so
I
I
moving at full speed or going half speed to do all kinds of fun
Yeah.
stuff.
So I would probably be using the perception or seek exploration thing. I forget what it's
Search.
called. Search, yeah. I'd be using the search one.
It's either search or scout.
Okay.
Search. I'm searching as we go forward.
Is anyone doing anything other than searching?
Yeah.
If we're going half speed, I'm doing detect magic.
Okay.
So the only reason I wasn't because I wasn't sure if we wanted to move that slowly. But they're going half speed, I'll do detect magic,
Hang on.
and I'll make sure that I'm within like 20 feet at most of him.
I need to put tabs on
The
this.
only time you would have gotten
where to go.
anything at all, there
Yeah.
was maybe a feint
Um,
in this room. Just the mechanism behind it, like faded, used to be maybe infused, but not anymore.
So yeah, I am gonna go with the defend.
Process. Defend.
Yeah, I'm going with defend.
Okay. What does that do?
My
your shield
my
bonus.
shield's raised first turn. I don't have to raise it.
Oh, okay.
So.
Nice.
Okay.
I would repeat the spell electric arc.
So you get up here.
Yeah.
You can see it goes off. I'm not gonna. The blue's annoying, but it goes off this way.
Okay.
Back to another sort of main big junction point that you saw the hint of from this side
Right.
before.
But this is a deep pool, right?
It's the same depth. It's just
Okay,
much bigger.
just wider.
Yep.
I'll start walking through the middle of it.
Okay.
I will not be going to the water.
I will. I'm worried he's going to get himself killed.
I'm going
So,
to go
I'll follow
on
him.
that side,
Yeah.
away from the open thing, but I'm not going in sewage water.
Monk.
Unless there's no option.
Where are you going?
Yeah, I'll come up next to our wizard friend there. Yeah, like
Okay.
Oh, I'm happy to have you in front of me. That was not meant to get in front of you. It's just I'm not wading through the sewage.
no, that's fair.
I have studied disease and understand the concepts. Raw sewage is generally not a healthy thing to wade through.
And
do,
then,
but-
and then it sort of reveals more over here. You
Doesn't
see
seem
it's
to
not a
bother
big
the orc
area.
too much.
Well, he
Sometimes,
does have a fairly short lifespan, so it's
sometimes when
not
you're feeding the
unlikely that he
animals,
places his lifespan as unimportant.
sometimes when you're feeding the animals, you fall face first into pig shit. I don't feel like it's much worse than that.
I would believe that you probably do, but human sewage is significantly worse, or sentient sewage, than pig sewage.
So
What is
as-
it with you and pigs all the time? Were you a pig farmer growing up?
Well, yeah.
Were you really?
Yeah.
You didn't want to wear a meat?
Do you know how to make bacon?
Well, of course I know how to make bacon.
Okay. We need to take a short break. Short break here.
Did we just become best friends?
Of course.
Oh, pig.
Yeah.
So as you guys have
Damn
progressed
hawks.
further down this way, you start to see, you start to hear. It sounds like almost like waves crashing onto a beach kind of thing. Like there's the movement of water. And it's not like it's rushing down the tunnel at you. It's not that kind of noise, but just like there's some sort of like tidal activity happening in that direction. And the water is actually I had mentioned before. There's a bit of a current. It is flowing in that direction.
All right. Onward, I suppose.
That's what we're here
Okay.
for.
Yep.
All right. And so I didn't draw this part out because it doesn't matter. Whoops. So you get to a point.
He's down in the sewage.
You get to a point at the end where the path ends, and it's sort of everything is submerged. It's still about the same depth, from what you can tell, and it goes into a little tunnel. And this tunnel it doesn't look like it's man-made. It's like a crack that opened, maybe as part of the earthquake or something else. But it is not a continuation of the sewer. There's water there. It's still it's 5 feet wide. It's not like it's super tight, confined space. The water seems to be about the same depth, and then you can see it opens off to the left into sort of a big open area, and that's where the noise of the water sort of seems to be coming from. And as you sort of hit this little not lynch point, but whatever it's called, where
Found them.
it's kind of narrowing down. The water current speeds up a bit. Bottleneck is a good word for it. So as it's going through that tighter space there's sort of a higher water pressure. Nothing that you are too worried about. You don't think you're going to get like sucked in necessarily, but...
Alright, well, I guess we're going in there, right?
Either that or return back the way we came, which seems to be a waste of
Yeah.
effort.
Alright.
You don't have time
Seems
to
like
spare.
where we should go.
So you head that way. Crashing water and the occasional bit of, flotsam from the sewers flow into this large, broad pool that fills this entire cavern. So you go out and there's sort of it looks like a natural sort of underground cave, basically. Extends to the northwest. There's a small cove to the east, which is up and sort of around to the east there. Where you see what appears to actually be like that section's a little more man-made. And you see what is like a dock, and there's a boat that's tied to this dock. The boat is mostly submerged, since this cavern fills with water, and kind of like there's a bunch of water in the boat, but it's in relatively good condition if you were to sort of bail the water out. And then to the right, it extends into what looks like more sewer, essentially. But to the northwest there, where the map kind of ends, is a big, open, watery cavern.
Okay.
Well. We go investigate the big open watery cavern
Indeed.
off this way.
Yep.
At least as much as we can safely do.
Is it get deep and stuff?
So it seems to be roughly the same depth. It's a little harder to tell in here because the water's flowing a decent amount. You don't have as good a view. It's a much bigger space. Your light kind of dies. Like you kind of, as you progress into it, you can see behind you a little bit. You can see sort of the walls and everything, but you just see open water moving forward. But from what you can tell, as you sort of cautiously take steps forward, like you're not suddenly underwater. It seems to be between sort of knee and maybe like just under your chest high. It fluctuates a little bit because it's not a flat bottom.
Unless we
Where
intend.
does it look like it goes?
It just kind of goes. It's expanding outwards. You can't see very far with the light you have. So
I believe we might be better served checking the rest of the sewers when returning here should we find nothing of use.
I just like the idea of going off the edge of the map.
Yeah.
In a week or a few weeks, I shall remember that.
Actually, let's go this way, guys.
I will say, in the way that I said, don't go this way. I am not saying
Right.
that about that
I'm
direction.
saying it may be a way we'll explore, especially with the boat. But I would say let's check the rest of the sewers.
Wait, there's a
first.
boat?
Yes.
Yeah, just to your right there, there's
Oh.
a boat that's like mostly submerged in water,
We
but
can
if you
bail
took
it
some
out,
time
we
to
should
bail
have-
it out,
let's
it
go
looks
over that way.
functional. I'm just gonna roughly like, alright, come over here. This map's too big. I actually drew it out smaller than it is in the pictures because it was like stupidly. Alright. So this opens up into more sewers. Looks very similar to these two big areas you've seen where there's water in the middle and then sort of paths around it.
Thanks. It's not impossible. We'll find nothing else here, and that's where we need to go. but I'd like to be thorough about it.
And you guys are heading in that direction? Okay. So as you move forward, you see in this what would be, from my perspective, southeast, bottom right corner, where that paper towel kind of is. You see a wall has collapsed in that corner, and it opens up into another area that is filled with water, and it looks like another underground cavern. And so it's similar to what you saw in the northwest, whatever that is for your perspective, where it is sort of like, it's a very natural cavern, it's not man-made, it's pretty much full of water, of varying depths and whatever. And then the sewer continues on off into the distance. But I did not draw that piece. Why did I cover it if I didn't draw it? But basically,
I think you just always give it to you.
oh, did I? Okay, I'll keep it. Basically, this whole area here is a water-filled cavern.
Guess you just guess at your rolls.
I'll give it back.
I like nat 20s every roll. I mean,
Your bonuses or whatever.
I think
you want
this is
them
a
to
Yeah.
25. That's what I think it is.
yeah, I rolled a 40.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know.
I think that's all your stuff.
Yeah, thank you.
be. So that, is that what chamber we can enter? Is it like totally?
You
flooded?
can definitely get into it. So there's like, the wall is collapsed. You can't see it, but it extends all the way to this hallway that you never went down into. But it's basically that where his character sheet is sitting right now is a watery cavern. The sides of the chamber are rough and uneven. It actually drops kind of sharply. And it's almost like a bowl. And there's a large pool of water that sort of fills the center of the room. And then on both the north and the south end, there are walls that have collapsed that have allowed access into this area. This room, though, is the first one where you can't see the bottom. As you get in, it is progressively getting deeper and deeper and deeper.
I feel like we should probably search some stuff. Somebody, Monk, hey Monk! You wanna go swimming in here and see if there's anything at the bottom? There could be some cool treasure or something at the bottom or something we have to find.
How nasty is this water?
It's honestly not too bad because with the way the
Flooding
flooding
keeps
is
it-
happening, it kind of washes it out every once in a while. It's not like pristine.
Right.
It is still, there's some sewer remnants, but for the most part, it is much cleaner than you would expect a sewer to be.
Not that bad.
Does anybody have any string?
A bunch of people have rope, I think.
Well, I had rope, but it's tying up that beast back.
Okay, so can
Really
I...
use of it. I sure hope nothing stumbles across the.
I'm gonna take
Expedition.
my rope. I'm going to
Fell on my dagger.
unknot the grappling hook from it, tie one end around me, tie the other end to this big dude, and then jump in.
Alright.
And how deep is it once I jump in?
So you jump in, and it is very much bowl shaped. So as you go, it gets deeper and deeper and deeper. When you get to about the center, it's hard to tell exactly, but you would guess that it's probably 2 or 3 times your height.
Okay, so probably 20
12,
feet deep.
Yeah, maybe up to 20, but 15 to 20 somewhere there.
Okay. Is it clear enough to see through it?
You can't see from top to bottom, but you can see a few feet, kind of.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have light at the moment,
Oh, true.
so you probably can't see as you get a little deeper. He
Okay.
has a necklace with light if you wanted to ask for it. But.
You can come back up and I'll give it to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back up, and I said I can only see. I need some light to be able to.
I give you the necklace.
Okay.
Don't drop it, he needs it back.
They don't have anything like attunement, right?
Not for
There
the light
is.
necklace.
But
There is, okay.
It's just a random item that he casts
certain,
light on.
Okay.
certain items. will
Yeah,
buy.
so I'll take the necklace and I'll just I'll clasp it and dive back down.
Okay. And you see all manners of like crustaceans and things sort of like on the bottom, like on the bottom of this pool. When you get to the deepest part, you do see what appears to be a box, like a maybe size of a, I don't know, a jewelry box or a music box or something like that. It's made out of metal, and it looks like it has some sort of like there's something on it sealing it, like sealing the actual gap of where it would open.
Okay.
At a quick glance, it looks like it might be watertight. But it's just a box sitting at the bottom.
Is there handles on it?
I mean, it's. I don't think it has a handle, but it's small enough where you could probably, with one hand, just kind of grab it and like have bottom and top in one hand.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna grab the whole thing and bring it up with me.
Okay. You grab it, nothing happens. You're able to pick it up and you're swimming out. Yeah, right. It's a mimic. Just hold you under till you drown. That'd be fun.
That's a good idea. Too late now, though.
Yeah.
Based on literature, mimics will be a much bigger problem than it's been in my history of role-playing.
Oh, yeah.
Almost never.
So you bring it out. It's looks like a lockbox. It's got barnacles kind of on it. It's not in great shape. It appears to be wax, like someone sort of put a wax seal around it.
Okay.
So it is watertight, but it is closed. It is sealed shut.
Is there a lock built in, or is there a padlock on it?
It has a built-in lock plus the wax seal, but it doesn't look like it's. I mean, it's not a safe. It's not that well made. It's just kind of like a little.
Does it ping on my detect magic?
I don't think so. I'm Googling something, but my initial answer is no.
That's fine.
So you said there's a wax seal on it, so I imagine you could break that seal to get something like the edge of a crowbar in there.
I lied, it does.
You might be aware that there is magic coming from the box.
That's a trap! Hold on! Take a look at this.
I'm gonna look for traps on it.
Wait, magical traps. Oh crap. Hey, who can do magic traps?
I can't imagine.
Want to do something over here?
If you'll give me a moment.
Alright.
Once he's made his determination or whatever, it would just essentially be an athletics check to try to.
No, I'm just asking, like, the wax seal on there, does it look like, from a visual perspective, that it's wide enough, if you broke that seal, to stick something like the edge of a crowbar in there?
Probably not a crowbar, maybe like a dagger, something that's very narrow. I don't know, I guess the edge of it, I picture the crowbars I've seen are like for like, lifting up like deck boards, they're pretty thick, but there's probably little thieves ones.
If you got thieves' tools, it probably has a pry something.
Yeah.
Pry bar, yeah. Jimmy Tool.
I will use Read Aura as the first step, which basically gives me, is the box itself magical? And if so, what's its school of magic? Anything, it would only do the box. It's a specific item.
You do not believe the box is
So
magical.
something in it is almost certainly magical.
Okay.
So it appears to be whatever's in the box is magical. So if there is a trap, it is of more of a mundane nature.
Alright.
And then I will move at least 20 feet from the box.
It's fine. I'll be over here.
I don't believe there is any magical danger to the box. Oh, yes, it didn't have it, so no school.
I'm gonna
Oh, good.
take a look at the box, see if I can find any traps. 19.
You don't see any traps. Just the wax kind of needs to be chipped away, and then you can force it open if you want it. But no visible traps.
Alright, I'm gonna break it open.
Athletics.
Alright.
I do have a crowbar. You said you couldn't use a crowbar?
If you don't care about the condition of the box, I will say that a crowbar helps.
Does the box look valuable at all?
Not particularly. It's in pretty rough shape because of the water.
I'll use a crowbar. I don't remember exactly the rules. It might be like a +2 bonus or something. I don't remember.
Sure.
19.
That'll do it.
All right, cool. Crack it open.
Yeah, you force it open with this crowbar. The lid kind of snaps. The box breaks as part of this, and inside you see it is in fact dry, and there's a scrap of paper in there, and you see a little figurine of a cat.
I take the cat.
It looks like it's made out of jade.
I will point out that is most likely the source of the magic I detected.
No, there's a piece of paper. Come read it.
Assuming you can feel a magical aura the way you can in 5e.
I don't technically can't.
Yeah, I don't
can't?
think
It
you
requires
Okay.
my detect magic spell to know,
Yeah.
and then read aura to actually determine this is the magical item.
Okay. So you are aware that something in the box is magical, but
Right.
you don't know what because you couldn't see the individual items
Right.
yet.
And I have to basically read
And you
aura
have no
on each
indication
item.
of which one it is. It
Oh,
sounds
I
like.
just know I found a cool kitty cat.
Yeah, so you found a cat. It's made out of jade. It's about the size of your thumb. It's very small.
Ooh, cool.
So I'll examine the
like
parchment
a
first
Torah
since he
midi.
wants me to do that.
The letter, you said?
Yeah,
the
whatever the paper was.
Yeah. So it's a pretty small piece of parchment, and it has 5 words on it. It says, "For the Ilnadar family matter." That is ILNUDAR. For the Ilnadar family matter. Sorry. There's also
How do you like that?
5 gold pieces.
Oh, nice. I'll add the
Do
gold
I-
pieces
can I-
to our loot.
Am I at all familiar with the Ilnadar family?
You can,
I do have society.
Yeah, you could do society. I don't know if
21?
I'm at all familiar with Ilnadar.
It might not be, in which case it means nothing. I just...
It's probably referenced in the end stuff, but
nothing that's probably going to matter for the adventure is
I'll find a
perfectly-
few minutes. I'll take a few
I'm
minutes.
perfectly
when I
happy
have a
with
break.
nothing that involves the adventure, you know.
Yeah, we will say you are, and if I can figure out why that matters later, I will let you know.
I have no intention of removing your cat statue, but would you like me to determine if it's the source of the magic I detected?
It's really cute.
Okay,
I just want to be able to hold on to it.
as you wish.
I mean, unless somebody else, if it's magical and people can use it, then I'll let you have it because that's the right thing to
I
do.
think that's the easiest trying to determine that.
Right. I just want to make sure we're clear that it's a very cute little kitty. It is
yeah.
cute. It is cute, right? That seems very.
I mean, cute is subjective, right?
Okay, it's cute.
I'll give it to the wizard.
So, going back into meditative trance, I will read aura on it
Yep.
again,
So you are able to determine that it is magical.
and I would get the school.
I don't know. It'd be nice if it. Oh, abjuration.
Do we wish to spend 10 minutes so that I can try to determine the true nature of the magic?
Yeah, let's do that. And while you're doing that,
You're still down hit points, right?
A few.
All right.
Oh, I will then use identify magic on it.
I'm gonna lay on hands for 6 hit points healing to you,
And
and
then
then while
if
you're
you get back-
identifying, I'll refocus to get.
No.
Does that require a check? I can't remember.
Then I'm
Yes,
full.
secret
Okay.
check. You make the roll.
Oh, I
plus
rolled
eight.
it. That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
only
And you
down
were plus
3,
8. Yeah.
so.
You succeed. What do you get on just a regular success? Last time you crit, but
Yeah. Oh, hey, cool. Let me make sure I get it right. I get basically what it does in general terms and how to activate it, if I remember right. But I'll. So it's like this is what you do to activate it, but not like its name and details and things about it. Skills are before feats, dummy.
so you know that it does require activation.
You get a sense of what it does and learn any means of activating it. You cannot try again. So I can't go for a crit. But so basically I would know how to turn it on and get a basic idea of what it does.
Yeah, so you think it is something that you would want to have. It says affixed to armor, which I don't.
So it's a talisman that you would attach to your
Yeah.
armor,
And requires activation. It has a command word,
which I would know. So
and then you get the impression that it would, given that it's the shape of a cat, it would in some way give you like the properties of a feline, like maybe agility or good balance, something like that.
So if affixed to your armor as a proper talisman, it will then give you some of the properties of a cat when you choose to activate it by speaking, and I'll give him the word.
Yeah, it doesn't have a
Are
specific.
you, are you saying this all out loud?
Absolutely.
You have to say meow to activate it.
I will note if it's a typical talisman, which I think I would know, it is a single use.
Oh, single use.
It's a
Most
single
talismans
use.
are single
Okay,
use.
that's interesting.
And you need to spend a repair kit.
Would you
to
know
fix it.
requirements?
What's the name of it?
It is.
I don't know
The
the
actual
name
name of it is Jade Cat. He doesn't know that.
Probably not specifically. It says a sense of what it does and learn any means of activating it is what I would get. So I might know that if you affix it to the wrong things, it won't work, or some idea what it has to be affixed to if it's a specific type of armor.
It does have a trigger, which is part of the activation. I feel
So
like
that
you
I
know
would
that.
probably know because that's part of the activation. But,
So its trigger is failing an acrobatics check.
so when you have failed to be acrobatic, you can use it to assist you one time. You have to be trained in acrobatics to use it.
Yes, that is
Would be my
correct.
suspicion.
Oh, it's if you fall or you attempt an acrobatics check to balance.
Right.
Yeah.
So if either of those happen, you can activate it if you're trained in acrobatics.
Well, I feel like Mr. Monkboy is
Yeah,
probably gonna
that would probably be best for me.
Is it? That's what I was wondering. I was trying to decide if it's best for you
Or
because
someone who's likely to fail.
right, you're somebody who's not likely to
But you
fail.
have to be
Yeah,
trained.
yeah, that's true. It might be best, honestly, for the big brute.
Right, for the
But
person
is the
who.
big boot trained in
The
acrobatics?
dude,
Oh,
the
that's a
dudes
good question.
the dudes who's wearing the
Are you trained-
heaviest
are you
armor
trained
should
in
probably
acrobatics?
have it, shouldn't he?
Am I
he's
trained in acrobatics? No, I'm not.
I
Yeah.
am.
Yes,
Are
you're
you-
not
are you trained in
Oh, well,
acrobatics?
Of course not.
Okay.
It doesn't say one-time use, but it has the trait consumable.
All
Which
talismans,
probably
basically,
means-
all talismans have one-time use.
Okay.
Use
I
it
feel
once,
like-
it burns out.
I personally feel like that
kind
it's
of a
gonna
cool
probably
little
be
item
best
that
for Luke's character in case.
You can't use
use
it.
it.
Only
you have to
only
be
you and
trained
I
in
can use it.
acrobatics.
Okay.
Right.
If not trained, you can't use it.
So
I'm the
you're-
only
you're a
big.
big dumb fighter,
I am
he's
the
big
big
dumb
armor
guy.
wearing guy. Yeah, too.
Yeah, so it might be more beneficial for you to use it because if it comes to a case where it's going to need to be like
Right.
an acrobatics check.
If you fail it, you have other things to rely on. You can fall back on monk abilities, right? I don't have that.
Yeah.
And you're probably more likely
If I'm
to fail
remembering,
those.
like, if we were running this as an official Pathfinder Society thing, I think at the end everyone technically gets it for their character. which is
Yeah,
kinda
you
cool.
each get a little paper.
It's
that-
true. Yeah, you all get it.
That was the biggest nightmare of playing it.
But in the game, only one person gets it and gets to
Yeah.
use it. But at the end of the game, you
Which
have
might
it
be better
really
now
for-
because they might
You're
use
gonna take it
electronic
to your
more, I
next
don't know.
game, yeah.
But back then, it was this huge stack of paper. You have all the stuff you're
So yeah, I think I would.
So you're taking it?
And what's the deal? So when I fall, that's when I would
Well,
activate.
but we
it?
have to affix it to your armor, which
Okay.
takes a repair kit and like 10 minutes of work.
Okay.
It doesn't.
Someone, it might not be on your sheet because
It's not on
it's
the
pretty
sheet,
funny.
if I get
I'm
cut
pretty
off.
sure you have a repair kit. So
Okay.
crafting, right?
I do have crafting.
Yeah, you have a repair kit.
Okay.
Yeah, I,
So
don't, I have
this just
crafting.
got
I never
cut
bought a
off.
repair kit. So you take 10 minutes to affix
Okay.
it to your armor.
All right. So I will do that.
So you guys, you took 10 minutes to identify it. You're taking 10 minutes to
Fix it.
Fix
so
it.
fix it. You do have a boat to potentially bail out that will take 10 to 20 minutes to maybe bail some water out of. Do any of you want to be doing
Since,
that?
as far as I've seen, we found nothing in here that would interest the Pathfinder Society,
Correct.
with the possible exception of that, but that's not what they sent us for sure. So we need to go back to the boat and follow that, because that's the only, right, we've explored everywhere else.
Well, we
that's-
haven't gone down there, right there. Right there.
Doesn't that connect to where we are?
So the
We haven't
area you're in
been
right
there.
now connects down to this path here.
This is literally
If
not
you
an
want to
important
take
question.
a peek at it.
Yeah.
This is really not an important
Yeah,
question,
sure.
but it doesn't tell me what kind of armor I'm wearing, right? I don't see it.
It
It tells me the bonus of it, but not.
Fall
did
off
on the
your gear?
sheet, but or
It'll be
in
on
the
your
web
gear,
version,
probably.
you have a breastplate. I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
breastplate. There it is. Okay.
Ah, not chainmail, you're good.
What's wrong with chainmail?
It's noisy.
It's
So
noisy.
you always
You can-
take
you can't
penalties to
stealth.
stealth no matter
Yeah.
how strong you are.
You always are.
Take
Yeah,
penalties to
stealth.
stealth no
Yeah.
matter how strong you are. But it's flexible, which gives you advantages.
go
on
ahead.
the
No, you're good. If you go to the other side of this watery cavern, you guys are all in. You see another sewer that leads off
Forever
to
and
an
ever
iron gate
and
you're not allowed
ever.
to open.
So basically, the only place I'm correct.
They literally have 1, 2, 3. There are 5 tunnels on this that lead into the abyss. It's like
lead off the map out.
like maybe it's more realistic for what a sewer would look like. Very obnoxious for a DM. But
So this is basically all we have.
I'm gonna guess
So,
it's
so
designed.
you can add on to
Yeah, I
it,
was gonna say, so
customize it
exactly.
on
You
your
can
own.
make
Yeah,
your
well,
own.
they
Yeah.
also
Not bad,
they used this map so this is the map. I didn't draw it out perfectly, but I didn't have enough space. They have a flip map you can buy that is this map. So they have multiple adventures that use this.
Right.
And so like you could buy, if I had bought the flip map, I'd just be able to lay
You
it
lay
out
out
and
the
I have
map,
it.
right.
But it's not specifically for this adventure. They reuse them, which is kind of cool. But.
So we're gonna wanna head back here, get the boat, and take that before the whole place floods on us.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have been down here. You've stopped for 10 minutes, like 4 times, I think,
Roughly,
3 or 4
yeah.
times. So you've been between fights and
Moving and
exploring and
everything
stuff.
else.
It's been an hour and
That's
a half.
probably
Like,
close to it as well, isn't it?
so you're not.
So I
in
believe
any
our only
immediate
option
threat.
then is to take the boat and see where it takes us.
Okay.
All right, get that boat emptied out. Go sailing.
Oh, the
I
sewers are
should've-
flooding.
I should have done this. Yeah, this is my indication that you guys are all dying.
Yeah.
Luke, the main campaign. Are you allowing firearms in your world in your version of Eberron?
I said in the Guns and Gears book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would say that there probably are firearms in Eberron. However, they're not. Gunpowder does not make them function. They don't use gunpowder. They would be magical firearms.
Arcane.
They would be arcane. They would cause projectiles.
So in Pathfinder they call them alchemical rounds.
That works.
Okay.
Whoops.
Something like that.
Sorry. I'm gonna grab those
Well,
minutes from-
no, I don't think it would be even. Well, no, alchemical stuff.
It's specifically not magical in Pathfinder.
Is it specifically not magical?
Alchemy is specifically not magical in Pathfinder.
I think I would be fine with using whatever rules for firearms are in Pathfinder.
Okay.
Because Eberron for sure would have some firearms. I
Follow
feel
the
like.
rules of the GM saying, nope, that didn't work, screw you.
Yeah.
He says it's GM, that's my caveat. If it turns out I'm like, this is not working,
I've
we'll talk about it.
I've been
Exactly.
listening to some YouTube videos. I forget what the guy who created Eberron has the hat, big black hat that he likes wearing. I've been listening to his stuff about lore on Eberron.
Yeah.
I just remember when Everon's created, they did the send us your campaign world and we'll, if you win, you get.
Seems like it's a really good.
Was that when they
world.
developed like the 3 different like ghost something?
Everon's the one I remember. They might have
Eberron, there was
dropped
another,
others
was a
too.
ghost one, Ghost Watch or something.
Because I considered
Ghost Marsh,
sending
yeah.
mine out at any point.
Something like that.
Greyhawk?
It was a design.
Greyhawk's a little older than that.
Yeah, a little bit.
But yeah,
Couple weeks
it was
older.
designed to some world where you played ghosts or something. And Eberron was one of them. The ghost one was one of them. Wasn't Ravenloft.
Okay.
No, that was all from.
Ghosts of Saltmarsh, yeah.
Yeah, that's an adventure. This was an actual campaign world. I don't remember it, but anyway. But Eberron was one of them too.
Yep, Eberron was one of the winners. I
Yeah.
know.
All right. So
So I remember thinking I should send mine in. No, I shouldn't.
Yeah.
you guys take some time, unflood the boat, kind of get it above the surface.
I give a lot of advice.
Nice.
I
Stay high.
use Mage Hand to.
I'm trying to be very courteous and stuff like that, but anybody who's paying attention can probably see that I'm getting really annoyed with this guy.
My skills do not lie in the removal of water from boats. I apologize. Would that they did, but they don't. They rely on the identification of magic items.
This is exactly why I've been getting annoyed at this guy. If you just be quiet while we do the work, just stand over there and just study his book or something.
Oh, happy to.
All right.
I was unaware that was your desire for me.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. So, you guys, it's only, you're in the boat, there's like one paddle. And so one of you can kind of, volunteers you to paddle. All right. It is very slow going. There's a lot of you in the boat. It's kind of heavy, one paddle, but you all fit. It's cramped. It's not very comfortable, but you guys slowly sort of go off into the darkness. It's only a couple of minutes. It's not a very far trip, and you see ahead of you some land, and sort of like the walls start to kind of close back in. And you see a rocky beach. Covered in bits of assorted refuse, is slowly getting closer. You are slowly approaching this rocky beach. To the northwest of that beach,
Rocky Balboa.
what must have been a natural cavern wall partially collapsed some time ago, and that is sort of all crumbled down onto this beach, revealing an area beyond that is clearly worked stone. The chamber within is large and constructed of a pale green stone. There are sort of multiple rounded passages that you see sort of off into the distance that worm their way to the northeast and the southwest. And as you guys sort of bump into the beach, to the northwest you see a grand staircase. So you guys are basically here. This is the beach. Your boat's coming from this way, or going this way, sorry. And then you see up here sort of a big cavern. Also in this direction. Let's see. So tunnel that goes that way. Tunnel that goes that way. And then over here we've got so this right here is the grand staircase. It goes up. You've got some tunnels going off to the north, some tunnels going to the west, and then this is sort of like a natural cavern wall here and here, so you can't go. This is all water. Your boat kind of has just ended up here. If you want to throw the minis down, I can kind of get you where you're at. But
Throw them after the beach.
Yeah, please don't throw them.
Yeah.
So you guys are essentially on the edge of this little beach here. This is all water behind you, and this is kind of what you see. In each of these little circular things, you see what appear to be giant statues. Giant statues.
I'm going over to the giant statues.
Yeah, I'm gonna supervise.
Thank you.
And everything here is clearly very old.
I believe we may have found what we were looking for.
I'm looking for a monster.
No, we were looking for a secret that the Pathfinder Society wanted to do. The monster was our thing to get in here. That
statues.
was
Run and use the restroom real quick.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm gonna look at his notes really quick.
Good idea.
I'll take notes.
Yeah.
We're like, it doesn't look like we're on an airship. Oh. Yeah, trying to remember all the magic stuff. I'm like, that's right.
Zoe.
I have my wonderful cat. I love familiar. I love my rat host.
Oh, baby.
He flies. He manipulates
Here,
things.
tip your bed over.
He has dark vision.
Zoe, what
And he
you
gives
do?
me an extra cancer ability,
Tipped it over.
What's you do?
so I can read auras. Although actually being my list, I'd probably read auras anyway. I just give him shield. Not a smart move, but
Right.
it's him. He's like, how about the exciting things?
You do tip it over.
I do like detect magic. They're like, you can ignore any magic you're aware of. So it doesn't like, oh, you gotta give all your magic items away and see if it pings. You know.
Oh, jeez.
But yeah, the goblin barbarian would be fun.
A goblin barbarian.
Well, again, he had 30, I don't know how many hit points he's got, but a hideous number of hit points at second level. 38 hit points at second level. And he can survive a 160-foot fall if he jumps up, well, even without jumping. He can fall 160 feet and stand back up with 1 hit point. 1 or 2.
Joe, I'm eating one of your brownies for you.
It's a little ridiculous.
It's a little ridiculous, but it's hilariously funny. Just the idea of someone like jumping down to get away from him and like, ah! He uses a horse
Speaking of,
chopper and a
how many
dog
of those
slicer.
cookies you got out there, dude?
Those are his weapons.
Empty can.
Because those are the goblin weapons. It just seemed too much fun not to use them.
Joe literally, all Joe does is go to school now. Like, he doesn't have a job, he goes to school.
But he can't find free time for us.
I know. It's like, yeah.
You'd think.
Come on, Joe.
You'd
Joe.
think by his age and with his knowledge,
I know.
he would know to study earlier and
Yep.
have this night available.
Exactly.
We see where we stand.
Yep, he prioritized other
I
activities.
think he gets an automatic death when we all get automatic life for killing couches.
Hey, the man's trying to better himself. You can't give him a hard time for that.
Yeah, we
I
can.
guess you can.
Give him a hard time for all kinds of stuff. That's
Right.
he's not here to defend
When
himself.
I was in college, I spent so much time playing Diablo 2. It's been funny, man.
I played more role playing then than I ever have.
Oh, yeah.
since, Just because I had so much time.
Same thing when I was in the army.
I was a vampire LARP.
I've been told that in the army.
I really was.
I don't know what you're talking about. That.
Yep. I played
There's a lot of
vampire LARP.
people
Were you
in
the
the
one-
military
were you
that
the one-
play.
Were you the one telling us about all the politics involved?
Oh,
I probably
Vampire?
was.
Vampire LARPs are my
Definitely is.
never-
Oh, what? In Vampire the Masquerade?
Yep, and the LARPing. I played LARP. I
The
LARPed
LARPing
vampire.
is, I don't know if it
LARPed
still is,
vampire
but it was
forever.
huge.
Oh yeah.
I say, I mean,
It's not anymore. It was. It's definitely died
I was
down.
never my scene, so I never looked at it, but it was huge in the day. I mean, like, there are people that was their life. One guy I knew who didn't play used to go around and join the LARPs just to freak people out. They'd be like, well, because there's like, this seems you're invisible, and so he'd go up and deliberately talk to people who are doing that. They'd be like, you can't see me, I'm invisible. No, I can see you. You can't see me. No, I can see you. And so they'd be totally freaked out trying to figure out why this guy could see them when they're invisible, and he just wasn't playing. But he did it. He just enjoyed screwing people's heads.
That's funny.
It's messed up.
It is. It was horrible, but that's the kind of person he was. He was a good guy most of the way, but he did love screwing people's heads.
Did one of you said you're going to the statue?
I believe.
Yeah.
I forgot your character's name. I apologize.
Mobash.
Mobash. I knew it was Bash, but it's Mobash. Mobash.
Not
Mobash.
less bass, it's Mobash.
Right.
So Mobash and I will be going over, which means the light is going with us.
Yeah.
Not less bash.
Do you have a preference? Which side?
The closest one over here, closer to me.
So you guys head over to this statue.
I'm still detecting magic.
Okay. No sense of magic on them.
How disappointing.
What you see is
I was hoping for a Gollum familiar.
it's not.
You guys are on the beach in the dark.
It's certainly not anything you recognize. It seems to be some sort of mix between like a sea monster and like a demon almost. Like it's a hybrid. It's not a creature you've seen before. It might not even be a real creature. It might just be sort of an artistic representation of something.
But probably not a representation of a good and kind creature.
You are able, if you would like to, you could roll either religion or if there's any sort of lore around creatures or monsters.
Not
I'm
really.
sure.
Academia lore is the closest, and I
That-
doubt this would be it.
Yeah.
I have occultism. I don't know.
That would actually work too.
I have occultism.
Religion or occultism.
I would rather use the religion because I'm better at it.
I'll use occultism.
Okay.
21.
Okay.
Ooh, 14.
All right. You are really good at rolling one under the D. I feel like that's like your third 14.
Yeah.
Or 13. Or,
I did that too. I'm good at real good at that too. Yeah.
Only one.
you believe that, again, you still don't recognize this creature necessarily. Like I said, it might not even be a real thing. But you get the impression, you are aware of a demon lord. The demon lord of the sea monsters, and deformity. His name is Dagon, Dagon. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, but
It is.
It works. I don't know anyone who knows how to pronounce it.
Dagon.
Dagon.
so you are aware of this lord, and you get the impression that this statue, and if you guys look at the other one, same
Well,
general
just confirm it's the
concept,
same thing. And not magical.
is some sort of like ode
to it, or-
to Dagon. Yes.
Oh, fascinating. Those of you standing there back in the darkness might want to come out of the darkness just in case. As this is a dedicated statue to the demon of the sea and sea monsters.
Are we moving you forward too?
Oh yeah.
I suspected you actually came with us with the light.
I would have. Yeah.
Who stands there on the beach in the darkness when
Exactly.
the light walks away?
Nope.
But
And
I will launch an esoteric discussion of anything I might know or imagine about it that if they let me will go for hours. I'm hoping they don't let me as a player, but as a
You
character,
got a monologue?
oh, he is monologuing in a major way about not only this demon lord, but other demon lords also of the sea, other ones that might be related to demon lords of the sea.
Tell me he's carrying around a copy of Tobin's Spirit
He
Guide.
doesn't need it. It's all up here.
Okay.
You know, and the possible relationship between Orcus and this demon lord who hate each other, however, have known to ally despite their mutual hatred in certain, and yeah, he will go until somebody either walks away or stops him.
I had thought about making an inventor who was modeled after Egon.
Oh, like Ghostbusters?
Yeah.
So you've got a couple of hallways in this direction is 2 separate hallways. 2 also up in that direction. Then you've got the big grand staircase that kind of goes up into the distance there.
I'm not noticing until someone picks a way to go because I'm still talking about Dagon or Dagon.
Nice.
And
Yeah.
that the pronunciation of your name might vary depending on the culture.
I'll head up there.
And
with-
as the light
with
moves
the word.
away, I'll park and just kind of follow it along while still talking.
All right.
Everyone leaves him behind. He's still talking.
Now I'll follow the light.
I think you wish
'cause
you had your rope and you could tie him to that statue.
Do I still have your light on?
I don't know. Did you give it back to him?
No, I didn't. I guess I'm
Offering
still
to
wearing
Dagon.
it.
So I guess you have the light.
You should have
so.
taken my rope.
I
After all
would
that
agree.
work I did,
Luke, does that character have dark vision?
I have low light vision.
You have low light vision.
He's the other one with the low light because the half light is
Okay,
the low light.
so it's probably good that then the light is behind you then instead of right in front of you, wouldn't it?
Other than the
Or-
shadows of the people in front of you, they
Yeah,
don't.
yeah.
like
yeah.
over the
Do you
top
want
of them.
that necklace back?
Oh yeah, I'll take
Yeah,
that.
okay.
I
I'll
got
give him back that necklace.
So you see, I don't know, 25 feet down the hall, I guess. We'll say it's 20
You're
since
just
you can only see
sneaking,
20. It curves off to the left.
So
Just a
no,
human
no
here.
extra sight.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Oust, by the way, does hang out on my shoulder most of the time, and he does have dark vision. And again, speaks Elvish.
A rat with dark
So it kind of continues to go on,
Yeah.
and then there's a collapse in the tunnel here.
And obviously, we will all keep up with our big companion. I'm not.
All right.
If these guys don't, I'll be pushing them to keep
Yeah,
up.
I'm operating under the assumption you guys are close.
Right.
It's weird in exploration, like to try
Yeah,
to
it's just easier to move one mini.
But yeah, I'm not going to start combat with you guys. Like, oh, well,
Right.
you guys are 50 feet away. Good
You
luck.
all stay back there in the darkness.
If there's combat, I don't even remember.
That happens, I'm casting light again, and he can be in the darkness.
Oh, okay. So this is.
So I'm like, good thing you're not a prankster, because I could have done that when you were like down
There's a
the
bit
bottom
of
the
a-
water, just recast light
Right.
and use it.
What is clearly an entryway. But this also has. This looks as if there's basically. Someone has sealed this entryway with and it was like with masonry. They basically like bricked the wall shut, and so it's very clearly an entryway. You also see in this spot, in this bricked masonry bit, there's sort of a little hole. It's big enough like you could reach your arm into it, but like you probably couldn't get your head through it. So it's, I don't know, the size of whatever. A melon.
Is it smaller than a bread box?
And so let's see. A prominent hole, prominent, but it's only that size, has been opened in the western wall of this passage. Some of the bricks have crumbled and fallen, or perhaps been knocked loose, creating a small opening. You can't fit into this opening, but you can kind of see into the room beyond. You can kind of get a glimpse of, so you can't really see this whole room, but you can see like a back wall here. And against that back wall, you can tell that the walls there's signs of something's been scratching at them or clawing at them. And as you kind of are peeking into this room, you hear a voice call out from the other side. And it's, I don't know if I'm going to be able to adequately do the voice, but it's a very sort of refined, highbrow, kind of like very good speaker, but also very like old-timey, very old-fashioned, like a voice from another time almost. Think of like Shakespeare. It's technically English, but it's very different, right? And this voice sort of comes out from this room you're staring into through the little hole. And on top of all that, it's also very like raspy. It's sort of like he's sick or there's something wrong with his throat or whatever. But you hear a voice come through that says, "Who's there?"
it is I, Mobash, Paladin of Iomede.
What brings you hither?
Well, we've been sent here by the Pathfinder Society to find something of value.
I don't know what that is.
I don't think we're doing anything subtly.
Well, we don't really know either. I think we're gonna know when we see it. So we're just kind of going through everything around here until we find something.
That's funny.
Can you let me out?
Are you trapped in there?
Yes, I've been prisoned here, chained and bricked behind that wall.
Oh,
I slept, died. I woke and broke the chains, searched for escape. That hole, I have done that.
that's all. Well,
I vote we don't release some ancient thing that has been around that
well,
long.
now hold on a second. We need to talk through here with this guy. Alright?
Why?
Because we need to know why he's trapped there. Look, why were you in
Do
prison?
we need to know? I feel like we need to know that badly.
My secret, that is, to keep. It burns in my mind.
Well,
This-
I mean, if you were imprisoned here for a crime or something, and that was your sentence, then, and if it was a lawful order that so imprisoned you, then it's not within our right to let you free.
I know much, and greatly does a family in Absalom fear my secret. Prithee, I beg you to free me. Guide me to the surface, and I will share my secret. Perhaps then I will know peace.
You could be some creature of great evil and we'd be unleashing you upon the world. That would just be wrong.
On the other hand, magical secrets.
No, that would be wrong.
Magical secrets aren't wrong.
So you see, as all this so far has just been a voice from the darkness, sort of out of your view, right? And you see some movement from this side, as he's a humanoid creature sort of walks into your light. And what you see are, the first thing you notice are like red eyes. You see sort of elongated ears. You see like sort of an elongated jaw, very big mouth. As he speaks, he's going to speak as he approaches. You see sort of like a long flickering tongue. This creature is very clearly undead of some sort. There's sort of some rotted away flesh, something, stuff along those lines.
Might be.
You could make whatever it is to identify creatures. You make that roll, and you would probably have a decent chance of knowing what this is. But
I have a religion. I
I
think
don't remember which skill it was.
I know I have occultism, but I also have religion. I don't know if religion helps with undead. in
That
this
would be where I would guess.
game.
Usually that is.
which one? Arcane, is that what you said?
Well, religion would be what I would guess.
Oh, religion.
Yeah,
I'm fine with religion if you want to try
religion.
it.
Aberrations, spirits, and oozes. I'm just curious to see what it says.
Realms of divine creatures, both
Natures.
sublime and sinister. That makes sense. Negative energy planes.
Yeah, so that undead. Yep, this right under it. Creatures of religious significance, celestials, fiends, and undead.
I like that I could see your rolls. So are you using Ted's dice because they're letting you down?
No, these aren't Ted's.
Oh, well, that's
I rolled a 6.
okay. You're not sure.
This seems like a good guy.
I don't remember how this game works. Can I make the roll as well? Or? I know it's always weird in any role-playing game. Everybody roll because he rolled
Right.
badly.
Someone will accidentally get it right.
Right, so I'm okay with you saying no. That was your group. But
Well, at least in Pathfinder 2nd Edition, there are some things where you have to be trained in it.
well, I'm trained in religion, so
Yeah, I think you're taking a different approach to trying to figure it out. I think that's.
I mean
fine.
I'm fully trained in religion as well. So.
Knowledge is one.
21.
Well, anyone can tell. You're pretty sure it's a ghoul.
I don't know. I'm assuming enough to know creature of hunger that
Yeah. So you had said something about like letting you out would be bad. I don't remember exactly what the words were, but he slowly walks into view, and he's not in any way being threatening. I mean, he's behind a wall, but very clearly having a conversation. He says, "Canst thou imagine the rage I feel? My heart beats not, yet it burns for vengeance. To speak the truth is my deepest desire.
So speak it.
Yeah.
Know thee this. My jailers were not men of law, but base criminals. No just sentence do I serve."
Yeah, but if we let you out, you're an undead creature. You're just gonna go around and kill people and lick the marrow from their bones.
Sadly, your imprisonment seems to have had a very negative effect on your existence.
It is true that I hunger. I control that hunger for now. Discipline, I have learned, yes. Discipline.
You've been locked up behind here for how long? You control the hunger, you'd have anything to eat.
Hunger is as nothing unto me now. Its claws have lost their grip. This I swear, no harm to the bodies of the living will I bring, so long as justice is done.
Justice to whom?
He will not tell you.
It's unlikely for us to release you if you will not give
Yeah,
us information we need to know.
I want to see if I can tell if he's being honest about that.
Can we cover the hole and go have a conversation down the way a little bit? Let's cover that, yeah. Walk down the way a little bit. Like,
Someone asks how long he's been there. He tells you he doesn't know. He has no concept of time. He says he woke and he broke his chains. He searched for escape, but there was none, so he slept again till the ground shook, which was the earthquake that happened 20 years ago.
And that was when he woke up.
And that's when he woke up.
sweet.
How much does he know?
20 years down here.
Well, he woke up 20 years ago. He's been down here for
Exactly.
Longer than that. Yeah.
Sadly, many of his knowledge might be out of date, but his knowledge of history.
You guys were gonna go have a conversation separate from him, or?
Yeah, but I wanted to see if I could.
Oh yeah, is there a sense motive or?
No, I
something?
think they use perception for it.
It's perception, because that's what deception and lie is.
Yeah.
Is
Oh,
against
yeah,
the
it's
percep-
against perception.
is against perception. So in this case, he would roll,
and you-
typically,
you
the
probably-
GM would
yeah.
roll deception
Yeah.
and compare it to 10 plus your perception
Right,
skill.
but you should do a secret roll
Right.
for my perception.
But you would take your perception and add 10, and that's the DC of the deception check.
If he's deceiving you, right?
Yeah, what if he's not deceiving?
Well, then you probably roll and just say, nope, seems honest, no matter
Right.
what you rolled. But that's part of why it's nice as a secret roll.
Okay. Let me look up his stat real quick.
But yeah, usually that's why they do them secret, so that you can just say, nope, he's not lying, of course he isn't.
Yeah,
He's
when-
the most honorable ghoul that's ever
exactly,
existed.
when you may not know, yeah.
I mean, he's clearly hiding the information of why he's there, but you think everything else he has said has been truthful.
I believe you should place your arm within the enclosure and see if he attempts to eat it.
We're gonna go have a private conversation where you can't hear us about your fate, and then we'll be back or not.
He just kind of disappears back into the darkness.
All right, so we'll go maybe out here or something, so where you can talk, where he can't overhear us.
Right.
So, I mean, I think he's being honest, and he probably was unfairly imprisoned here by some unlawful people, and he's been here for like at least 20 years, more than 20 years, sealed up in there. I mean, he could have been just an honest person who was killed or died and came back in the afterlife because he had, like, you know, unfinished business.
My understanding of ghouls is you don't come back as a ghoul if you're an honest, good person. Unless
I
it's
don't-
changed
I
in
don't-
Pathfinder, but
I don't trust it.
my
I don't.
understanding of ghouls is you only come back a ghoul when you were driven by very.
Does your
negative
character know
beasts.
that, though?
With his religion skill, probably. Now it may not be true, because he knows book knowledge, but that would be his theory.
I will say one, because you rolled what, a 21 on
Yeah.
religion, right? He had mentioned something like perhaps then I will know peace, right? Like his goal is to basically see justice and then hopefully pass on, is what he has communicated to. It says.
Because it seems like more of a ghost thing than a ghoul thing.
Well, I don't know anything about these creatures. He seems honest.
With your background in religion, at least the fundamental concept of what he said to you, his purpose being fulfilled, allowing him to then pass, you actually believe that as something
It's,
that
it's
could
possible
happen.
even for a ghoul, okay.
Um,
That's part of it. As a player, that's one reason I stayed out of the bestiary, because you know, it's more fun not to know the things, and you know, my knowledge is definitely incomplete because it's D&D and 5 editions
Yeah,
of D&D and Hackmaster and
Right.
yeah,
Flower
so
Sword
whether or not
edition.
that's what he actually wants
Yes.
to be determined,
it
he
would
thinks
fit.
that is accurate. But
There's
like
a lot to memorize.
functionally, what he
Well,
is
and I don't
saying
want to know it because
is something that you would believe to be possible.
so I will pass that on. But it is at least possible. but we don't even know if the people that he is seeking vengeance against still exist.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is
I
that
don't.
trained in society?
Yes.
Yes, I.
Say, yes,
Yep,
I am.
I am.
You can.
I get a lot of skills.
Can each of you make a society roll for me?
Yeah, we absolutely. I'm happy to make another roll.
27. I love my
10,
+8.
10.
It's good to have on hand.
You're able to determine based on sort of his style of speaking that the sort of his phrasing, some of the words he's using, or whatever. You would guess that it's from a time period of about 500 years ago.
So in 500 years, a lot of change has changed in this city. I mean, it is a mostly human city. So it's not unlikely that the people he seeks vengeance against are gone, and who knows what effect that would have on his obviously already broken mind.
You know, it's not right. He's been out down here for that long, and we're just gonna leave him here to suffer even longer? That's not right. Either we help him resolve his business so we can pass on to the afterlife, or we get him there faster ourselves.
I'm not unopposed to that, although I would like to know who he's looking justice against, because that may help
Right.
us to know
Well,
if it's even feasible,
if
and he was refused to give us that information.
I agree with you. Let's find out. We let him out of there, and we help him out. Try to put his mind at ease.
As soon as we let him out of there, we'll certainly know something.
Yep.
I-
One way or the other.
I mean, I'm hoping he has magical secrets I can glean. I have no problem letting him out. I'm sure the city guard can handle him eventually.
I don't know if we should let him out. Like,
I didn't say we should. I think it would be valuable to learn things from him.
Yep.
I'm quite happy to let him out.
were you able to see inside of the hole?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a room in there.
Yeah.
It goes a little off into each side where you can't, with the little hole you're looking through, you can't see the entire room, but, and you didn't really no one's like stuck their head up to it and like really taken a good look into the room, so that could be done if someone wanted to.
Can you cast light multiple times?
If I cast it again, the one we
The
have
other
goes
one
out.
disappears.
I cast as many times as I want, but the
Right.
one we have vanishes when
Right.
the new one's
You only,
cast.
you only one can be active at a time. Yeah.
Would you be okay with like him casting light on like a rock or something that we could throw into that hole so it lights up in there so we can actually see what this?
We're still not like. If we're looking straight in, you can only
Yeah,
see
the
like
problem is
straight
going to be
in.
we getting.
The light's not the problem.
Yeah,
the
the
problem
problem
is
is
we
the
can't
It's
see
the
the
angle,
walls.
yeah,
Okay.
with the little hole that you're trying to look through.
So we either widen the hole, I send oust in, although that's not high on my list of sending my friend in to be eaten by a ghoul is not rank high on my list of things I want to do.
He did say no human. He said he would devour no human. Your familiar's not a human. Just saying.
Neither is an elf.
Say,
Oh,
nor
true,
am I,
true. Good
which
point.
is
Good point.
Well, I think we have a conclusive, unanimous decision then to open this up and see what's going on in there.
I strongly feel that whenever he makes a decision, he decides it's unanimous.
Oh, I'm gonna step back.
All right. Well, everybody else is kind of being wishy-washy about this, and he and I agree. So,
I'm quite well with opening it. I figured as long as I'm not as close, there's a good odds that it will
I just don't. I don't really.
Damn the torpedoes, full speed
I
ahead.
am gonna start slamming myself into this brick wall trying to knock it down.
So you think, let's see,
I would think he would use his crowbar.
it takes,
It's not nearly as dramatic.
That is true, or likely to injure yourself.
Yep.
so you're not using your crowbar, is that what I heard?
He's the one that mentioned the crowbar. I'm
Okay.
slamming myself
Okay.
into the wall.
Officially, you take a -2 to your attempts to break into the open without using the crowbar.
Okay.
It actually works that way, as the crowbar
really?
gives you a chance. If you don't use a crowbar, you take a
Minus
-2.
two.
Well,
If it's something you can specifically pry open, you can give a +1 if the GM feels the crowbar would be very helpful.
Gotcha.
Which I
So
thought was unique.
it's honestly, as you're up there, you kind of look around and see it wouldn't be very hard for you to take this wall down. It's harder on his side. He's got some obstruction on his side where it's a little more difficult, and all he's got is his claws. From your side, if you're not using any tools, you think it will take about 30 minutes to tear the wall down to the point where you could fit through it.
All right, I'm gonna slam into it a few times. If that doesn't seem like it's gonna break down quickly, then I'll get out some tools, like a crowbar, and I have a hammer, I think,
Okay.
and start
working on this thing?
As you sort of chip away at the masonry, it takes
Yeah.
you 10 or 15 minutes total.
All right.
To kind of, and he's like, you don't see him.
All right.
You can occasionally hear the sound of like a shuffle, like a foot scuffing on the ground or something, but he's not like approaching. You open up the wall, and you can see inside much better. You see, I mentioned before you saw scratching on the walls. It's a phrase repeated over and over and over and over again. And it just says, Candren's Wish. Candren apostrophe S. Candren's Wish.
Candren's Wish.
Anyone who wants to could make a society check.
Nat 20.
Wait. Hold on. Woo! I got a 20.
Nice. Candren is a name you both recognize. It is a prominent house in Absalom. Prominent family. There are still existing members of House Candren. The one you are aware of is Goodman Hugen, Hugen.
What was that?
Goodman, like good man.
Yep.
Hugen, Hugen. He is a member of the Grand Council of Absalom, and he is first harbor master.
So is this Candren, the people you wish justice?
And as you guys have, there's light has flooded in this room, or you are maybe stepped in a couple feet or whatever.
Yep.
You say the word Candren, and you see just like rage sort of like go through his body. Not in like he's about to spring, but just like there's a tension and an anger that sort of overcomes him. And he says, Candren, yes, Candren.
You do realize that whoever did this to you is long gone.
It does not matter.
So what secrets can you tell us?
Get me out of here, and I will share all.
Well,
Bind me if you must.
He presents his hands as, an offering of like tie him up. He doesn't care. He just wants out.
it's not necessary.
Why isn't it?
I will tell you that I am a follower of Imode. I have taken certain vows, and one of my vows is to destroy any undead creature that I come across, unless a more peaceful alternative can be found. And I believe we may have found that, to help put your soul to rest. But if you betray me or my companions, we will slaughter you.
My words were true. No harm to you.
And he sort of nods in like the group's direction. You as everyone, not just you. But-
All right. Now we're going to have to help you put your unfinished business to rest here so you can pass on in the afterlife.
Do you have any evidence of the crimes that you say have been committed? I'm not getting anywhere within reach of him, but if possible, I would like to look around the chamber for anything else in there.
So he tells you he doesn't tell you yet. He tells you he does. He has evidence. And as he said, he will share all when he is out of here.
He's in your care.
Well, let's take him out.
On your soul be his actions.
Yeah, well, don't worry. If he's a bad boy, we're going to kill him.
And
I was not
he doesn't
worried.
react to that at all. Like he's
I will
not
point out he is
afraid.
already
He's
dead.
not.
We're going to kill him.
Oh boy, he stinks.
Such command of the language. So there's nothing else in here of any interest.
He also does not react to that.
Yeah.
He's very singularly focused.
Yeah.
Nothing else in here that shows of any interest, no magic.
Let's see.
Look, he had a ring of teleportation this whole time.
Yeah.
He just didn't know. He forgot to open the box.
Don't talk like that.
Megan cast it away when he didn't open the package.
I do not believe there's anything else in this room, though.
I'm not surprised. I was ready to check.
Yeah, I mean it's essentially a prison cell. Yeah. So You have this creature. He did tell you his name. I don't think I told you his name now. Marcon, Marcon. Tinol, Tinol. Hasn't been a single fantasy apostrophe in any of these names.
Jeez, man.
That's crazy. Like,
I
what game is this? Doesn't make any sense.
It's Pathfinder. It's not
That doesn't make any sense.
They don't know how to write proper names.
Right,
Everybody
exactly.
knows you throw a few apostrophes.
No, wait, hold
in
on.
there.
Carradin's Wish had an apostrophe.
Yeah, but that was an apostrophe.
Oh, but that's just possessive.
Ah,
yeah.
but
It's not in the name.
It wasn't like
though.
C apostrophe ARD.
Exactly.
It's not a fantasy apostrophe.
Somebody at Paizo broke their apostrophe key.
So he, did you bind him? I can't remember. I know he offered it, but
He
no.
refused to.
Okay.
I looked amused.
So,
I think he should walk right behind the paladin.
so yeah, I mean, you have this ghoul. He's following you pretty passively.
I mean, I say I take him up to the surface.
We have more to do here. We can't
Yeah,
leave
but-
yet.
We're gonna have the ghoul follow us around the whole
Yes,
place.
we have a limited time. We have to get it done.
All right, here's the deal. You help us, we help you. We got some work to do down here. Once we finish it up, we take you back to the surface.
I'm fairly sure he's not the secret we were sent down here to find. It could be wrong.
He basically, he says he will certainly not, he's very weak. He hasn't eaten in
500
ever,
years.
like, and so he's not necessarily in fighting shape. He will defend himself.
Perhaps we'll stumble across something down here you can eat.
You know, look, listen. You don't gotta help us in battle, all right? But basically, my friend here wants to finish our work down here first before we go back upstairs. So just tag out, hang out with us. Don't run off, because we'll track you down and kill you. All right, and then we'll get you to the surface a little bit later.
Marcon, did the floods reach down here once you opened that hole?
He tells you that this area is largely untouched by the water.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
We should also, if it were getting flooded, there should be some signs of it that we could tell in the environment. I think.
Yeah, everywhere else you've been that has been getting flooding has had like crustaceans around
Yeah.
and things like that. Random fish just kind of that got caught
Right.
suddenly in a
Statues to
dry
the fish
spot.
god. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Okay. And this place looks like it doesn't get flooded.
This place doesn't look like it gets flooded. Whether there's some other reason for that or not is unknown. But
All right, sweet.
So we'll go back out and check out the rest.
Yep, checking out more.
But our only way we know to get out is through the area that floods. So we're either done here and out in 6 hours, or we have to wait through the flood cycle and come back again.
Right.
And then leave.
so you step out into this large area again, and as you do, you hear a voice from the way you came initially, from the water area, and it speaks to you in common or whatever common is in
This
Pathfinder.
common.
Still common. I realized as I said it, I was like, oh, it might not be common.
It's still common.
As you all kind of walk out, including the ghoul, you hear a voice say, there you are. Hand over your prisoner and anything else you found. And you look over and you see the 3 mercenaries that were in the Playhouse at the very beginning. The 3 humans.
I'm sorry, what? You're shaking us down? That is quite unlawful.
Oh, boys, I've been waiting for something to happen. We've been wading through water. I had to row a boat. Now we went and rescued some dead guy. About time I got to whoop somebody's ass.
That's right, thieves. What's the penalty for thievery in this city?
So it's something you would know.
Smacking him with my sword. Let's go do that.
I'm sure it's at least the loss of a limb or 2.
All right, yup.
In addition, it may provide food for Marcon.
Yeah. See, my companion here has been quiet this whole time.
So I have a question.
Now it's time to do something.
When I do my flurry of blows, if I hit somebody with the first strike of a flurry of blows and it reduces them to 0, can I redirect, if they're within range, the second flurry of blows strike to hit a second person? Can it be separated that way?
I mean, they're separate attack rolls, so I don't know why.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think
But
you can move between
unless
them.
Flurry of Blows specifically says you can.
Yeah, I'm curious about that. That's a good question.
Yeah, it is actually a good question.
Depends on what it says.
Yeah, if it says they have to be the same target, then
Right,
that'd be
right,
one
right.
thing.
No, in matter of fact, it says if both hit the same creature, you combine their damage for resistance and weaknesses.
So they may not both hit
So
the same
no,
creature.
you can
so
hit two different
certainly
creatures.
sounds like you could.
You can't move between the attacks.
Right.
Yeah, no.
But if you're in a
They would
position,
have
you
to
go
be.
pop, pop.
They would have to be both.
Even
with-
if you didn't knock him out, you could go pop pop if you
Even if you didn't, yeah, you could literally just do separate. Even if the one didn't kill him, you could do.
As far as it reads,
Did you
it
make all
says
these
no.
things yourself, dude?
Okay.
Yeah.
There's no requirement to
Well, I mean, it
target the same person with both
attacks.
attacks.
How did you get these things? How did you
There's
get
just
the art
advantages to doing it, especially if they have
there's a couple
resistance.
sites that are literally like paper minis.
Yeah.
Oh,
That I
see.
printed them out on photo paper and just.
Oh, with the sticky stuff on them?
And theoretically, like with this one, like you cut off all the
Oh.
white and it looks way cooler, but it's so much work with those
The
tiny
pain, yeah.
ones to like.
That's funny.
Oh,
Target
yeah.
stance ones are non-lethal.
They
Yeah,
can
there's a
be.
few different. I think technically I got those from.
Officially, again, if it's a
Patreon,
non-lethal
it was like
weapon,
a
which they
$2
are, you
monthly
would take a
fee,
-2
and I just
hit if
downloaded
you wanted to
all of
lethal
them and
damage.
then unsubscribed.
Yep, that's what people do.
That's weird. I don't know if that's a misprint or not, but that's a weird thing.
Wait,
There's
John,
some I
what's
subscribe
non-lethal?
to
Tiger
no matter
stance
what, but
attack.
like
is
for something like
non-lethal.
this.
Really? Yeah.
So normal, you're
I
doing
have
non-lethal unless
I'm
you
a patron
take
of
the
a map
-2.
channel that just makes maps.
But you can do bleed.
And I just
You
keep
get
giving
crit,
them money every
which is
month,
cool.
and
Yeah,
every
it's
so often I'll grab a
D4
map.
bleed
But
slashing, right?
D4, well,
Yeah.
it's the DA slashing and then
I could
D4
download
persistent
everything they
bleed
have,
to get a
and,
crit.
and then I'll
That's pretty
subscribe.
cool.
But
Which is
I
awesome.
don't know.
Right, that's true. Yeah.
It's like $5 a month, so I'm like, I don't care.
Yeah,
I assume
agile,
we're all
finesse,
out here in the
non-lethal, and
main thing.
unarmed. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just weird. I hadn't seen that, but I'm like, oh, that's funny.
All right. Well, it sounds like you guys are gearing up for a fight. Is that
Oh.
accurate? All right.
They're trying.
Absolutely.
They're thieves.
Here, you
Well, I
guys,
wonder if there's
you guys
something
are
to
all
beat
sort
them
of out here.
Yeah,
not
I'm
just,
definitely.
Little baby hand.
not just way back there. Oops,
You
sorry.
don't take the -2 because you're a monk.
I don't know how you want to. But the
For Tiger Strike.
Oh
For
yeah,
anything.
baby.
If
Okay.
it's non-lethal, you can ignore the non-lethal for unarmed.
Okay. Yeah.
That's why I
One
thought
of
I
your- one of your
somehow
attacks-
because all of them
I
were
thought
non-lethal.
So it's
think that says
non-lethal
that.
because he can choose for it to
Right.
be non-lethal.
So he literally, you have no penalties to do lethal or non-lethal damage.
Unless
to
you're
your
using the
attacks.
sword that you have. You have a monk
Well,
sword.
of course.
But
But with his,
Why would I use my sword
It's pretty
when my
good.
when my
It's pretty good.
strike damage does the same
right.
die?
Yeah, it is about the
as-
same. Yeah.
So that's the idea is that he could choose to do the non-lethal with no penalty.
right, you get the choice either way. That's
Because with
why
his
I said-
Tiger Strike, it says that it's a non-lethal
and
stance,
all
but he
of
can
them seem to
choose.
be.
But
I
he
don't
can
know, every
choose to make it
stance,
lethal.
but
What
like
you're saying.
Crane, Dragon, they're all
They're all
non-lethal.
non-lethal.
So any unarmed is non-lethal. So whichever one you do,
Oh,
But then he has an ability that says
but his monk ability allows him to do lethal
so
or
the
non-lethal
temple
without
sword
bonus.
is that one of those hooked swords that you can trip them with?
I didn't see a picture. I don't actually know. But
It,
it has
but
like
it
that
would
quality.
because it has that quality.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it would be something like a hook sword that
Yeah.
you can hook them around the ankle and trip them with, or
Oh, and
oh
yeah,
my!
He's got a monk sword.
I've got a monk sword called a temple sword, and it has a trip as part of the trait. So I'm guessing it's probably something
yeah,
like
so
a
it
hook
means you
sword.
can trip without an empty thing. So that would be
Yeah.
logical. The other key is for stunning strike, you do have to attack both the same target with both strikes.
Yeah.
So if you want to use stunning.
Oh, right. So if your flurry of blows two separate targets, then you couldn't
You
stun
can't
him.
click.
Yeah, so flurry of blows, I could kick the crap out of him, kick him in the head, and then whip around and get him with a sword strike.
Everyone roll
To attack-
initiative.
All right.
Or perception. Just basic perception. I don't think anyone was doing anything specific.
No, we
on
were
this.
just
Nope.
walking around the corner.
I'm being terribly magical. Oh yeah, that's a great initiative.
What's your modifier?
Flurry of blows is only
I have a
unarmed.
total of 5.
Flurry of blows. is
Make
only
two
an-
Which one are you
unarmed
most
strikes, so
Yeah.
it has to be unarmed to do flurries.
This
Uh,
reminds me of last week
Valorant?
when you were like, "I'm doing so much. I'm hitting for a ton. I rolled a 1." Like,
Who, I was doing
yeah,
that?
remember you were
You
like
do
you were
the
hitting
beautiful
amazing,
hits, and then you'd roll
and then you
terrible
roll
damage.
like two points of damage or something with your beam.
Oh,
Yeah, most of
yeah.
the time.
16.
Until I taunted you enough, and then suddenly you would.
Oh, that's
instigate
right. Yeah.
me. And then you would claim I shouldn't. Oh, 10. Then you would say you shouldn't taunt me. I'm like, apparently I should. It worked really well.
Mine's a
She
14.
was supposed to be more megalomaniac than that, but I figured in that group I would just be dead. And
Yeah,
pointless. So I pulled it back some. So I'm like, yeah. The problem is that she like has no combat ability, so in this group she'd just be dead. If she was all megalomania, lording it over, you'd be like, I'm gonna roast him, and everyone else would just smash her into goo. So I'm like, okay,
Kevin,
we'll
you're
have
up
that
first.
a bit.
Okay, so does it take an action to draw a weapon, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Does it matter what weapon? Do I have to have a weapon ready? Does that have anything funky about that?
Whatever weapon you
As long
draw,
as it's not
if
like in a
automatic
backpack,
action, you
I
draw.
think you're fine.
Yeah, unless it's in a backpack.
Okay, so I would like to draw my short bow. Is what I was asking.
Okay.
Yeah, so it'll be an action. to pull
An
out
action to
your
draw a short bow, which is fine. Good with that.
I
don't-
specifically placed items either in your backpack or not, and it doesn't show up on the sheet at all. But your weapons
Yeah,
will
I was
definitely
very
not be in
annoyed
the
by that.
backpack.
Okay, yeah.
I was quite annoyed that it didn't do anything to show
Because
up.
you can create different containers,
Right,
but then it
but
doesn't,
it doesn't
use
show
them.
up on the sheet at all. It's still cool for the website, but it doesn't show up on the sheet. Which is where, yeah, because I can pull them up on my iPad.
Yeah.
I'm like, so I can use that during the game most of the
So-
time for a lot of them. Well,
Can you move and then go into a jump? Or is a jump part of your movement?
normally, your jump includes the stride. So
Yeah.
for anyone else, you take 2 actions. You stride, then jump.
Yes, correct.
You could obviously stride as one of your actions, then jump, or you could stride and then do a jump action. We could
Check this out.
to do 2 strides and
Okay.
jump.
I'm just.
All of those are potentially possible. There's no real order you have to do things
It's
in.
not part of movement, though. Like, it is not
Right.
contained in your first action if you stride.
So, guy closest to you.
Yep.
I'm gonna shoot him with a short bow.
Absolutely.
That is a 16.
Okay, that hits.
For 6 points of damage.
Okay.
And for your third action.
What can I do for my third action? I don't want to move.
Shoot again.
Can I shoot him again? Is that -4?
-5
-5.
because it's not an elite weapon.
That's fine. I'll shoot
There's
him
no
again.
load on
-5.
the bow as long as it's far. Yeah, just reload 0.
Okay. That should hit. That's 25 -5 is 20.
Okay.
For 1. Better the first time. Alright. There you go.
Is it Sagen? I erased part of it on accident. It's the monk.
Yeah. Okay. So if I am reading this correctly, I am going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. That's my first action. My second action is to get into my tiger stance. And if I'm reading it correctly, once I'm in tiger stance, I can step 10 feet. Right?
So as an action, you can move 10 feet without getting attack of opportunities.
Yeah, the
That's
step.
what a
The
step
step
It's
is
still
the
an
name
action.
of an action. It is. It's like in the original Pathfinder, it was 5-foot step is what it was called. Now it's just called step. But it's a way to move without provoking.
Right,
is
you can
essentially
move
what it
10
is.
feet and you don't.
So it's
Most
still an
people can
action.
only move 5 feet. You get to move 10 as part of a special monk thing.
Okay. All right.
It's still an action, it just protects you from being smacked by something.
Right. So I took my second action going into my tiger stance.
Yep.
Okay. And then for the hell of it, I am going to throw a dart
Yep.
at this guy.
That's what I was going to say. Use your dart.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
The closest one to me.
The one that he's already got a couple arrows sticking out of him,
Yep.
so yeah.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. Okay.
Give me
So
that attack
Makes
roll.
sense to me.
yeah. That is a 13.
That misses.
Misses. Okay.
Clang.
Whizzes by. And then 2 red ones get to go. So the first one, which will be the one you guys have been attacking, will step up.
Stride.
Yeah, sorry, not actually step.
know.
Step's gonna be a weird word to say.
It's step, 2 steps. Because I'm really cautious, I'm taking 2 steps towards the monk. I'm using up 2 actions to move 10 feet. For no
And then
good
with
reason.
its drawn short sword, it is just going to attack.
I like the gender neutral bad guys.
One is female for what it's worth, but
It's not, they're humans.
yeah.
They're humans.
It's not too attractive.
21 to hit
Oh.
Hey monkey.
on the monk. 21 to hit.
21 does hit. Yes.
So we will do 4 damage.
Okay.
And then we're going for round 2 at a -5. Will be a 12.
No.
The other one here is going to do the same thing. Stride and then taking 2 attacks at you.
Oh, baby.
I got to do them in order because of the penalty.
Yep.
So the first
declare.
Claire, pretty agree. Yeah.
first one's going to hit. It's a 22
Yeah, that hits.
for 3 damage. I'm rolling very
For
terribly.
3?
Yeah.
I don't think he's sad that you're really bad on damage.
Yeah, right. My attack rolls have been great. My damage not so much.
I wouldn't be
13 to hit on the second attack.
No.
Okay. The one back here has a crossbow out, and it's coming at one of you two. I'll do odds and evens. Odds. Kevin.
Okay.
Crossbow coming your way. It's probably gonna miss. It's a 15.
19 is.
It does not tell me. I'm assuming crossbows have a reload property.
Crossbows have a load. Their load.
Is that one action?
I think it's 2, isn't it?
I don't remember because they're different ones. Crossbow is a regular crossbow is a reload of 1.
Okay, so it will reload and then it will shoot a second time -5.
Correct.
What makes it a -4 instead? Finesse?
A agile weapon.
Agile. So the other guy technically had a -4, but it's fine. Doesn't matter. The second one misses.
Okay. Agile weapons are better, less likely to miss.
Right.
Neither of his
Finesse
attacks.
weapons you can use your dex to stab people with.
Gotcha. And that is them. So next is my Alice or whatever
Really?
it is.
How bad did you guys roll?
I went first.
Oh, that's right. You went first with your bow. You
Yeah.
rolled badly. I need to get within 30 feet of the 2 guys who are attacking my monk.
There it is. So you're up in a line with these guys.
Okay. So I move up just as far as I have to, because the monk has the light, so I can see very well. Begin my chant, hand electricity, and fire electric arc. Both of them need to make reflex saves.
I got the light back, by the way.
Oh, did
You
you?
gave it back to me. Yeah.
Oh, well, then the light's back here, and the monk's in the darkness.
Both of them need to make a reflex. Okay, so I'll roll the one. The one that's been hurt is the one closest to me still.
They need 18 as the DC.
Failed by 1.
So he takes 7.
And the second one succeeded.
So he takes half damage, he takes 3.
3. So the first one.
So electricity something arcs on one and then blasts over into the other. He's my friend. Don't hurt him.
And is that all 3?
Yes, stride and then 2 to cast the spell.
The metal heads on those arrows that help.
I would believe it. Without your contribution, he would certainly not have fallen over. I appreciate it. That's why we were a team.
All right. Whoa! Charge forward right to there. I'll use an action to draw my sword, and as I draw it, slash across at him.
All right.
I'm running out of dice that roll. Not crappy.
The AC is less than the crocodile.
14.
That is a. Does the tie go to attacker or defender?
I think it hits.
I think
Yeah,
that
tie goes
you
to
have
the
to make
attacker.
you have to equal the DC.
Okay,
so tie
Yeah,
would
tie
hit.
goes the
So that
attacker.
hits.
All right, baby.
Nah, we'll run with it. Cause
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's correct.
What's your modifier?
Oh god, he rolled a 1.
I got a +4, so 5 total
Okay.
damage.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, how do you want to do it?
Oh my gosh. Anyway.
So the sword comes out of the
Funny.
sheath.
it is because
It hits him from
He wasn't very
from
tough.
groin all the way up, ripping open. Stuff is falling out. Goes
He's
through
one
his
that took 7,
sternum,
though.
up into his chin,
took 7,
rips
though,
out
so-
like clefts his face in half,
Yeah,
and
still
then he
funny.
tumbles down.
All right.
Yeah, so
And I look over at the monk who didn't fell a single component.
That's how you do it, laddie.
sometimes it's Irish.
Man.
What was it? That wasn't Irish. That was.
It is back up to the top.
That was just insulting. Okay.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was insulting. I apologize.
That's still. What's the range? 60 feet. Is that within 60?
10, 20, 30, 40. Yep, he's 50 feet away from you.
Okay. So I'm spending my first action being like, I'm gonna try to intimidate him. I'm gonna say,
Demoralized. Ooh.
yeah, demoralize, right? I'm gonna say,
You have to be within 30 feet.
do I?
You do. Sorry.
What does that do?
It gives them frightened condition, which gives him a penalty to all the die rolls.
What if I just want to honestly intimidate him into like stopping combat?
So coerce.
Yep.
Coerce is an exploration that generally cannot be done in a fight. It takes a minute of conversation to coerce somebody.
That's nonsense.
Unless you have quick coercion, which I have.
Oh, yes.
Nonsense that you can't point a bow at somebody in 6 seconds and tell them to sit there. They go, okay. Like, that's absolute nonsense, but okay. That I'm telling you, I've not found much. I love this system. That's nonsense.
Nonsense.
Like, I literally have a bow, and the guy's gonna go, well, could you tell me more about, like,
Well,
what?
and, I
That's
mean,
stupid. Anyway.
I'm not saying the GM can't make the call
I know,
that you're
right, I know.
scaring him. But
I'm just saying, that's ridiculous. Like, I can literally, and he's gonna go, I don't know. Like, that's,
I mean, I feel like you could make a comment without it have it be like an intimidation or something, right?
well, the thing is, yeah, I
He
was
might
gonna
still
take
follow
an
an
action.
order even if he's not
That's
intimidated.
I was gonna take an action and try to convince him, but I don't know what. Yeah, if that's not an action that you can do, if that's an actual feat, is quick coercion.
There's an actual thing that says you can bully others with a few choice implications. You can coerce a creature after 1 round of conversation instead of 1 minute. You still can't coerce a creature in the midst of combat or without engaging in conversation. But what is coerce then?
coerce is designed as
an
the,
insane rule then.
It's basically
So you
you
can
bully a
never
creature into doing whatever
you
want
can
to
never
do.
get a creature to surrender in combat. It's not possible.
No, it's possible. I'd make it possible.
It would
Well,
be
of
more-
course, you know what I mean. I'm saying per the rules, but I know GMs would obviously account for it.
No, this specifically alters their attitude.
Yeah, coercion's more to temporarily alter their
Yeah,
attitude.
Not what I'm looking for.
Right,
So it
there
can,
isn't really
so
a-
if somebody is, for instance, hostile, you can make them unfriendly instead.
Oh, right.
Briefly,
That's
That's a
coercion.
different.
That's
That's
a
a
different
totally
thing.
different.
Because
thing.
if you notice the coercion, their attitude gets worse later.
I mean, for one action, you can there's demoralize under intimidation.
That would be more likely what you would do to try to get
Uh-huh.
them to surrender. Would be a
You shout a
demoralize.
sudden shout, a well-timed
Technically, it
taunt,
frightens
yeah.
them, but that would be if you included the give up or else,
Right.
it would certainly be not a bad GM ruling to say yes, that could make him want to give up.
You demoralize it for 10 minutes.
They take frightened. Yep.
Well, and I guess you could use that. They become frightened, which is.
Right.
But I would say that's not necessarily what I'm going from.
It doesn't have to be mechanical. You can
Right,
talk
that's
to
what I'm
him
saying.
and be like,
So,
surrender.
and I'm fine within that being also being within 30 feet. I'm okay with that. Like they say, it's a 30 foot. I'm fine with that. Can I move up, please? Or can I get within 30 feet of him? Actually, is that
Right,
possible?
Sure, he's only 50 away, so you should be able to.
Okay, so I should be able to get 25. And then train my bow at him. I'll use my second action to try and demoralize him.
So you make an intimidate check against his will DC.
DC,
So
yeah.
10 plus his will save.
Oh, so does he make it?
No, this is not a secret roll. You get to make this.
Oh, yeah. Not likely. So that's an 8.
It's pretty much impossible to succeed.
Yeah.
Because even if you had a
So-
0 will, it's a 10.
So he doesn't, exactly. So he doesn't believe me, so I'm going to shoot him. So,
I'm gonna kill you!
right.
Yeah.
You put it down or I'm gonna shoot this thing at you!
I'm
He goes,
gonna kill
"What?"
you. I like it better. I'm gonna kill you. Well, yeah, that's why you have the bow.
Another 4. So that's 12. That's not going to hit.
It does not.
Yep, okay. I missed.
That's the monk.
It's the monkey. All right. These two are down.
Yep.
I'm just going to step over them. 5, 10, 15,
Still
20,
20 because it's your first act.
20, yep. And I am going to attack that guy. And I am going to do my flurry of blows.
Okay.
All right. First attack is 17 on the dice, so
It's gonna hit.
yeah, okay. And then the second attack,
What's your damage?
I combine the
Oh, you're
damage
right.
on those. That
Probably
it,
doesn't matter for him, but
an 11 on the second hit.
Second one misses.
Second one misses. Okay, so first one, that is a D8.
Okay.
D8 plus 2. So that's 5 points of damage. And I will.
you have one more action.
I'll make another attack at minus
8.
Is
your
First one's at free. Second one's
one's
at
a
minus
-4.
4. Third one's at -8.
minus 8. Okay. Can always get that 20.
Close it.
Yeah, that one's not gonna hit. It's a
Send this
6.
a little low.
Okay.
I mean, you still got what, a +2 when you do that. So, although yours is minus 10, presumably.
So this one is going
Right,
to.
Realize you brought a crossbow to a fist fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this one is going to throw its bow to the ground and like drop to its knees and raise its hands up.
See, he listened. It just took him a while.
It just took him a
Is
minute.
anyone not going to
It
let
took him
surrender?
amongst punching into the face.
Yeah, we had to have a 5-minute argument about it while he was listening. Like, I just,
The fighters are going, you can't make him surrender that way. Yes, I can. Watch me. Then he surrenders.
Yeah,
Oh, look, you can.
Yes, you can.
Turned out killing his two comrades.
Can I like walk up to him and put him in like a rear naked choke so I can like choke him out and pass him out? Takes less than 3 seconds
Yeah, I mean, he's
for most people.
He's not resisting, so if you.
Oh, we're killing him then.
No,
Excellent.
no, we're not killing him. I said to knock him out.
Well, I don't know that.
All right.
Unarmed combat is not exactly my forte.
I mean, you can also like non-lethal, just like
Clunk him.
chop in the neck and he's out.
That's more or less what he's doing.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
exactly.
equivalent. Yeah.
I'm going into the pockets of the two dead guys at this point. Before I have the ghoul eat them, I want to make sure they have anything valuable on them.
Okay. Let's see.
And making sure they're actually dead, not just dying.
Right.
I know we don't usually worry about that, but it is not a bad confirmation.
So the mercenaries, the two that are down, they have their basic gear, which you probably aren't interested in. But
No interest whatsoever.
yeah, and then they have the woman actually has, who's one of them you guys knocked down, has essentially a contract on her that is from the person who hired them. And it is, they were hired by, it's just a pretty general contract, but the name on it is probably what matters to you. And it is Olansa, Olansa.
I assume you're concerned with his abuse of the prisoner, aren't you, there, Paladin?
Terramore,
Apparently not.
Terrimor.
You didn't see anything.
I would assume you'd be concerned about the monk's assault upon his surrendered man.
Who is that? That is the person who signed the contract for these mercenaries.
Like me getting
The person that
choked. I'm sorry, I've seen people being choked. It doesn't look non-lethal. No money?
No money.
God, pathetic mercenaries. Are you hungry there, Marcon?
They do have general like trail rations, things like that, if you want to steal their food and stuff.
Oh,
but-
I don't care. Marcon, are you hungry?
You're trying to feed the mercenaries to the ghoul?
He's hungry. Their food. I see no issue here.
I mean, they're dead.
I was gonna say he said we need no living, but these aren't living.
I made sure of that.
They're just gonna sit here and rot.
Exactly.
Well, maybe that adds some flavor. I don't know.
You might draw other, draw scavengers. It's just unpleasant all the way around.
Maybe aging it is the ghoul version of ketchup. I don't know.
In that case, he probably doesn't want them, and I can't help that.
Oh.
Maybe it's a good thing you knocked that boy out.
Yeah.
He doesn't watch it and feed his friends to a ghoul. Oh, it's good not to play good
You
character.
see him consider it for a second, and then he shakes his head. He's not interested.
Hey, I'm
As you
also not a
wish.
good character. I didn't believe my line until just now. But I'm also not a good character.
I'm surprised you were complaining about how not eating it made you so weak. Interesting. And suspicious.
It's the look in his eyes is probably similar to what you would see if you offered a drug addict who had been sober for a very long time a drug.
So what you're saying is I got a chance with a little pushing here.
That would be immoral.
Wow.
I'm feeding a starving person. How is it immoral? He's killing a person who surrendered. I'm just feeding a starving
He didn't
person.
kill him. Did you see that?
So I wrap his arm around his throat and begin to strangle him.
Right. He's pinching the sides of the neck. That cuts off the blood supply to the head.
Which
makes him
last time I
pass
checked
out.
was fairly important.
It's true.
Yeah, but they pass out and let him go and it's fine.
Assuming he counted.
He didn't
right to let
crush
him
the
go.
trachea, dude.
Assuming he
Do
counted
you know
right to let
nothing
him
about
go.
martial combat?
No. You don't remember who we're talking to? This guy. He was when we were learning about how to. I did that too. A couple of different animals too. But I did it on my brother. It was fun. But
What?
I just choked until he passed out. It was fun. It was funny. I laughed. But He was fine. He had a little funny look in his eye afterwards, but he's fine. Mama didn't yell at me or nothing. Mama said he's fine. He's special. He's a good kid. So,
Was he special before you choked him out?
well, no, we don't need to talk about that.
See his eyes? They're like doll's eyes.
But my
Black
point was,
and
he was
lifeless.
learning how to turn a green leaf into orange leaf when we learned that.
In either case, I guess, but you know.
You didn't mention pigs at all in that little story.
Oh, no. No, it
He
ain't
did
always
mention
about
he's choked
pigs.
out a few pigs.
I mean, you should have slipped in a
We
pig.
can't let Tommy near pigs no more.
Well, what do the pigs do to Tommy?
I can't. Well, Tommy just don't like. He kind of does some. Well, we shouldn't talk about Tommy. Mommy wouldn't like that. Mama just said
So
Tommy's a
can
special boy.
I make
Tommy's a special boy.
Can I make a
They're
medicine
just
check
pointing
to
his
treat those wounds that I sustained?
Assuming he doesn't want to.
Oh, how many wounds did you take?
6.
Really?
Yeah, 6 points.
So as he's fumbling over there with his medicine chest,
Actually, 7 points. I'm sorry.
Do you have a healer's kit?
No, I have a couple lesser elixirs of life.
Yeah, but we.
I can take
He's
care
got
of
lay on
this.
hands.
I go over to you and heal you for 6 hit
So we can
points.
go over
as
there.
I call out to Imode.
And I will be, of course, still detecting magic on all of this stuff.
Imode. Iomide.
What's your range on that?
30 feet. And I'll be kind of moving
6 hit
around,
points.
but not getting too far from these guys.
I also don't want to say that. I always think I would say like Iomide or something.
Iomide,
It's funny
yeah.
when you pick them,
Uh-huh.
go to all
Iomide,
of
yeah.
them.
But I have no
So,
idea
yeah,
what
now
the
you can.
correct.
I just think it's fun and weird.
So you've got a tunnel here.
Yep.
That.
And what are we going to do with the young lady or the young man who's
Oh yeah, the one who's unconscious.
Whoa. We got any rope? We can tie him up.
I think we use that on your gator friend.
I have rope.
All right, I'll take his rope. I tie her up. Tie her up. I'm gonna truss her like a pig.
Yeah,
That was
okay.
a guy for
I
what.
mean, I have a grappling
you
hook
killed
if you
the
really
girl.
want to do that.
Oh, you guys killed the girl. That's the guy.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the guy.
All right, tie him up like a pig. And then we're gonna make sure we drag him over here. Let's stuff him back behind here so nobody else comes.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Comes
Good
in.
idea.
Time to the statue. Yeah.
I'll check on him.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Does he have
Yeah.
anything in his
Tie him up.
pockets?
Tie him a statue.
Huh?
Does he have anything in his pockets?
No, same, just general equipment and like rations and things.
I reckon you can make a kind of bacon out of him if you wanted to.
No, the ghoul doesn't want to eat. So we have the little
But I ain't
tunnel,
gonna eat
or the
it.
grand stairway,
And then two
or
more
two more little
tunnels down there.
tunnels.
Treating him like a pig.
All right. Well, listen.
Well, we have another. Oh, I guess we can't see that
Poor
yet,
person
can
tied
we?
up here, is like
Because there's a wall right there.
Where someone moved.
I mean, I just,
Deciding where we're going to go, I think.
just keep going this way. Figure it
Or if
out.
you couldn't make some bacon out
So
of that
you
gator.
head down that way.
You don't have
You
the fat
see
content, it probably wouldn't work.
this room here, which I'm not going to draw, is
Dry it out, make
sort
it
of
jerky.
a weird
Jerky
angular
works.
room, but in the center of it there's a well, or what appears to be a well at least. You don't see any water in it, but it goes down a very long ways.
We could jump the bodies down
And then this direction of the path has sort of collapsed. You can't progress that way.
I thought we'd roll bodies in the water.
Come on, if I've learned anything from Assassin's Creed, is you drop the bodies down a well or in the ocean or someplace where they
Yeah,
can't
but, like,
see
what
them.
about like Fellowship of the Ring, where he accidentally knocks the armor into the well, and then it wakes the entire mines of Moria.
Throw him down the well.
They got through okay.
Actually,
Didn't Gandalf die? But he got better for it. So
He just leveled up.
yeah, he leveled.
He leveled up. Yeah.
Gandalf
gotta
made
kill
level
that
up.
dragon.
You know, that's what happens when you're falling at terminal velocity with a sword and you're just the Balrog.
So I vote we go down those corridors over there.
So you didn't like that one?
There's not down there.
This one was a
room
room with the
collapsed.
well, and then this one was a collapsed
Oh, okay.
tunnel.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Let's
Nothing in the
go.
well?
Alright.
There was nothing of interest in the well?
We can go down to well.
I'm not going down it, I was just going to look down it.
Oh, you want to look down the well? Yeah, let's look down the well.
You see darkness. The light doesn't. You don't see anything in the light.
I assume the dark vision doesn't go far enough either.
No.
Why don't you cast light on a
How far
pebble?
does dark vision?
Cast it on a pebble. We drop it down there.
I think it's this 30 or 60 feet.
Okay. Yeah, neither of those. If it was like 120, maybe. But
It's not anywhere
yeah,
that
yeah,
far,
yeah.
I'm sure.
Let's
do light on a pebble. We drop it down, and then you just recast on the necklace.
Mm-hmm.
So it falls for quite a while, and then you hear just the tiniest little echo of exactly like a little splash at the bottom. But not, you don't. There's no like movement in the little bit of light you see or anything like that.
Right.
That's a deep well.
All right, cool.
You're heading up towards those tunnels. Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
From my, you want the one that's further away from you, Luke, or the one that's a little closer?
Let's go to the far one first.
Okay. So you go to the far one. It goes. I don't really want to get up there and draw, I guess, but I can.
I don't want to stand here.
Here, I'm gonna go use it.
Okay, I'll draw while you go.
Bathroom.
It's getting late. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go turn my contacts out.
Hi, puppy.
Oh baby.
This is like peering on the edge of the well.
Yeah.
I do love the familiar in this. It's kind of fun. You pick,
It is interesting, yeah.
you pick little powers for them. And you can change it every day if you want. So today I have a flying rat. Tomorrow I could have a burrowing rat.
Oh, nice.
I could make it fly 40 feet. But it gives me an extra cantrip a day, and I kind of like that, so I don't want to lose that.
You haven't looked at familiars at all?
I think they're a lot of fun. But I don't know that they're the single most useful, but they do give you a lot of extra little things. But you give up a class ability or a feat to be able to do it, so
When we get to decisions,
they're not free. You know.
I need to know, like, for the main, when we go to the campaign, the big campaign, do we only have one martial frontline fighter, is that right?
Right now it would be me as the monk.
Yeah, assuming he's playing the monk, that's pretty much it as far as I can tell.
Okay, then
I
that's...
still can't tell what
I don't know,
Michael's playing, and
He's been
we all
tossing it
know
around.
that
Joel decided
Joe
the
will
last minute.
change
Yeah.
his mind between sitting down at the table and playing.
Yeah,
so
yeah, true.
he's as bad as I am about it. So.
Yeah. No, the only reason I'm asking is because I'm trying to. I know I'm playing a cleric. It's the type of cleric and the things I'm going to take. Like I'm pretty sure that I plan on playing the martial cleric, the frontliner, the heavy armor, and that sort of.
What to do for a
Just wanna-
character for the main campaign? There's so many options.
Just pick one and then die a lot.
Just die and switch and die and switch. That's Joe's.
Yeah.
That's Joe's plan.
Yeah. Ted would,
One, do
I
what?
think,
Pick one die.
in the
Pick one die.
campaign
and
he
you
was
keep
in,
playing
he
your
probably had
characters.
5 characters, 6
Yeah.
characters.
Well, because he would hear about some new min-max
Yeah,
something.
well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
My problem with those like hyper-focused min-max characters is that it's like, yeah, they're really good,
Yeah.
Whatever you're not good
but
at.
they do like one thing.
Right.
And so it's so repetitive.
Well,
Whatever
and that
you're
was
not
my,
good
my
at, you
issue.
just
Is
don't
I
do,
started.
yeah.
I played for. I think I played for 1 or 2 games. I had a character who was like a paladin, warlock or something, and I made this character. And I was like, I told everybody, hey, I'm gonna make this character. I think it's a really good idea. I think it was right after the party wipe, right where only Aaron survived.
Yeah.
And
Oh no, I died, but I wasn't playing my main character.
Right.
I had played just some one-off,
exactly right.
like-
And then like Ted and whoever the other guy was, they both made the same character.
Yeah.
Like,
That's
I told everybody I'm making this character.
Yeah, that's
they
like-
both made the same character.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons I usually have multiple. And
Ted
I'm like,
and who's the? I don't remember. You know the other guys. You sit next to me.
Yeah, I can't remember his name.
I laughed because Joe was asking me 2 weeks ago. I was like, "Are you playing a monk? Or not a monk, a bard?" I was thinking. I'm like, "Yeah, I really want to play the bard." I'm like, "No, I'm not picky, but I really want to play
Right.
this bard."
Right.
The wizard this guy would be the other one to play, but I really want to play the bard.
Yeah, of course.
I want to play. I don't normally come in with one, but this character's been in my head, and I'm
Right.
really
My
hoping
attachment
it
to the
works.
Oracle is the flaws, like the curse. I mean, like I think an Oracle would just be so fun to role play.
Yeah.
But if we've got,
And that's my only thing is I'm like I've got some upfront characters that would be fun to play too. Like I said, I mean, the Goblin Barbarian would be a blast, but I don't know that he would fit the style of campaign.
It's weird with the cleric. Like if you take the war priest, you can't get expert heavy armor, but if you take the cloistered, you can.
That is weird.
It's-
I hadn't looked at the cleric that much.
You can take. I guess you could get medium with the war priest, but not heavy.
That is strange.
It's really weird. Yeah.
because that doesn't. And again, I haven't looked at clerics at all.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
I mean, I glanced once a cleric, but then I didn't really read through it because I knew you were playing one, and I'm like, oh good, I don't play cleric.
Right.
Clerics heal people.
Yes, I know. But some of the
really
specifics
thinking
of
There's this whole new
don't have
concept
to.
about like
Alchemist?
I said, cloistered versus war priest.
going-
Because the war priest has more martial abilities.
Maybe an
but he also can't
automaton
get
alchemist.
expert heavy
That
armor.
might be cool.
But the cloistered can get expert heavy armor, but they're
Or,
not the martial class.
A
Really?
Yeah.
What's the
automaton gunslinger.
So it's
Two more armor class.
yeah, 2 more armor class. Yeah. So the idea is your martial character isn't as good at armor as your cloistered character.
I've got a name figured out for the character already. So it's C.A. C.A.D. dash E M.A.R.K. dash 0.
Okay.
It's not
So-
gonna help me unless I see a spell.
So Cade Marco, it's combat automaton design / experimental, and then Mark O is Mark 0. So
Cool.
yeah,
So how does that work? I guess I'm not seeing the cloistered.
Yeah, I'll have
Caddy
to
Marco?
dig into it, but I
Cade-
keep reading about it. Like,
Cade Marco.
People are like, that's why it's
Oh,
it's
cool.
upside down.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like the first 10 levels, the war priest is significantly better, and then the last 10 levels,
That's my-
cloistered is better.
I've just
So-
decided on the automaton. I just can't decide if I want to go
I'll
with an
have to look
alchemist
at it, but it was
automaton
such
or a
an
gunslinger.
Proficiency in
So
the favorite weapon.
Right.
I saw
As
one of
the
the pictures in
cloistered.
the gears and guns or whatever thing
They said something
shows an
about also,
automaton, and he literally has a gun on his as the lower part of his
Taking
arm.
champion is
Yeah.
possible.
That looks freaking sweet, dude.
yeah, that's integrated armament that you can get. I think
Yeah,
it's
it's a huge-
one of the
it's the
5th
I'm not
or
even
6th
kidding.
level feats.
That
you
would
can do.
totally
The biggest
fit in the
divisions I
Eberron
can
setting.
find on
He's
Reddit.
Oh, yeah,
got a
100%.
warforged with like
It is
just
a
a
big,
gun on
huge,
his arm.
Like, this is better. No, this is
awesome.
better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think anybody had heavy armor for either one of them.
Yeah, I don't know.
So I
They
don't know
said
if
there's
it's
a way for
something
you to get
different.
heavy armor with cloistered,
So
but
Yeah.
I don't know.
you guys go down this hallway,
Thinking the
and it
line
actually
falls
there's a
hard.
staircase that goes down. You guys actually descend 10 or 15 feet, and you are for the first time you are in this whole like temple area. You guys are encountering water again. There's some. You're down the lowest you've been in this area, so there's about 2 feet of water once you get to the bottom of the stairs here. As you move forward, you see just around the corner there is a door. It's a wooden door similar to, the ones you had seen out in the sewer area. It doesn't really fit the aesthetic of the rest of the temple, but this is also a subterranean area for the temple, just sort of a little side basement room. So,
And I know he doesn't have to move, but I assume Marco came with
yeah,
us.
he's with you. Sorry.
Again, I know we don't need him with us. I just want to make
Yeah.
sure that wasn't a... Haha, by the way, you didn't notice he left him behind.
Right.
He's essentially he's been waiting.
Right.
Who
That's
knows
why
how
I
many
had-
years?
that's why I had
An
assumed.
hour isn't gonna.
I wanted to clarify just in
Yeah,
case.
yeah, he's
That
with
it
you.
was
He's
a
not in a
subtle
rush
thing
trying to
to
get
do.
away or anything.
He was off swimming the lake or something.
So you've got a closed wooden door with about 2 feet of water, and you guys are at the end there. So you want to open it up? You want to check for traps?
There haven't been any traps on any of these doors. I'm just gonna open it up.
Oh boy.
That's how they get you. You push the door. It opens. There's some resistance. It's a room full of water, so it takes a bit of a shove, but you can get it. Not full of water. 2 feet of water.
I
Sorry.
speak from experience.
Yeah, exactly. So just a little more weight behind it. You open the door. There's bits of saturated parchment, fragments of wood, and other debris float on the surface. There are small niches are carved up and down the walls. Each space is only a few inches square, but it goes back nearly a foot. The ones to the north are mostly destroyed by a partial collapse of the wall. There's a deep crack there that also seems to be where the water is coming from. To the east, a statue of a hippocampus rears up, and its eyes roll back as if in pain. So against the far wall there's a statue. A trident made of corroded metal protrudes from a wound in its side. Behind the statue on the wall are carved the words X, as in EX, Prothix, Prothex.
X what?
Prothex. Prothex. The wizard, at least, and maybe others of you can determine if you think you would know this or not, think that the little like couple of inch square niches that go a foot back are probably scroll storage or something along those lines. So
Yeah, I was gonna go in there and start searching the room. I want to look in the water to see if there's anything under the surface, but I also want to look at all these niches to see.
I'm still pinging detect magic, just.
You don't see any magic. You do see. You're searching the room. Pretty quickly, you find a scroll tube floating in the water. It looks like it's made out of bone. It is, from what you can tell, it's probably watertight. Like whatever's in it is probably intact. It is the only one you see that isn't damaged in the room. Everything, there's other scroll tubes and things, but they're either open and empty or they've been waterlogged. But this one in particular seems to be in pretty good shape, and it's just kind of bobbing along in the water.
I will scoop it up and pass it off to the professional.
Okay.
But it's not detecting magic.
But it is not, no magic.
I will be checking it for traps.
Okay.
I will step back.
18.
You don't find any traps.
Okay. I'm assuming I can work the thing out, I will open it.
You open it, and you find what appears to be a deed.
Oh, baby.
And it seems to be a couple of properties, and you don't recognize most of them by name or address or anything like that, but there is one that sticks out to you. It's the deed to the Playhouse.
So the goblins will want it.
And then it appears to be buildings that surround it. It's not like all over the city. It's like the Playhouse and a couple of the surrounding buildings.
Hold on a second. Who does the deed to this playhouse say that the playhouse belongs to? Usually a deed will show the owner. And honestly, if those goblins aren't the rightful owner of this, they have no right to be here.
Squatters' rights.
It's in here. It's going to take me a second.
I don't know. That'll be up to the city officials to determine.
I don't trust these guys. They're cool, but I don't trust them.
Yeah.
My dice really suck over here.
I want to trust them.
These are like my normal game
my
master dice
stainless
too.
and my pewter dice have always done me well.
Most of mine have done me well, and these probably would, but I mean, they were present for Christmas for my kids, so I
Yeah,
can't
okay.
use them, but I have a hard time trusting them.
I've tried use
so
them,
given,
yeah.
given the age of the area, you would imagine this deed has been down here for a very long time. So it has a rightful owner listed. It's not a name you recognize, and it is very unlikely that they are alive. And given that it's not a name like a prominent family name that you recognize or anything like that, it would be quite the undertaking to try to track down like a descendant.
Might be what the Pathfinder Society wants again. We don't know, but I'll pass these deeds off to him and keep the scroll case.
Yep.
The deeds don't interest me, but the scroll case is good condition. I can always use more scroll cases.
Right?
Right.
I will put
The scholarly approach here. Use this for sure. Like, I don't need a weapon.
Take the thing out.
Yeah.
I'm assuming he wants them, so I'll pass them off
Yeah,
to
I'll
him
take
so
the deed.
he can be all noble and legal-eased and
Yeah. Just doing the right thing here, buddy.
absolutely.
You know, not being a
Highly
sleazy
important
scumbag.
to me.
You know,
It's very important we find the proper owner and throw those goblins out because, you know,
if they don't belong there and they're there illegally, it's the right thing to do.
absolutely. I would not disagree in any way. I think you should explain that to them when we go upstairs.
The city officials will take care of that business.
It seems like you're passing off the job to someone else. That doesn't sound very...
The city officials need to
Upfront and
determine
honest.
the rightful occupants. If they choose to enlist our aid in evicting them, then I suppose that's something we can consider as a group.
much better. So, nothing else down here then?
Nothing else of note.
So should we go to the other small passage?
You go to the other small passage, and it is a symmetrically identical to this side.
And so you have a room just like in this equivalent that has another well.
Okay.
They really like their wells here.
Yeah, I don't know why they exist. But also, it's weird because they have them. Well, part of the problem is this is another map they reuse for other things, and so like there's sections that have the letters like okay, this is C2,
Right.
and then there's large portions of this map that aren't labeled.
They just
That just
figure
exist.
it out. Huh?
So it's like you can go there, but there's
I know this
there.
is probably a silly question, but was there a second boat there, or did these guys find some other way to get there?
It wasn't very deep.
For that over there? I mean.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was only a couple feet deep the whole way.
Oh, wow. So they just waded across the lake. That must have taken them a while. They just died over here.
Yeah, right. Well, two of them.
Well, she very possibly was strangled to death. I mean, the monk did strangle her. Whether you believe it or not,
I wonder,
it's a very dangerous thing to do.
does anybody know if do wells that are dug this near to the sea contain fresh water, or would they have salt water?
If that's salt water, so's the well.
Yeah,
water
because
table is
the
salt.
water would, yeah.
It's probably less salty than the ocean because it's natural filtration of the sand. But
Yeah.
yes, one of the risks of digging a well near the ocean is you get salt water.
Okay.
Um,
I might want to write the people who wrote this
Yeah.
adventure and let them know.
well, and there's nothing in the adventure that says it's a well. That's one of the unlabeled rooms. That, like the picture is very clearly a well.
Yeah.
It's a hole in the ground.
But like,
Right.
I don't
Maybe
know
they just
why.
used to dispose of bodies, you know?
Yeah.
It's very possible. All right, so all we have is a grand staircase left.
So you guys approach the grand staircase,
Apparently.
and it's sort of tiered. So you have an initial staircase here. You've got a landing that goes across that area, levels out. There's my pen.
I could get further. Every time you put me down, you put me further from the rest of the party. I think that's
It's
funny.
probably for the better.
Whoops. I meant to leave an opening here, but the stairs continue like right there, going out further.
I killed one of them and dramatically injured the other.
And then you can
You stood there and got stabbed.
up here. There's another landing with a giant statue, but it's kind of off into the distance. You can sort of just see an outline. Maybe it's a statue. Maybe it's a giant.
I attack it.
Yeah.
Attack the gazebo.
It's the gazebo, yeah.
Yep.
Whatever the equivalent of an ancient red dragon is in Pathfinder. You see it at the top there.
Right.
So up here on this level, you see a wide gallery. It's lined with a colorful mural depicting a figure performing some sort of magical ritual over an expanse of ocean. His arms are raised, he's beckoning to something beneath the waves. And his beckoning is answered by sort of a frothing, foaming section of the water that hints at sort of a massive shape rising out of it. To the northwest, the stairs continue to climb. There's an elegantly carved figure towering over the room, combining the body of an eel with the visage of a horrifying deep-sea fish and 4 grasping tentacles. So there's some sort of really creepy sea creature statue up at the top.
Yikes.
But this middle room here is a mural.
Of someone summoning Dagon or something similar from the ocean.
Right.
You hear, as you sort of get onto this landing area, from above where the statue is, you hear some shuffling. And a few figures emerge from behind the statue and start to slowly make their way towards you. They're quite a distance away. There's 2 of them.
Hello.
Yes, there are 2 of them.
I should take grease.
And they are very, very, very slowly making their way down. Clearly undead.
Oh, heck yeah.
They're making their way, shambling down the stairs towards you guys.
Oh.
And you guys are like at the landing here.
Yeah, we'll have got up there and, I'm sure I'm examining the mural like crazy
I
because this
put
sounds
you
very cool.
in grade, I guess, very well.
I'm gonna glance back at who is this guy?
the ghoul.
Our ghoul guy, Marcon.
Marcon, yeah.
I'm gonna glance back at him and be like,
Marcon.
Are these friends of yours? Do you know them?
He just shakes his head.
well, and I can tell that they're undead. It's very
What, do you
clear.
think all undead know each other? What's wrong with you? Leave a comment.
You all look the same to me.
All of them
That's
know each other.
deadism.
Well, you know, there's always an ism.
Yeah.
It's always an ism.
If they're clearly undead, And
Clearly
they're,
undead.
and they're not friends of his.
These are not ghouls like him. He's relatively intact. He's kind of gross, but he's intact. There's rotting flesh. They're
All right. Well, then I'm drawing my sword and I'm calling out to Imodea, and I'm charging undead because I have a sacred duty to destroy them.
Shouldn't you try to save their souls first?
Only if I have good reason to believe they can't be
a
saved.
long.
Yeah.
You didn't try.
All right. Roll initiative.
Don't tempt me.
We'll go pure perception again.
This sucks. Stupid dice. I hate these.
Aww.
Come on, baby. Let's go.
You can use hero points to re-roll, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna use
one
my
time.
hero point.
It's like re-roll once and then stabilize. The stabilize uses however many
All
you
of
have.
them you have, and that
Yeah.
stops you from dying.
That wasn't much better. Damn.
Luke.
16.
Okay. Kevin.
24.
Punks up here. Kill him.
Okay.
Kill him. Kill him.
18.
Alex.
The 9. 9.
All right. Valoros. Kevin, it is you.
Dang. 1, 2, 3. I'm dead before I get there.
You are in fact last. So.
When we were exploring that section over there, would I have had enough time to refocus? 10
Yeah.
minutes. 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, baby.
Okay. So I'm going to use my double slice attack.
Yeah.
Slowed means you get one less action, right?
Right.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah, it takes 2 actions.
These zombies are
So-
actually sold. I'm gonna bet.
That's going to be. This will be my whole action because I moved. So.
Oh yeah, no, I meant they have slowed.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Because they're zombies. Which is kind of a cool way to represent it.
Yeah.
Till you hit with electricity, then they suddenly speed up. Oops.
So the second strike is at a -2 instead of -4.
Okay.
So the first one is a 22. And the second one is a nat 20.
Yeah. First crit.
Dang. Good job.
Heck yeah, baby.
Nice.
It's hard to see, but you can see it.
That thing's. He's been used a lot?
It's
That's
pewter. Yeah, it's pewter. It's old.
Oh, so he
That's
just
an old
it gets
die.
beat up as it goes?
Yep.
Nice.
Okay. The first one was 20 total.
The first one's 20 total.
Okay. So I mean they're both gonna hit.
Right.
Second one, double it up, baby. Unless there's some weird rule on that.
Oh, but yeah. Go ahead and roll damage there.
Okay. And then these this counts as 1 damage source. That's what the double slice does.
So if they have resistance.
So if they have resistance, it only goes against all of it, not just each.
What type of damage is this?
So this is
You're using a
Slashing,
sword,
I
long
imagine
sword,
with a long
slashing.
yeah. Well, yeah. I'm using the shield. So.
Is it a sword shield hit? How's that work?
It is. Yep. That's what it's a short
Which one
shield.
crit? Do you know?
So the crit was on the shield.
Okay. For you. Okay. They have
Right.
a weakness to slashing damage, so I think I need them separately.
That's just like I don't know double slice.
Resistances and weaknesses are only counted once against the total damage dealt.
So it'll be counted once
Okay.
either way. Because it's not doubled usually. Weakness is just extra damage, right?
Yeah, I think it just
It just adds X amount of damage to it.
Is that what it does? Is that what, I don't know what a weakness does, but
I don't know.
What is the weakness? What?
This has weakness slashing 10.
So he takes 10 extra points when he's slashed.
When he takes slashing damage.
so he's going
he
to
takes
take 10
so-
total additional to this.
Right.
So I had 10 damage plus I had my strike damage once, right? Because it's combined. Oh no,
Not usually. Usually you do the damage as a
okay, you're right. So it's 8 more. So 18 plus 10 is 28.
Did you remember the doubling the damage for the crit too? Because you double your bonus.
You
too.
double your bonus too?
In Pathfinder,
So
you double
32. That's an extra 4.
Say in Pathfinder, you double your bonus too.
Okay. So I did not do that, yes. So.
Okay.
32 to that, yep.
20.
8 plus 10
Oh, I wasn't worried about the 10 weakness, so 32 with the weakness.
Yeah,
sure.
32 with the weakness.
Yeah, that's how it
I
works
forgot about
too.
the weakness.
Perfect.
Extra 10 on top of it.
Yeah.
From every source of slashing damage?
Yup.
That's crazy.
Whereas, as opposed to resistance, which takes just that much damage off
Yeah.
of your head.
Gotcha.
Cool.
That's how Hackmaster does it, so I've done it before.
And that was all of your,
That's it.
wizard.
Alright. I can finally reach my character. 5, 10, 20, 25. That's, well, 20. 50. Nope, I go 25, 30. And once again, I reach into the ethers of magic and pull out the force of electricity. Both of them need reflex saves. Against 18s. I'm going to bet they don't have good reflex saves. Maybe they're immune to electricity, but I'm going to bet their reflex saves aren't good.
They are not. And that one doesn't help.
That would be a fail. Fumble. That's double damage.
Oh yeah, you're right. The other one is an 18. What was your save?
18, so he made it.
Okay.
So the fumbled one takes 14 points of electrical damage. The other one takes half damage, so 4. As once again, electricity arcs around one and blasts to the other.
Okay.
Nice. Nice.
I like that spell because I can hit 2 things. Doesn't have some of the cool effects of some of the others for hitting but it hits 2 things, so it's kind of fun. Since I didn't buy him get him a lot of combat spells, he's not a combat mage.
All right. So the zombies go.
I want to point out 2 of our team are slower than zombies.
One of the zombie goes. Yeah, you're between the two. The one closer to me is going to move up to you, Kevin.
Okay.
Shambles forward, and then it only get 1 attack. Because it only gets 2 actions. And that's probably going to miss. That's a 12.
That will miss.
So it kind of just swung at you with an arm and it glances off of you. No harm done.
Gotta love the breastplate.
Luke?
Which square am I in? What did you say?
You're just pick one. It doesn't matter. I just kind of threw your mini.
I'm gonna be closer.
I might be able to get to him.
I mean, you've been in front typically, so it makes sense for you to be
That's
ahead
true.
of the other.
You should be able to reach him if I could.
10, 15, 20, 25.
Yeah, it was really nice of them to build this as a diagonal map. So
Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
that.
Lots of extra diagonals to make it
Yeah.
All right, so I rush forward, use an action to draw my sword, and as I do so, I slice across this guy.
All right, give me a
He's
attack.
gonna stop putting his sword away between the fights.
Yeah, right. Just keep it out.
That's a good point.
He talks with
It
his
makes sense.
He talks with
but
his hands a lot. He really doesn't like the sword in his hands because he can't talk.
When you don't get that free one as part of movement, it's really.
Woo! I rolled well. 23 to hit.
That is a hit.
All
It
right.
is not 10 over.
Woo, baby. 13 damage.
Okay.
That is slashing.
So 23.
I'm gonna guess they have a lot of hit points.
Yeah, seems that way.
And that's me.
Foul creatures.
The other one will
You can
swipe at you as well, Kevin.
Yep. Makes sense.
Just laughing. Because longsword can do piercing. You can use your versatile longsword. I wondered if Pathfinder had those.
26.
I will use my reaction to reduce that damage
By 4.
by 4.
Yep.
And then I will kick my...
Except I don't
Strike
think you
at
can
it.
because it's this one. He's not within your melee attack.
Yeah, it's the
Oh,
other one.
that's true.
Wait, which one
It
was
was
it?
this one
This
who's
one.
attacking.
Okay, so is he within 15 feet of
So I
me?
think you can still do the.
I can still give him the resistance. I
Resistance,
just
you
You
don't
can't do
I
a
just
return
can't.
attack.
Yeah, I just
Okay.
can't do a
Okay.
return attack.
So the hit, I gotta roll damage.
Yep.
It's still a nice power to be like.
It still
let's
is.
drop
Stuff
4
reduced
points
by
off
4
of
is
it.
still a lot.
Especially at this level.
So 7. That's
think
not
that's
subtracting any. So
Okay, so 3.
you minus 4. And then I need you to. Well, you are grabbed.
Ooh, baby.
They like grabbing you.
Yeah,
Two.
There's a lot of grab.
noticed that.
And then
A lot
I
of
need you to
handsy
make a
bad guys.
fortitude save.
Fortitude save. Okay.
There's a lot of handsy bad guys.
Yeah. Well, the other one
Nothing
was mouthy.
special for
but-
that, right?
A lot of the creatures have
Kinda like the
some
paladin.
secondary stuff. That
Which I think
helps
is
a
cool.
lot.
I
Yeah,
mean,
it is.
it makes the fights more fun. You know,
Nope, I don't have
Hackmaster
anything.
says zombies.
Just checking out anything special. 17.
That is a failure.
I was kind of disappointed you didn't get to fight the zombies in Hackmaster because they're crazy to fight.
Yeah.
Because their attacks are all grabs until 2 of them grab you, and then they get to, or you get grabbed twice. Then they get free bites on you every like 10 seconds or something.
Yeah.
So it's okay, you're fending them off, and then they start getting grips, and all of a sudden you just get ripped.
Okay.
And these ones were infectious zombies, so you had a chance of turning into one. If you
And
got
that was
killed
its
by it.
first thing.
Which is funny.
So now that it has you grabbed, it's going to try to bite you.
Okay.
Speaking of biting,
Yeah.
snacky.
Yeah.
So I get a -5, but I get. Okay. I'm gonna miss. I'm pretty sure. 26. No, I can't do math. 16 -5. 11.
11 damage.
Yeah. No, sorry. 11 to hit.
11 to hit. Oh, miss.
I can just imagine the sounds of the teeth on the
No,
breastbone.
I was like 11 damage.
Its damage is significant.
Right,
So.
but it did not hit. Yes.
Well, you got a good amount. How do you have that many hit points? I have 12 hit points. How do I only have 12 hit
You
points?
can't possibly only have
You
12.
can't possibly as well.
Oh, I must have only given
You did
myself
something
first
wrong.
level hit points.
You definitely did something
Even
wrong.
first level 12's not
So I
bad.
should be attacking you, is what you're saying.
I have 2 from
You-
toughness, 8 from human, 2 from my constitution.
That's
What
all.
about
Okay,
your
and
champion
what about your
hit
class?
What?
Say, champion, she gets.
Yeah, I should have more hit points than that.
Yeah, you
I'm
should.
like, there's no way you
Well,
should
there's
be.
no way you have 12.
It is Sajin the monk's turn.
That's ridiculous. I can't
Oh,
believe.
boy,
Can you imagine a champion with 12 hit points?
Yeah, right.
So I think you literally
so
can't start. So
mean.
it's 10 per level.
Alrighty.
You're level 0.5.
So you got
maybe.
20 more hit
5, 10,
points.
15,
Yeah, you got
20,
20 more. Should have
25. So, if I use my key point to do the key rush, casting it as an action, it would allow me to move 2 times, so it'd be 2 strides, so it'd give me 50 feet of movement. That would be a second action, and then I could attack for a third action, correct?
Sounds right.
Well,
I'm not familiar with
I don't
Key
think
Rush,
that's
but-
correct, because then Key Rush doesn't do anything. 2 actions
lets you
lets you
spend
move
one-
50 anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Hang on.
Yeah, Kira's
So you
gotta
must
do
be able to
something
move
better.
50 for 1 action.
That's got to be able to do something better than that, yeah.
Where's the monk? Where's the
It says Key Rush, Transmutation, Cast, Verbal, Effect. Your extraordinary speed allows you to move 2 times, 2 strides, 2 steps, or 1 stride and 1 step. In either order, you gain the concealed condition during this movement until the start of your next turn.
So you're taking 1
So,
action, you get to move twice.
one action lets you do that double move, and you
Yeah.
have 2 actions left.
Yeah.
Right.
Casting
Okay.
the key strike gives you the movement.
Yeah.
Because the key strike doesn't cost an action.
It does,
Key
but
rush.
it's
That's the only action.
you're,
It gives
you're
you the
spending
movement.
1 action, but you get to move twice.
Oh,
as
the
part
key
of it.
rush gives you the 2 moves.
The key rush gives you the moves.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to go into my Tiger Stance.
So that's 1.
I'm going to cast a Key Rush and move up to this one here.
Yep.
Okay.
That'll be 2.
Yep, and then I am going to attack Flurry of Blows.
Cool. So 2 attacks on it.
Yep.
I do like monks. There we go.
Get to abuse action economy a little bit.
A little bit.
But
First
I don't
one,
feel like it's way out of
No,
balance.
no.
No, that's just
I mean, that's a
Uh,
one-time thing you just got to do, the movement. So
22.
that'll hit.
All right.
And you roll them together, right?
If the second one hits, yes. If,
Oh, yeah.
All the damage, if they have any resistance, you ignore it.
and that was a 15, so that one's going to hit too. 15 plus 8.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
a
Okay.
15 on the die. Yeah.
Was that? Do you remember the -4? Not that I think it matters, but
No, it hits with -4.
I don't know.
Yeah, it still hits.
I say I don't think it would matter with a 15. It should be a 19.
But yeah, I mean 19.
Just trying to remember the rules.
Roll
Yep.
the 2 dice and combine them together, it says.
This isn't slashing.
So, yeah, it is
Yes, it is.
slashing.
Oh, you're using this.
Yeah, I'm
Because
using
the tiger
my
claws are
Tiger
slashing.
Claw.
and-
Yes,
Oh, yeah,
it's
yeah,
Tiger
yeah.
Claw.
Tiger
so,
stance, yeah.
So it's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 points of slashing.
What, do you remember your strength bonus?
That's
Oh, 13, so it's plus 2 for each
17.
die, right?
So 17 plus the 10 for the weakness.
yeah.
Yeah,
So 27.
yeah, and I am going to Stunning Strike on that second hit.
Okay. I don't remember what I have to do for that. Save.
Con save.
It's a 18 con. 18 con.
Oh, it's con.
I'm sorry, fortitude.
Fortitude, I'm
It
sorry.
is
Fortitude.
fortitude. Yep.
That's too much D&D time in my head.
Yeah.
It fails.
Is it a critical or a
It is
regular?
not a critical.
Okay.
So stunned 1.
Yeah, so
With the
stunned
zombie, it
1.
probably takes them down to 1 action,
If it's a critical fail, they get stunned 3.
which would stop him for a while.
Yeah,
Stop
And
for a couple rounds.
I don't know if it'll matter because zombies change their mind, but being concealed is kind of awesome. A target that you're
It was just
concealed
during the
from.
movement, right?
No, it's until the end
his
of my next turn.
Of his next turn. They have to succeed a DC 5 flat check to target you with an attack.
Okay. So they're gonna aim at someone else.
They're,
Which-
they're probably not gonna.
Being zombies, they probably would just ignore him
They'll
anyway.
just ignore him. Yeah.
But it was just kind of funny. That's for future reference. That's kind of a cool power. I'm moving so fast,
Kevin
I'm
is gonna
literally a blur, and so you
Yeah.
might not be even, 5 and 20 and 1 in 4 chance of just missing me.
I'm gonna do the same thing with my first 2 actions. So that guy's gonna miss. That guy's also gonna miss, I think. Yeah, 14.
It misses.
Yeah.
Wait, which one are you attacking?
This guy.
The one
It
who
does
grabbed
not
him.
miss.
Oh,
14
14
hits.
not. Okay, so the first one missed. The 14 hits, and that's the shield.
Sadly, but
So
take what you got.
take what you got. Yeah. 5 damage. No, plus 4. It's 9 damage.
It's kind of an interesting build, though. The shield sword, but doing the double slash or double attack thing.
Yep. Short sword shield, double attack. Yeah.
I mean, it's not bad. It's
It
just
even lists it
interesting.
as an example in the feat.
Right.
Yeah.
I know it's in there, and it's not that bad. It's just
Yeah.
an interesting.
That'll do it. Do you want to describe it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I want to. So I swing at him with the sword, and he like just like zombie like it cuts him across, but it doesn't do anything, and so like he leans in to bite, and my shield comes up, whack! It's like jaw just falls off of his face, and the rest of his head collapses to the sides.
Like this.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
So yes, the one that's furthest from me is down. And then it is the wizard's turn.
I don't see any reason to use up level 1 spells, but just for fun, even though I don't think it'll do anything, I'm going to use my first cantrip of shield and throw my shield up, and then I will electric arc him with the other one.
Okay.
Blast him with another burst flex, so reflex save. You want me to arc over onto you? That's okay.
Holy cow! I think I made it. 19,
Yes, so half damage, so 3 points.
and that is like lightning. right?
Electrical, yep.
Yeah. Okay.
This king is the most agile zombie because he's made on both of them, I think.
Yeah.
They've only got a +3. I've just
I know.
rolled well.
That's
for
what I said.
that,
He's
yeah.
like a super agile zombie, man.
It
He's bouncing all over the place.
is its turn. The other one's out, but that one gets to go.
But he was the stunned one, right?
He is stunned, so he's got 1 action, and he won't target the monk.
Notice the monk.
Yeah. So it's pretty much me or Luke.
Yeah, and I think he already attacked you
did.
last round, right?
Yep.
I think he missed, but he attacked you.
He did, but that does mean that I'm not a good target. I'm totally.
Yeah, so
I say
he's,
more
we're gonna
likely
go
to stick
for
with it. He's not real
we're
bright.
gonna go for Luke.
Nope, he likes to switch. Bite the paladin.
Oh! That should hit.
18 armor class.
74.
14 plus 9, 23.
Jeez.
So that's a melee. It's just swinging its claw at you essentially for 6 bludgeoning damage, and you are grabbed, and I need you to make a fortitude save. You're probably pretty good at those.
It's not as much as in the as 5e where
Oh.
paladins have
I'm
super saves.
pretty good at it too, but I rolled so bad.
Yeah.
Fortitude. Whee! Oh,
Oh yeah.
22.
You succeed.
I mean, that's my weakest save.
This is my best
And
one.
then
I rolled terrible in it.
it is stunned, so it only gets 1 action.
Yep, that's it.
So then it is your turn.
My turn.
That's why they're nice.
Cool.
why
What
I
does the
played with it.
grab to do for me?
We're not playing Amber.
Right.
Oh, I don't
Yeah.
know.
Chronicles. I know you played it.
I've never actually played
I heard about it. I know it's for Diceless.
I know it's diceless. That's really almost all I know
And
about
I know
it.
that I've read the series. I've read the series.
I have not.
It's
I
the
keep
last
telling
Golden
you I
Place.
should,
November. It's a
never
good
got around to it.
series.
Manipulate action is hard,
Enjoyed it,
so
but
nothing
I've never
really.
played the game.
And I'm immobilized, so I can't move.
Yeah, nothing with the move
It's
action.
basically the same as grappled.
Yeah.
Yeah, in 5e was.
Yeah, pretty much.
Nothing of the move action, and yeah, you
All right. Well, I am going to.
drawing swords and such.
It's a good series. It's like this
I thought
royal
I told
family
you this.
that they travel via like cards that they have of each other.
Okay.
And can like put themselves into the cards to travel between realms with each other. It's kind of neat.
Is this one looking damaged at all?
I know it's at least been electrical once, and he punched
Yeah, I mean it was pretty rotted and mangled when it walked up, so it's a little harder to tell wear and tear.
it. The monk's ripping
But
pieces
it's
off it.
clearly it is slowing down in its movements. It's struggling more so than it already was.
Yeah, partly you don't have the key, like the 5th edition
Alright.
does, the key limit sign on your abilities so much. It's like you
I'm
got the cool key
slashing
power,
at it
but
with
you
my
don't
sword.
Have, well, I've only got 3 key
In the name
points.
of
I want to have
Iomade!
loads of stunning strike or whatever.
That one.
I'm gonna slash at it with my sword again. In the name of Iomade! Woo, but that's a 5 off from that, so 11 plus 8 is 19.
That'll hit.
Yeah, from everything I've read and everything I'm experiencing, monks and Pathfinder are so much
Plus
better
10
than
to slash
it.
at the
And I love playing
15.
Varys, but it wasn't because he was good in the fight.
No, because physician monks
Alright.
were not great.
Alright, I am
Still
describing
great.
how I killed this guy. Alright, I lop its head off. And then I raise my sword triumphantly to Iomade.
Yeah, that guy.
Something about clerics that can't pronounce their deities' names. Don't they get penalties?
Brotor.
Leary.
It's just Lyra. You know, like, geez.
It's Lyra. It's
You're
easy.
just-
I would constantly ask him.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
What was your name of your deity again?
Lair.
You would get comments on the videos.
Yeah.
Can't even pronounce the name of his deity.
I have a weird question. This is not a character.
like a joke.
Since we've already finished this encounter, but how would you interpret that this works? Is it each hit increases your stage, or every day do you have to make a new save?
Yeah, so the way diseases work is there's a special disease rule in the book that explains that the different stages progress at certain times.
Okay.
I don't remember the specifics, but if you get infected, then you have to check to see, I think it's the end of each day or something. You would
depends
check
on
to
the
see if the stage increases or decreases if you make your saving throw.
Unless you get like a cure disease or something.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But it's something
Medicine
along those
check.
lines.
So you are aware that you have a disease. You probably don't
Infected
know what it
by
is.
zombies.
Oh, jeez.
Gross. Okay.
I don't know what information. Maybe like a medicine skill check or something would
That's
allow.
usually, and that also helps you treat disease.
I got nothing like that.
I do.
But you know you don't feel great.
Right.
You have been afflicted.
I'm going to lay on hands myself.
So whatever the
I like that it was
onset,
yourself and not the
whatever the-
disease guy.
I was gonna say,
Onset
unless you
period
can, I don't know if you can
elapses.
cure disease with it, but,
Well, no.
Lay on hands.
Not like
No,
you
no.
can fight
but I'm
it.
only down a handful.
Oh, yeah, a couple.
It only does hit
So
points,
each
yeah.
affliction should have an onset period.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, then you gain it
Does.
immediately upon failing the save. So if the entry doesn't give you an onset, then they would have the effects immediately.
So stage 1 is a carrier with no ill effects. So,
So that's
you
where
don't
they're
have
at
any
right
functional penalty currently, but
Right.
you are aware you don't feel great, I would say.
Right.
And then
Um,
there should be some listed interval and they make a new saving throw.
Yeah, that's so there's
Yep.
yeah.
And at that interval, if they pass it, then the stage goes down by 1. So in this case, they would be cured. If they fail it, the stage goes up by
Goes up
1.
by
If they
1.
critically fail it, it goes up by 2.
Gotcha.
And that continues until they're either cured or die.
Right.
Does the stage list in an interval or something?
That
Yeah.
it should be in
Sure
the
does.
entry because every disease is different.
Whatever.
This
Yeah,
one's
so-
one day. Every
yeah.
every step is one day.
Every day. Okay.
I was gonna say it should tell you in the entry somewhere.
Right.
So the part that's tricky. So this is going to be since we're figuring out rules. I don't really care.
That's part of why I'm
Exactly, yeah.
So the way this is read exactly is you have zombie rot.
Okay.
An infected creature can't heal damage it takes from zombie rot until it has been cured of the disease.
Okay.
But stage 1, you don't take any damage, so that's irrelevant. If
Right.
you increase in stages, you
Later.
start taking daily damage
Right.
that can't
And you
be
can't heal
healed.
it. Yeah.
And then theoretically bad things happen at the end. But
Yep.
but it's weird because the damage doesn't increase by stage. Like stage 2 is 1d6 negative damage. If you get to stage 3, it's still 1d6 negative
The
damage.
key is you keep taking it each time you miss.
Each day you take it, and you.
So if you're at stage 1
But if
and
you're
you
at
miss
stage
a fade,
2 and you stay at stage 2 for
there's no way to stay.
oh, you
You're
either
either
go
going
up
up
or
or down.
You go up or down. Yeah.
You
You
either
can't
pass
stay.
and get better, or you fail and get worse. There's no stay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So it would be,
Stage 5 is you die and become a zombie.
Yeah.
So have fun with that.
And
But,
there is a
Right.
treat disease. It's a medicine action, but it takes 8 hours.
Right.
It's not something you do right away. It's
Well, and
something
we
you
wouldn't.
do
Even, I wouldn't even be experiencing enough effects for me to worry about it right
yeah,
now.
right now it's just like
In
oh,
game,
we're okay.
it's
yeah,
just
exactly.
a-
In game, I'm just like, this sucks,
Yeah.
and like,
That thing's
Now there
dirty.
is a
Exactly,
treat
yeah.
wounds that takes 10 minutes that can if you make the medicine check. I'll make sure I get it right. You heal them. I know.
All right. So you find on one of these. Are you still detecting magic? Do you turn that back on?
I'm basically, as soon as the fight's over,
Yeah.
I'm turning it back on.
You say we should.
Oh,
I
can you,
have this idea that
So it can heal 2d8 hit points. too.
not everybody has to do this, but I have this idea that it would be a good idea for you to have some kind of indicator, a little card or something that says what your expiration action is, so that the DM can just look and know what your expiration action is. Unless they change it out, that's your expiration action.
That wouldn't be a bad thing. A little like tent or something.
Oh, you just have like an index card.
Right,
tent
just a little
in
index
front
card
of
that
you.
says, here's my expiration action. That way the DM can just look across the table
Yeah.
and know what you're doing. And that should be out. And it's assumed when you're done with combat that goes back to that unless you've changed it.
Unless you switch it out.
Yeah, that
I
makes
think that's
sense.
not a bad idea to write
Yeah.
up something that fits your character and
Yeah, I had this idea. I was thinking about that. I was like, that way our exploration actions are visible to the DM at all
easy
times.
for the DM to see.
The DM knows what we're doing for our exploration actions.
So the question is, are either of you hurt bad enough though that you need wounds treated?
I'm not hurt bad enough for that.
Okay, I'm great with it.
I'm good.
Wizard's fine. I'm not hurt, but I do have medicine. I think you said you had it too. So
But yeah, the idea that he asked about the
Yeah.
detect magic was why I thought of that. I was
Right,
like,
it would
because
be
you would that'd be
perfect.
your default action
if
anyway.
it's just up there, then you know that yes, I'm continuing.
exactly.
Unless I pull it down.
Yeah, right.
But don't you need to have a medicine? You have to have a medicine kit to treat wounds, I think.
Good thing I've got one.
Do you have one?
Mhm.
Okay.
I have a healing kit.
So with your detect magic, you find a couple of things in this area. One of the zombies actually had a pendant on that just was a remnant from whatever it was when it was living, and that pendant is magical.
You can see because detect magic's so non-specific. I can just see this. I'm gonna
Oh,
move
yeah, I
30
guess-
feet.
I
It
guess you
stops
don't
pinging
technically
as soon as you
know,
get 30
yeah.
feet away. You get closer, it is.
You just-
okay, move this out. It'd be the weirdest thing because it's
Because detect magic is just yes or no within
there's
30
magic
feet,
around,
right?
and then start trying to read aura on things you might be magical.
Yeah.
So it would be a very weird like series of events to figure it out.
Yeah.
But
I guess that's the downside of it because it's
that's
a
kind of the
cantrip,
half
right?
speed, I think. Partly, it's a cantrip too.
Yeah, that's why it's an out of leveled spell. Like
I think
it
at
was.
higher level it gets more specific, but
Yeah.
nowhere near where I can cast it yet.
So we'll go through the rigmarole.
Yeah, I
of,
go
like,
through it, you know.
whatever, and you find a pendant. You also, assuming you get that out of your range and keep looking,
Right.
there is a second source
Well,
of
I can
magic.
actually ignore something once I
Oh,
know.
okay, you can turn it
So
off.
once I've said, okay, this is it, I'm going to stop looking at that, and then
So you sense, since you're at the bottom of the stairs there that go up to the next level, up by the statue, you sense a second source of magic.
all right, well, let's deal with this source of magic.
Are you doing your identify again?
I'm going to do the read aura for a minute first to try to get an idea of the school of magic and to confirm. That would be part of confirming, I presume, that I've got the right thing in my hands. Because I guess technically
Yeah,
until I
yeah,
did
yeah.
that, I wouldn't actually be able to ignore that magical thing.
Absolutely.
Because I wouldn't be able to say for sure.
Divination magic.
That's all I know, I think.
The pendant itself, this actually describes what it looks like.
Oh,
It's,
that was good.
it's hollow and it's shaped in the form of an unblinking eye.
Cool.
And
And it's divination.
it is divination.
Then yes, I will sit down happily talking to myself and probably in Elvish, occasionally in Celestial or Sylvan, and
To identify it?
to identify magic. Plus
+8,
8
right?
still.
You identify it. It is called a pendant of the occult. OCCULT. It gives you a +1 to occultism checks, and you can cast the guidance cantrip as an occult innate spell. So,
Sadly, I don't use occult magic, but can I just hang on to it and give it to Saladon the Bard?
you know, right?
Not saying I
Say
have
this for my
protection,
next
but-
character.
Why do I have occultism?
We are playing Pathfinder Society Adventure,
I'm a
so we should
fanboy.
be able to get these
Right.
things.
That's weird.
Sadly, you stumbled upon
So I
something.
guess.
So it's a pendant of occultism.
And the second thing you find
Yeah, and eventually, of course, I'll go find
behind
out.
this, up by the statue, is a very clearly a potion of some sort.
Ooh. Should identify that.
Read aura.
Um,
He's like, damn it, stop asking. It's put
it's
aura.
like if I think what magic items are probably in the DMG.
Wait,
No, they're right in the main,
they're
guide,
hella-
in the main
Oh,
book.
oh shit! I should have looked them up then. I assumed they were in a book I didn't have.
Yeah, no, they're in the main book originally.
Which I kind of like because that way the players just have the descriptions of
Yeah, that is.
It definitely, especially as easy as it is to identify
Transmutation.
them.
them. Yeah.
Okay, and then 10 more minutes. You got plenty of time to get your focus back.
Oh yeah, I've got my folks back for
You
sure.
fail on that one.
Oh.
Huh, this is a stronger magic. I'm gonna have to hang on to it and find out later.
Is there any crit fail unidentified?
Oh, yeah. Crit fail is I get false information.
You identify it as a different kind of potion.
Yes, you identify it as a different kind of potion. You think it is a potion of healing.
Ah, excellent. It's an elixir of life, my friends.
Does anybody need to drink this right now?
I already said I was in good shape.
I'm not injured. I will say at least everyone had said, no, I'm not badly hurt.
Right, I was gonna say I would honestly have drank it if it would have come up, but I already said I wasn't badly hurt. I was already offered medicine and I turned it down. So
And that is what you find up there. There's the giant statue that you could try to identify through, knowledge or
I
whatever.
will, of course, want to study the giant statue.
And then there was the mural that was in the level below.
Right. And both of those will fascinate me as long as
Yeah,
they
I'm going to supervise as well.
Give me, well, I guess for both, like a lore or religion would work. Or
Lore in Pathfinder 2 is supposed to be a very specific thing that
Yeah.
relates to a
I
specific
don't think any of
subject.
my lores
so the
would.
lore is for the art quality. Sorry.
I don't have any lore related to art. However, I did get a nat 20 on my religion for 26.
So religion, you can identify both the statue and the mural with that. The statue is pretty clearly Dagon, the demon lord. The mural is, I don't know who this is. This is a piece of lore that escapes me, but it says it's a depiction of Aroden, A-R-O-D-E-N, raising the Starstone and the Isle of Kordos from the depths of the ocean. Yeah, so I don't know. It's some sort of deity, basically, raising
I'm going
the
to guess
island
this
above
is
the
what the
water.
Pathfinder Society wanted to find out about, though.
Maybe.
It's the only thing we found. I'm hoping it is because we're kind of out of places to look.
And there's nowhere else up here to go, just...
Right?
Correct.
Huh.
So you guys have explored everything. You have a ghoul who's traveling with you. Now, Absalom is a pretty, welcoming place. Like, there's goblins that live in the city, and it's not that big a deal, right? Ghouls might be a problem. If your intention is to take them out back to your contact, you might want to come up with a plan on how to accomplish that without raising alarm. But
Can I add disguise?
Oh yeah, the head of disguise.
I'll do it.
This is still mine.
So our goal.
I'm
So
not giving it to you.
we're gonna take the ghoul back to our contact then.
Or wherever you're trying to take the room.
My assumption is they have the best chance to help him get the justice he's looking for.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I'll explain that to the ghoul.
There's nothing to do
Try
with
to
the
just
fact I'm hoping
convince
they'll
the
just
ghoul
kill
to
him
go
in
along
the
to our contact that I will give my word that I will help make sure that the contact helps the ghoul get justice or whatever.
Okay.
Because that's my commitment. Like, just personally into my deity, I have to help him put his soul to rest.
Man. We're all impressed.
Okay. Yeah, so the only other, you've got this tied up prisoner also. You gonna
Damn
leave him
it.
down here, or?
You were supposed to be quiet about that.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get that prisoner.
Why?
I'll get the prisoner. They're
Any
gonna.
chance something horrible happened to him?
Nope, they're going back to justice.
I should have had the
city-
zombies come down and, well, you guys were in that other branch, just be gnawing on the
Part
branch.
of me almost went and strangled
I didn't
her
even
just
think
to
about
do
it, but-
strangled
Yeah.
her, but I did.
That would have been fun. Okay, so.
So I assume this potion of healing would be the elixir of life.
Yeah,
That's
like a
what they're called.
minor elixir of life is what you would think, yeah.
Since that's what they're actually called in this. I
there's
mean,
both.
does anyone want the minor elixir of life? I'm happy to carry it. I just feel like I'm gathering all the stuff. And
I already have one.
I'll take it.
Do you have one
for
already,
that guy.
by any chance?
anyone who sees him hand it off and knows what an elixir of life looks like is pretty sure it's a different color than you're used to. But
Or are they all one color? I didn't know if this
well,
was like
I
the
don't
old
know.
second
Maybe they are.
edition.
There's
I was
probably
gonna
different
say not,
recipes.
because otherwise, why would you need the
Why would you
roll?
need
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
identify?
I mean,
Yeah.
there can also be like 7 different things
That's
in
what
the
I
same
say,
color,
you know.
but like,
Yeah.
but anyway,
Yeah, there might be a potion of healing too that's magical. I don't know. I'm terrible with that.
so you guys you're just gonna leave. You're gonna bring both with you, the ghoul and the prisoner,
Yeah,
or
I think so.
and then the crocodile. You're gonna try to bring that with you.
Yep, I'll go out there and get that crocodile.
Okay, it's definitely not moving. Still tied up.
Is it dead?
I guess you don't witness any breathing. You could do I don't know.
Well, there
medicine
is
or
healing
something.
potions too.
I thought there were both.
that are actual magical. So it would be a healing potion.
Like you said, he stabbed it through the eye.
Ah,
I see
that's-
that.
Well, I think he
Not
said through the
bad.
mouth,
I went through the back mouth and
like up and in.
Yeah.
my strong knowledge of animals.
I want to take some time to see if this crocodile is still alive or not.
You don't see any signs of life.
Probably
There
strangled
doesn't
from the
seem to be
ropes.
any
It's very
breathing.
dangerous to tie up
There's
something
no
like that.
you don't
How
see
did he
a
go
chest
through the mouth if I
rising.
tied its snout shut?
Oh, he did tie the snout shut.
That's true. So probably back of the head.
Okay, so you notice a wound.
I'd like to inspect the wound to see if I can tell what caused it.
What kind of weapon do you
A dagger.
use? Okay, yeah,
A generic
either a knife or a small sword, something.
Looks like the goblins may have come down.
What kind of weapon does he use?
He uses a long sword.
What's he? His fists?
He also has a dart.
Dart. I have a dart. I guess it would be probably a long sword. Would be the temple sword.
Oh yeah, he's got a temple sword.
And
Could be any of
with
them.
a hook on the end of it.
Oh yeah, that probably wouldn't do it.
Yeah, but he's the one who's been annoying me the whole time. I'm gonna get my rope back and untie this thing, and I'm gonna be shooting him suspicious, not happy glances the entire time.
You are very suspicious.
I've got two bottled lightning.
You do?
Oh,
Two
thank you.
bottles of lightning.
Yeah, you could throw him at him if you want.
No, I'm just taking my rope
Oh, he's
back.
pretty good with lightning from what I've seen.
I
so-
have no actual evidence, just suspicions, and it was a crocodile.
I really wish I'd strangled the guy.
So you guys go up the stairs back into the main area of the playhouse.
Yeah, I think we got everything we came for or could find.
Not, I'm sorry, but we found everything we could. I think we'll explain to them what we found.
Yep.
Hope that temple was what they were looking for.
Yep.
Or this ghoul.
So you, there's a crowd of goblins basically waiting in view of this staircase, right? Like at the top of it. And as they start to hear, you sort of hear a clamor of excitement as there's sort of like footsteps. They can hear you guys coming up the stairs. And then whoever's leading, probably you, you step out into the light where they can see you, and everyone just loses their minds. Like they're all cheering, they're very excited. Like you survived your adventure. They kind of part ways, and you see King Zuzgut. And he, if I do the voice, I'll cough right now, so I'm not going to. But I'm out of water. He is just thrilled to death. He kind of looks and sees that you have 2 more people than you started with, but he just kind of whatever. And then he's like, he gestures towards the stage, and he says to you guys, "Show us what happened. A play." And he wants you to improvise a performance of the adventure you just went on.
Oh man.
I never used magic missile.
Didn't we? Like, do we have to give him this?
It's up to you.
We just walk out.
You do have the deed. What were you planning on doing with the deed?
Oh yeah. How about we do this? Instead of having to do this performance, we give him the deed instead.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That'll
Otherwise, we're just
satisfy him.
handing off a deed rather than finding out who it belongs to.
Yeah.
King.
That's his name.
No, I remember his name. I just heard what he said.
Oh, okay,
we're not
sorry.
gonna have. We're not gonna be able to give him the deed, guys. That wouldn't be right.
That's funny.
All right.
King Zuzgut, we'd be happy to do a performance.
I get up and I start.
Wait, don't some of you have like lore for the city, right? You have the city
I have
Absalom,
Absalom,
right?
yeah.
You can look and you can determine if you think they'd give them any legal rights to the property or not.
Okay, sure. I try you that.
Meanwhile, I'll send Oust on the stage in Elven, because that's the only language he speaks, sing about our adventure.
So you don't think that the deed itself would just be like, cool, yep, perfect, it's yours, no work required. But you think that, like, having possession of it is a pretty big portion of ownership. And given that the person whose name is on it is probably long since deceased, it's
It's a big deal.
Your character can feel however it would want to feel about this in terms of right or wrong or whatever, but they have as much legal right to it as basically anyone else currently.
There's nothing immoral or wrong about giving them the deed, because there is nobody who has the right to it. And it's in a ruined part of town that's been basically abandoned, so.
Right.
All right. Well, maybe there's some value to it.
Playhouse, rotting playhouse full of goblins, not really.
And I don't know how the legal system works in Pathfinder, but in the real world, the legal system says that if you possess something and then somebody comes up with a deed for it 50 years after you've owned it, that person doesn't have a right to it. You've owned it for 50 years.
I mean, if they have the deed, can anybody really argue if it belongs to them or not? They don't know how they got the deed. Right. It's just the fact that they have the deed. It's technically their property, right? I would imagine. I don't know how the law works.
And then there's squatters' rights. You know, we can talk about that.
All right, sovereign
Zuzgut.
citizens.
We have found something that you'll probably find very valuable. And I'm going to get out on the stage and do a half-hearted performance of what we did.
Oust will circle him, singing it in Elven. Flying over
I'm
his
very
head.
tired at this point as I give this performance. And then at the end of the performance, I will approach
smoke.
I will approach King Zuzgut and say, and the victorious adventurers, the Pathfinders, have emerged from the dungeon below with this deed to the Playhouse to present to the Goblin King. And I'll hand him the deed.
Do any of you guys speak Elven?
No.
It's good to start talking to yourself.
No, Oust is doing well. He's talking Elven.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So
His premonition may be different than
there's
yours,
a moment sort of like he's very unimpressed. It's not shiny. It's not exciting. And then his advisor, person who you had talked to earlier that had passed out the play or whatever, sort of leans over and whispers in his ear, and you see him like light up, and he takes it and essentially, makes a big pronouncement to his gathered court here about how you are all such amazing heroes and how he has an idea for what his next play is going to be. An epic retelling of this where his role is probably much more prominent than it really was.
He led us down there and did all the killing.
Yes. And he seems to have forgotten. Well, no, you did a performance. So
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter that it was half-hearted or anything. Like, he's so overjoyed at this point that that it was a resounding success for them. They kind of all go back into sort of like the status quo of when you first showed up, sort of the rambunctious, like, goblins are just having a party.
Yep.
People are getting hurt. Goblins are getting hurt, and everyone's laughing about it, that kind of stuff. So, and so you guys have accomplished his goal. You have the person who sent you the letter, Drang, I think was his name, Drandel Drang or something like that. I don't know where the letter's at, but is in town. You said you guys plan on bringing the ghoul back to him?
That was my thought, is that if anyone can determine if there's even any way to help him, that'd be the way to do it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Plus it gets him off our hands.
True.
So you guys, you do that, you've got the disguise, so it's not really any issue getting through town.
Damn it, Wizard's mischievous.
Right.
Yeah.
You report back to Drandel. He listens very intently to the story, nods eagerly at sort of all the details you provide. But the story of Marcon, the undead prisoner, is actually what really catches his interest. He says they had heard rumors of ancient places beneath the city where living prisoners had been entombed, but up until now they did not have any direct evidence of it. And as sort of part of his promise, Marcon had told you he would sort of tell you what his story was, essentially, right? And basically, he was an accountant and a bookkeeper for House Candrin. At the time, they were rather unimportant, sort of moderately wealthy, sort of mid-tier nobility, kind of irrelevant, but wealthy. They owned some shipping and trading vessels and things like that. But they were very heavily taxed, and so they were never really able to sort of progress, so to speak. Suddenly, overnight, that changed. Suddenly, all of a sudden, they were incredibly wealthy. Like, their fortune changed. They were able to generate wealth. Things went very well for them. And he, after doing a bunch of digging, Marcon, found that the family had stopped paying taxes and fees. And for some reason, no one in the city cared or even knew that it was happening. And he came to realize that they had become the beneficiaries of a wish spell. And that their wish was essentially never to have to pay taxes or fees again. And so it allowed them to become very wealthy, while the family found out he knew, and so had him wrongfully imprisoned down below, and in the way that was just mentioned, where they sealed a living prisoner down there into a room and just let them die.
Much more dangerous in a fantasy world where undead.
Well, right.
Yeah.
And so he was telling the truth. And this information given to the Pathfinder Society could theoretically prompt some sort of repercussions to the family, although the legality of that is...
Given how many generations.
Yeah, it's been so long. So it's indeterminate currently if he will get his vengeance or not.
Well, the back taxes could bankrupt that family.
Right.
Right.
Only if you could, claim that the wish was not an ethical way to get out of taxes.
And that is the
Laws
end.
of
And
this
so,
city.
like, the way Pathfinder Society typically works, which we're not doing, obviously, is that
Right.
there are primary objectives that you may or may not be aware of, and there are secondary objectives that you may or may not be aware of. And you get a score as a group at the end of it, and sort of based on how many successes you had, there are different reward levels, essentially. So you had primary objectives were... achieve a favorable impression with Zuzgut for your performance at the start, kill the crocodile, and then find the deed, and then return it either to Zuzgut or Drandal Drang.
Does it say kill or defeat crocodile?
Defeat or drive off.
There, see?
So either one would have been fine.
It very specifically said anyone with wild empathy or whatever the druid skill is could convince it to leave, but the problem was the water had forced it into that room and it couldn't get back out. It's too... The pressure of the water is what kind of pushed it in there. So you would have had to have widened the passage to let it out, and then it would have left. But you needed a way to communicate that to it.
Or we could just kill it.
Or you could just kill it, yeah. The secondary objectives were...
And then the goblins could eat.
recover information from the prisoner, which you guys did. That's the only one. And so theoretically you would have gotten max fame and max reputation for this one, which for society matters, but for us doesn't.
Doesn't matter for what we're doing.
Sweet.
Cool.
How much, how bad a fight would have been if we'd taken the ghoul on? I mean, normally, at least in D&D, a ghoul at this level would be pretty nasty.
The cool thing...
Who's this? Like a CR2 or something?
It might be anymore. I'm epic old school.
Ghouls, the problem with ghouls, at least in the first one, were that they could paralyze you.
Yeah, the paralysis is just so horrific usually.
Yeah,
that
that's true.
it's a couple of failed saves and all of your fighters are hanging on, and your wizard's going,
Exactly.
because there's no freaking way I could take him out alone.
Yeah.
It's got a ton of abilities. There's also, so the nice thing about the way the encounters work in here, so like this is, well, that one's a big one, so I won't say it, but, so like the zombies, it also has, if you have more than 4 PCs, you can scale the encounters.
Right.
And so like, depending on how difficult you want it to be, you can replace one with a brute instead of a plague zombie. You can replace them both. You can add some just based on how they think you should do it. So that the ghoul was literally like, you can either have him be a ghoul, a ghast, or an elite ghast based on the group.
How many people are in?
Yeah.
Yeah, what was interesting is these combats all went really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
they
they
didn't go
didn't
out.
take
Even with all the hit
long
points the
time.
zombies had, which granted the slashing helped a lot with that.
Well, and it's weird because originally I was going to scale up the encounters because there were going to be 5 of you, and then I didn't on the crocodile. And the crocodile was weird because if it had hit, it hit for a lot.
Yeah, it looked pretty deadly. It
The
just-
crocodile I think was the hardest fight, but 5v1 or 4v1 is always like.
Yeah, of course.
If it had gotten its roll on you, I think you would have been in some trouble.
Oh yeah.
Well, and your healing, laying hands help, but that's like the only healing we had, I think, other than the potions.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, I didn't have any way to heal people except for I had one elixir.
But otherwise, they did. The mercenaries had 8 hit points.
They were pathetic.
Like
I was like,
and scaling that encounter was literally just like adding more to it. And I was like, that seems dumb.
yeah, they were pretty pathetic. I will say the mercenaries. I was like,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, but yeah, they hurt you some, but that was more the setup and the luck on their initiative. roll.
Mercenaries
They actually really didn't hit me
Mercenaries were the easiest
much
one,
at
but-
all.
What,
I had
what
I
creature
had
level were the mercenaries?
HP of 30.
Right. I'm not saying they did a lot to you, but they at least hit you.
I mean they did hit. They did
I guess
hit me
they
a little bit.
You with the no, they shot you with a couple of missed. I don't remember.
Yeah.
This is the sheet for the mercenary encounter.
It was
That's
bad.
what
It
it
was,
was.
the
They're
mercenaries
creature
were
minus
easy.
1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, they were
So
pretty
the
pathetic.
Yeah,
Maybe they were
the
supposed to be.
zombie one I upscaled because instead of having 2 plague zombies, you had a plague zombie and a zombie.
I think I'm gonna go
Which
way
is a 1 and a 2.
sniper
Get a 1
for
and
my
2.
automaton gunslinger.
But the issue with the tiers is that like, so you guys are technically sub-tier. There's 1 and 2, and then there's 3 and 4. You guys are theoretically tier 2. So this module can be done levels 1 through 4.
Yeah.
And your tier is determined by the average level of your party.
Right.
Here you're 2, so you're on the lower half.
Right.
So this came with also like how to scale it if it's a 3 or 4. I just took
Okay.
those out. But a lot of times they don't factor in because these are sort of designed for conventions. So you might have 4 random people, or
Right.
5 random people who've never played together. It might be brand new to the game.
Yeah.
And that is some of
And
it.
so when you read the reviews, a lot of them are like, "Wow, that was a really hard. Like, oh my god, that first combat was lethal." And then you go look at it, and you're like, "There's one crocodile." Like, you guys.
Well, and we had
He
his
maybe would have gone
stun,
down if I hadn't missed.
and
But
his
like,
missing the roll, which
Yeah.
helped a lot.
Yeah.
But it certainly wasn't a difficult encounter for you guys. And so it's like, you got to factor in, I guess, the fact that it's a group who knows what the hell they're doing and has played together forever. And is because you could go to a society event where you have 4 clerics.
Right.
Like, I mean, it just is whatever character you brought.
4 wizards,
Yeah, right.
which are potent, but
I mean,
holy
4
cow, you're
clerics
gonna
would probably
get
be
hit.
alright. 4, and I mean, I
You
don't
could do
know,
it with
5e,
4 of
any
any,
combo
but-
with 4 for a one-shot is
Yeah.
probably okay, but...
That just sounds miserable.
Okay, so for next 2 weeks from now, I know you said you couldn't be there.
Right.
I don't know that we want to start the campaign without one of
No,
our
I
players.
don't really.
I mean, it's up to you, but I feel like that's I don't want to do that.
And if you need to, you need to. I don't care.
No, but I don't want to.
I would rather not miss the first.
I'd like to have you here. I mean,
I think having a game night would be fun.
yeah.
You know, it's
Do we want to do a board game night or do we want another one shot? I guess is the question I was wondering.
I feel like a board game would be fun.
And that works for me.
Yeah, do some board games.
I'm
Just
happy to do
relax,
board
yeah.
game night. I just figured we need to know because I'm like you. I don't want you to miss the first round.
Right.
It's too much fun having all of us there when we're into the characters to go. Oh yeah, and this other guy was there, but you ignored him all night because I don't like any time anybody misses, but it's
Right.
worse when we haven't even introduced ourselves. Oh, there you go.
Here's this handout.
Gotta figure out what the hell I'm gonna do now. I have no idea. I'm
Oh, is
so
this what, your
confused.
backstory?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh, you got all that done already? I'm so confused.
I'm just. Man,
I want to know how you get the heavy weapon.
Oh,
thing,
so let me tell you how that works. Okay, so I figured it out. So the heavy armor, how it works is, it's not that you can't do it. Okay, so what it is the cloistered cleric at level 2 can take champion, right? And then at 14 they can take heavy armor expert, right? You could also do that with the war priest.
Right.
But the difference is the war priest, some of those abilities overlap. So
Okay. So
your
it's less
champion,
efficient to
right?
do
See, you're taking champion is not. It's barely worth it for you. You're just getting the armor basically.
That makes more sense.
So that's
it's,
why.
it's not necessarily worth doing.
It's not
as the-
exactly. It's that with the cloistered, you're taking stuff that you get a bunch of benefit.
Which honestly makes more sense in some ways because
Right.
the war priest is already trained in fighting.
Right.
I
right.
mean, the cloistered cleric
But you
is
also
like no armor.
you also don't get heavy armor though as a war priest. So
Right.
You can't get that, and that's the difference.
Well,
It's
without taking a
without
feat.
taking champion. But if you take
Well,
champion,
feat, right? There's an armor feat.
I think the only way you can get it is through champion
There's
as a priest.
I know there's a skill feat or a general
As
feat.
much as I want to play something off the wall and wacky,
I think it's a general.
I don't think they want to
frontliner might be the way to go.
Armor proficiency. Level 1 feat, you take that, you're proficient in a level of armor.
I don't know.
Well, if you have no proficiency, you become proficient in
Right,
light,
but
right?
the war priest is already proficient in light and medium.
light and medium, right?
So if you take armor proficiency, you're trained in light. If you're already trained in light, you're trained in medium. If you're already trained in both, you can train in heavy.
So how
I don't
did we
know.
all
Somebody
like?
was saying that wasn't worth it. I think.
It might not be because I don't know that you would ever improve that
Right.
proficiency unless there's another feat that does it somewhere.
Right.
But you could get the heavy armor, you just, you know.
So how did we all like being white guys in basements tonight?
Okay.
Did you hear that interview from Kyle Brink?
No.
Apparently not.
Oh yeah. Bas-
I didn't know who Kyle Brink is.
Yeah. I don't know.
He's
so.
the executive director of D&D.
Okay.
He's the guy who did the apology with all the stuff attached to it
Yeah.
for the apology after all the OGL fiasco of
Which interview you're talking about?
the white guys in the basement, like and
The one on the Three Halfling show or whatever?
yeah,
Okay.
black halflings,
Yeah.
white guys, white guys like me can't leave D&D fast enough. Yeah,
What?
yeah.
What did he say? I didn't hear.
So there was some, I don't remember all the what led up to it, but
Yeah, yeah,
essentially
yeah.
he made a statement along the lines of, people like me, white guys like me, can't get out of D&D fast enough. In other words, he was trying. It came across completely as pandering because the people interviewing him were black.
Right.
All right, and so he was trying. They were talking a little bit about diversity
Yeah.
hires and stuff.
Right.
And then he made a comment about like white people like me basically can't get out of D&D fast enough. And I think he was trying to. I don't know what he was trying to say,
I'm not
but
sure what that
means.
but it came across like really bad.
Oh no, yeah, 100%.
Because to me that just sounds like, well, yeah, we're all abandoning D&D for
That's what it
Pathfinder
sounds
game
like,
systems
yeah.
because
No,
we
but
screw up the OGL.
What he was
which-
trying, I don't know what he was trying to say because I think he probably said it really poorly.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
He was basically trying to say that the common misconception is that Dungeons and Dragons is old white guys in a basement. And he was trying to say that it hasn't been that way for a long time, and it's gonna continue not to be like that. And he should have just left it
the
at.
player base
Should've
is
just
diversified.
said
He should have just left it at that and
Right.
went on to the next question. But then he went on to say, guys like me can't leave D&D fast enough.
Right, and I think
I got you.
and at that point he was referring to people who work at Wizards of the Coast.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
they were talking about having like people in working at Wizards and also in management at Wizards, not just being white dudes.
Right.
Right, and so I think he was talking in that
Right,
context.
right.
So he was basically saying like white dudes like me can't get out of here fast enough so that
So there's
we could
room for
we could
all-
have
right.
more diversity in like the management and stuff.
Right.
And so at that point it's like, okay, Kyle, then you should just resign
Yeah.
to make some room for other people, right?
Or
So-
any of the other. There was another guy, Tankard's Lair, who went on to WotC's page because they have a list of all their executives from 2021, and all but like 4 were. One was a person of color. She was Asian, and all 4 of like the 10 executives, the 8 executives that they have, were all men except for like 3 or 4 of them. So yeah, and they were all white men.
Yeah.
So there's definitely a diversity problem.
Well,
That's,
yeah, I
that's
get that.
look at any corporation. And
Yeah,
there's a
that's
diversity
exactly.
problem on the board.
That's nothing to do with just D&D.
Yeah.
That's corporate no. But no, I get it. He stepped in it. Yeah. So, which is shouldn't shock any of us. So.
They're by the way, they're calling. Ginny did an interview with him too, and
Oh,
they're,
yeah.
they're calling these They're calling Kyle Brink's interviews the apology round.
Yeah.
The apology tour.
The
yeah.
apology
The apology
tour.
tour,
Yeah,
yes, the
yeah,
apology
yeah.
tour.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I don't know
I'm
if
sure
you're
that's
on
right.
that.
Well, did you see Bank of America called them out for basically
Trying to over monetize.
trying to
I
over
didn't see that.
monetize and
Sorry.
be greedy and
Yeah.
they Bank of America was more focusing on the Magic the Gathering side
Okay, yeah.
of the
Well,
house.
the bank calls you out for being greedy, you got an issue, man.
Yes, true.
That's a bank, dude.
But-
Exactly.
But they didn't factor into them calling out WotC that the large chunk of the revenue stream that comes from Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard Kevin, because I don't know if you're upstairs, but we were talking next week, or 2 weeks from now, because Trevor can't be here playing board games instead, doing a board game.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
We
I
don't
did
really
not
want to
hear.
start the campaign without Trevor.
It makes sense. Yeah.
That's gonna be fun.
And I like board game nights, obviously, I have a couple of them.